More. Somebody was just chatting with a family member, and they asked me how am I doing this, and I'm like, oh, I don't know. I drink a lot of coffee and listen to pump up music when I get a little down. All right, how are we doing? We've got I don't know. We had 15, 13, now 12. Okay, interesting. Whatever. CSE is putting their limiters on. 14, here we go. Please do share. Sharing is good. That's how the message gets out. I don't know how families do it. It's like the caramel question that Brenda has. She's stumped by caramel. Yeah, well, to each their own. Perhaps some of the definitions elude her equally. Maybe Mr. Landry can help with that. Rambo and Landry. Yeah, okay. All right, 24 of you in here. Good morning. Good morning, Julia Rock. Slice Cube. Slice Cube. Is that a rename? Oh, whoa. CK. Invasion 1. Good morning. J9 Mac. Nikki Lewis. Good morning. Todd Flanders. Chris Lee. Noisy Scotian joining us. Thank you very much, as always. NS44. Tara's here. Hello, Tara. Donna Jess. Good morning. Isn't everyone stumped by caramel? You know, I think I researched this one actually a long time ago. Call me stupid. It's eluding me right now. I think it's 2 bars pressed together. Caramel good. Put the cream over top for the next cover, and while it's still warm. Rename Jumbo Slice. Okay. Jumbo Slice is now Slice Cube. Okay. Getting down with the cube. Black cubes. Hopefully not. Cindy. Good morning. Brenda Grant. Salty Air. Good morning, Salty. And Cindy says, I got the secret. She's got the secret to the caramel bar. Okay, so we can get all that from her. Mary Sauer. Good morning. Sauer. How are you doing? Good to see you. Seawood. Linda McDonald. Good morning. Good to see you. MH. Charlene's here. Good morning, Charlene. What's she doing with the 10,000 foot up? Trying to figure that out. Get the caramel into the bar. Perhaps. In the weeds. All right. So let's get this lined up here. Today should be exciting, more garbage speak. I like the thumbnail. Not particularly great at picking these things out or doing any of that nonsense, but just found a photo. But I liked it. You know, it's got all the words on it. All right. Why is that not loading? Interesting. Okay, we'll try again. Here we go. Okay, click to unmute. I don't know why you want to mute. Okay, now couple of things before we get into the morning. Like sour. Ah, okay. Interesting. All very interesting, isn't it? All will come out one day, I'm sure. Now, so I was sitting around this morning. I was up at I don't know what, 1:30 or something. And I was just doing some looking at different things. Now the per diem thing bugs me. I think we should ask exactly what are they defining as per diem. Okay, so I did the math on per diem. Now per diem is Latin, okay, but it's open-ended. It's a bit vague. Is it per day, per work day? What was the inception date? So I just decided, well, okay, what I'll do is I'll just start from when they were appointed. Per diem is per day, so I did every day. This is what we have thus far. Stanton's is a little bit less because she got appointed a little bit later. We had Anne in there, right? And then she hightailed it out. Anne's got some, we won't go there. But we have, let's get rid of that. There we go. Looks like Judge McDonald is already clocking. If it's per day since his inception date, which I presume he would have signed his contract obviously earlier before it was announced, he's already doing 1.5 million. Now, if you total these up, 1.5 is 2 is 3, 2.7 is 3.7, about 4. I'm going to go about 4.1. A little over $4.1 million just in salaries. If, again, I will put that disclaimer out there, if in fact it is per day and it's every day. But I think asking them exactly what is per diem defined as, because it's a very vague term. That's not one I'm not familiar with, but you can, it's a bit shady, shall we say. So the longer the process goes, the more money that they get. Brings us back to now, there was obviously the big news of the, let's go to their website or whatever. These days I'm going to learn to type speedy. Lifetime, I think. Now, go away. Don't want to, how do you get rid of this thing? I don't want to see that particularly. Anyway, moving along. When was the update? Nikki posted it, right? Nikki Lewis. I recall. Gaslighting, very important. Oh dear's got a bunch of videos out. I better post that list here. Now, I think they buried your tweet. Interesting. Did I put that up? Oh, okay. Interesting that you got that out. Okay, yeah. I guess we were all discussing that the other day. All right, now here it is. I don't know why this wants to do that. That's not really cooperating, but anyway. Oh, no, what's going on? Here we go. Okay, so we had the news of the March date, right? The March date. August 26th. Is that their post? August 26th. Now, I realize that I am very different. My brain works very differently, and I communicate very differently. But if you listen closely to me, sometimes there's a lot there. Sometimes. Let's go back in time. Let's go to August 24th. And because of the late surfacing of notes and maybe some others yet to come, the actual report date might get pushed back. Possibly. Just think about that one. Those who know me know how I communicate. In riddles. There's a lot that I'll say. And I have been saying. Without maybe saying. Go back. You may find that. Now, the reason I don't talk like that, like, because that's, to me, that's very loud and, yeah, it's just not my style. Just not my style. Critical thinking. Looking at things closely. Watch the video closely. Then you'll probably pick it up. Those of you who know me very well in here know that. Okay.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to turn your devices to silent.
Oh, we got a new one. We have a new one. Grinder. Good morning. Yesy. Good morning. Salary regardless. So I would like to know, it's good. I think Nikki did say in her tweet, interestingly enough, and I think that's something we were discussing in the video the other day, right? What is per diem defined as? Because per diem, open-ended. And if this is what kind of salaries we're talking about, it's outrageous. And I can guarantee you, there'll be other stuff that comes along with it. There always is. The awards, special appointments, board jobs. You know, that's how the real kickbacks come. Oh, yeah, things like artwork. Those who know what that's about will know what I'm talking about. Artwork tends to sell for a lot of money. Really shitty artwork. You never know. Don't know if anybody in here is an artist, but they have other things that they can filter their money through. Do they use the notes as an excuse? I don't know. I want to talk about the notes, interestingly enough. I was doing a video, which of course I will never finish because that's just the way I am, about notes and the lack of disclosure. Those who think that it is one-off, or maybe there's only a few, a couple here and there. No, there's a lot. Okay, Sharon, good morning. Good to see you. How you doing? Plus happy hours. I think you can always write those off too, right? Free room and board, meals, allotments, for dinners. There's another one. You can have like pipe some more money in for that.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Bonjour, bienvenue, hello, and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Okay.
One of the best ways we can honor the memory of all those people who were affected is to bring forward recommendations that can help prevent and respond to similar incidents in the future. This is what all our work is leading towards. Recommendations that will help to make our communities safer. One
of the best ways that we can honor the memories of all those persons who were affected is to bring forward recommendations that can help prevent and respond to similar incidents in the future. This is what all our work is leading towards. Recommendations that will help to make our communities safer.
Our goal is to develop recommendations that are built on everything we have learned, are informed by the perspectives of many people with different kinds of expertise and experience, that draw on recommendations from earlier inquiries and reports, including an understanding of what has worked and what has prevented progress in the past. Recommendations that are clear, pragmatic, and ready to be implemented so that people across our governments, institutions, and communities can take action right away. Today, we begin the third and final phase of our work, which is focused on potential recommendations. Through a range of public proceedings and other kinds of consultations, we will continue to hear from participants, experts, institutions, community groups, and from you, the Canadian public, and those following this work from beyond our borders. We have come a long way together in the course of the Commission's work. Since we began our work in early 2021 and opened public proceedings in February of 2022, the Commission has shared our best understanding of what happened at all 17 crime scenes involved in the mass casualty. We have shared 31 foundational documents and over 3,000 supporting source materials and additional exhibits that provide extensive information about what happened on and leading up to April 18th and 19th, 2020. We have shared 19 commissioned reports prepared by independent experts that focus on related issues in our mandate. We have shared more than 1,100 documents of research and policy relevant to our mandate and 20 supplementary reports by our investigations team, reports that include the results of further investigation into specific questions, events, and particular topics. Through hundreds of hours of our investigative work and public proceedings, we have conducted over 240 witness interviews, including 79 RCMP members. We have learned from over 90 experts as witnesses in roundtables, gaining from their experience and knowledge. And we have heard from a variety of others with direct experience of the mass casualty, including first responders, support services, and elected officials. We have done this while working to meet an ambitious timeline set for us by government, and while dealing with the challenges arising from COVID-19, the sheer scale of the information we have needed to gather and organize, and the pace, unpredictability, and volume of document disclosure. These documents, research, and public proceedings webcasts are available to you on our website. They are there to help answer your questions about what happened and how and why it happened, and they are there to help inform your suggestions for recommendations. Thanks to the hard work of many people over many months, we know we are up to this momentous task set before us. Thank you again to the participants and their counsel, to the witnesses, roundtable members, the public, the media, the commission team, and all the teams who make proceedings possible. Together, we will continue our momentum heading into the final phase of our work. We are committed to doing our utmost to ensure that the lives taken and injuries suffered and all the ensuing pain will not have been in vain. To honor that commitment, we must bring forward recommendations that can help improve safety for the communities most affected by the mass casualty and for all communities across Nova Scotia, Canada, and beyond. Although the mass casualty took place in rural communities in Nova Scotia, our role as an independent, joint, federal, and provincial inquiry means our focus encompasses all of Canada. We have been looking at relevant expertise, policy, and lessons learned from beyond our borders too. This inquiry is of national importance, and that scope will continue to inform our approach in our final phase. I will now ask Commissioner Stanton to talk more about what to expect in Phase 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald, and good morning, everyone. As we shift to focus on developing recommendations, our proceedings will look a little different compared to the earlier phases of our work. Some activities will continue to be held in larger public venues, while others will be conversations with individuals and groups who will share their perspectives in smaller settings. We will continue to hold roundtables where experts and other individuals with helpful knowledge will provide insights on relevant issues through public facilitated discussions. Members of the public will be able to attend in person or watch the webcast of coming roundtables, which will cover contemporary community policing, community safety, and well-being, the structure of policing in Nova Scotia, and police oversight, supervision, and accountability. During Phase 3, the Commission will also be hosting two kinds of participant consultations. We'll be meeting with some of those most affected by the mass casualty to hear their views about key issues and suggestions for change. These conversations will involve specific participants, their council, members of the Commission team, and us commissioners. Transcripts will be made available for the public afterwards. We'll also be hearing from participant organizations through facilitated conversations held during public proceedings, similar to the roundtables. The first of these will take place this afternoon. Toward the end of Phase 3, participants will be invited to make their final oral and written submissions. As before, oral submissions will take place in public proceedings. Members of the Commission team will be hosting a series of stakeholder conversations consultations for organizations that are not participants. This is an opportunity for these groups to share their suggestions for recommendations. Sessions will cover gender-based and intimate partner violence, early childhood and youth education on community safety, support services in rural communities, community safety in rural communities. Transcripts of these stakeholder consultations will be shared with the public. We'll also hear from a small number of additional witnesses as we wrap up our work from earlier phases. We're still on track to complete public proceedings and opportunities for input by the end of September 2022 as planned. Additionally, work is underway to prepare the final report, which will be completed by March 31st, 2023. This additional time will allow us to adequately adapt to a number of factors that have affected our progress, including the pace, unpredictability, and volume of document disclosures. It means we'll be able to complete the final report, which will be substantial, with the care it deserves. The schedule of proceedings and activities for Phase 3 is available on our website. As you can see, we do still have much to do before proceedings conclude at the end of September. Thanks to our earlier phases, we've built a substantial evidentiary foundation regarding the mass casualties factual basis and its causes, contexts, and circumstances. Now we have the opportunity to build on this foundation and have conversations about the kinds of recommendations that will make a real difference. We owe it to those whose lives were taken and all those affected by the mass casualty to take what we have learned and use it to help make all our communities safer. We can all support this shared goal of community safety, and we can all be involved in helping to shape recommendations. Commissioner Fitch will now speak to you about who will take part in Phase 3, as well as some new tools that can assist you.
Thank you, Commissioners Stanton and McDonald. We have encouraged participation throughout our process, and we emphasize now that this is the last phase in which to share your thinking with the Commission. As Commissioner Stanton has outlined, we have just a few more weeks of public proceedings and consultations before we focus exclusively on preparing our final report. If you have ideas to share that can help shape our recommendations, please don't wait to share them. Please speak up through one of our many forums available to you. We emphasize that community safety is a shared responsibility, and it's also a shared opportunity. We all have a role to play in helping to make our communities safer, sharing our recommendations, and then taking action to drive change. When all the different parts of our communities work together, including first responders and public institutions, private enterprise, community groups, and individual community members, we can make things safer and better for everyone. You do not need to wait until a final report is released to live up to your community potential. This is your opportunity and our call to you during this final phase of the Commission's work. For participants, this is the time to reflect and share on your suggestions for change. You continue to be an integral part of this public inquiry, taking part in everyday work and helping to build our shared understanding of what happened and how and why it happened. We know many of you have already been thinking about and sharing potential recommendations during your submissions to date, and we look forward to hearing more in the weeks ahead as you prepare for your final written and oral submissions. In particular, we encourage participants who have been less vocal up till now to please share your input. It is important we hear all of your voices, including those of you representing organizations with expertise and perspectives that can expand our thinking. As we have said all along, you do not need to be an official participant to take part in the Commission's work. If you are part of an organization or a community group with relevant perspectives to share, we want to hear from you too. And of course, we want to continue to hear from individual members of the public. There are a number of ways you can share your suggestions for potential recommendations. You can submit your ideas online at masscasualtycommission.ca/public submissions. You can email them to info@masscasualtycommission.ca. You can also call our team or mail us a letter. The contact details are available on our website. We are committed to considering all of your submissions and input, as we prepare the final report and recommendations. Some of your submissions may be referenced or publicly shared as part of our work, including in the final report. There is an option to submit your ideas anonymously as well, if you prefer. There are a number of resources and tools available to help you in thinking about your suggestions for recommendations. First, please make use of the extensive information and recordings of our proceedings available on our website, including the foundational documents, commissioned reports, and recordings of roundtable discussions. We have also developed a discussion guide summarizing the kind of issues we are exploring and asking questions to help you think about recommendations. We hope this will help you as you talk about potential changes you would like to see with your colleagues, with family, friends, and neighbors. The discussion guide is available on our website. Soon on our website, you will find a lengthy document, which we refer to as the environmental scan of prior recommendations. Today, following our opening remarks, Commission Counsel Jennifer Cox will share a presentation introducing the environmental scan, which captures over 2,000 relevant recommendations from earlier public inquiries and other kinds of reviews and investigations. Our hope in sharing this scan is that seeing previous recommendations may inspire new thinking and also spark discussions about what has worked in the past and what may have prevented action from being taken, so we can avoid those barriers this time. To recap, please remember, time is running out to share your suggestions for recommendations. Community safety is a responsibility we all share. Regardless of the role you play in your workplace or in your community, ultimately, we need you to be a champion of ideas that can shape our recommendations, and a champion of action by finding ways to take the recommendations from the final report and help implement them in your organization and your community. Later today, we will be hearing from representatives from a number of victim advocacy organizations as part of our participant consultations. But first, I will ask Senior Commission Counsel Jennifer Cox to share a presentation introducing the environmental scan of prior recommendations. Ms. Cox.
Morning, Commissioners, members of the public, participants, and Council. Before I get into the presentation with respect to the environmental scan, I do have a couple of housekeeping items I need to address, primarily as a result of the late disclosure that we have had. There have been some delays in terms of getting some of this information before the Commission. And the main issue right now is the disclosure of a report from the death of a constable in Spiritwood, Saskatchewan, that was received just recently, that would have been part of this environmental scan, but is not part of the environmental scan because of the fact that we just received the document. I think it's important for people to understand that the Commission can only do their work if the information is before it. So although we would like to have included it in the environmental scan, it isn't part of it. And there may be other documents as well, given that they were very late disclosures. So one of the things that we're going to be talking about today is the Butlin report. And that is one of the source documents here in the environmental scan. This document was initially received by the Commission with the names of the police officers redacted. And because of the fact that we received this document with the police officers' names redacted, it impacted our ability to do the work as we interviewed witnesses or had them before the Commission. So we did potentially lose some opportunities to question them at that time. The names were redacted or removed from or blackened out is probably the best way to describe it, from the document on the basis that the RCMP believed that it was irrelevant for us to know the names of the police officers. This has now been corrected. So today, one of the things that I will be doing is asking that we tender, because the report has already been tendered, but we are now going to replace it with the document, or sorry, tender the document that has now been provided to us without the names redacted. And of course, as always, the commission will take further steps to rectify or deal with this situation to see if we can't find a way to overcome the fact that we might have missed opportunities to question witnesses when they appeared before the commission by going back and seeing what we can do to address the situation. So, as I indicated, we have previously filed a document, Exhibit 3649, which was the report named Independent Officer Review, Susan Olive Butlin, Ernie Junior Duggan Complaints, H Division RCMP. And as it was originally produced, the names of the police officers were redacted. We are going to be correcting that document and providing a new copy of the document with redactions to protect the dignity of Ms. Butlin and her family. In addition, we will be tendering the new document with the names of the police officers unredacted. So there will be 2 copies of the same document and that will be part of the bundle that I'm tendering today. And like I said, that will be the document without the police officers' names, with the police officers' names included. So those were a couple of my preliminary comments before I get into the presentation. And as is customary, the environmental scan that I'm speaking to, which is column 0048906, we will be seeking, or I am seeking to have exhibited. And as well, there are a number of source documents. All of the reports that are referred to in the environmental scan also are going to be exhibited. So Madam Registrar, if we could have those exhibited.
The scan will be Exhibit 4461 and the accompanying documents as exhibited.
Thank you. Commissioners? So one of the things that is important, I think, before we get into this document is to talk a little bit about what an environmental scan is. It's a tool that is quite familiar to someone like me, who's done some public inquiry work in the past. And it's an opportunity for us to look at the history of policy initiatives in a relevant field. So how did the policies evolve? So one of the things that comes to mind when I read that particular sentence is, when we looked at the history of gun legislation in Canada, we looked at how it evolved over time because it evolved in response to what were perceived to be safety concerns in the public. One of the other things we do is look at earlier approaches and findings or recommendations. So in this particular document, we're looking at the recommendations that are relevant to the Mass Casualty Commission, and those are in the document. We are looking at gaps. So of the recommendations that have already been made, are there things that could have been recommended and have not been recommended? Is there a missing piece to a recommendation that's there? It needs a little bit more fine tuning, for example. The other thing we want to do is gather ideas on how to make improvements in the future. So what are the ideas and recommendations that we are seeking to do with this commission? So it's to stimulate the conversation and also give you a sense of what a recommendation looks like. The sources for recommendations that are in this particular report are reports from commissions of inquiry, reports from government standing committees, law reform commissions, commission evaluations such as parliamentary committees, reports of civilian review and complaints for the RCMP. So that's the body that looks at complaints about RCMP officers, and things like coroner's inquest. So coroner's inquest is a term that's very familiar to people in Ontario, but not here in Nova Scotia. We have what we call fatality inquiries. And these are the tools, these recommendations are the tools that we use in Canada, or one of the tools to reform laws and policies after the particular facts of a matter are fully considered. Public inquiries, such as this commission, are one of the many types of processes. And as I indicated, in Ontario, they have things like coroner's inquest. Some of these processes too are automatic, and some of them occur when the government initiates an application for such a thing as an inquiry. So you may very well recall that this commission came to be as a result of the government's deciding that they were going to call for a commission of inquiry. And it's not only a federal inquiry, it's a provincial inquiry. So it's a joint provincial federal inquiry. The particular environmental scan that's before you is not an exhaustive list of all of the possible reports that exist in Canada, but it is a very comprehensive document. There are 71 past reports, and as indicated by Commissioner Fitch, there are over 2,000 recommendations. And the time span of the report is from 1989 to 2022. It captures, as I indicated earlier, recommendations that relate to the Mass Casualty Commission. So not all of the recommendations of each report are in there. It's only the ones that are relevant to the mandate of the Mass Casualty Commission. It was prepared by the research and policy team. And as I indicated, it's not an exhaustive list of all of the reports. Because of the fact that we've had late disclosure with respect to some of this material, there may be more reports that we would add potentially or would have considered had we had the material at the time of authoring this, but we've done the best we can with what we have for now. The purpose of the environmental scan is, of course, and it's being presented to you now as we enter the third phase of the commission, is to assist with shaping the recommendations. And because we need to know what has already been asked, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We also need to know what have been implemented and what have not. So if there have been recommendations made in the past, and there have been some that have been made many years ago that have not been implemented, what is it that's caused them not to be implemented, or vice versa? What has been implemented and why has it been implemented? There are certain approaches that have worked with respect to some, the implementation of some recommendations, and some have not. This is a very important phase of the commission. So this is the culmination of all the hard work we've done to date. And we will be sort of looking at getting these clear, actionable recommendations coming out of this commission in memory of all of those who've lost their lives in this tragedy. And we want to be able to breathe life into those recommendations with clear, strong recommendations. And, I'm a personal example of recommendations coming to light. So in 1989, the Royal Commission on the Donald Marshall Jr. prosecution recommended that governments fund a special initiative at Dalhousie Law School to increase the number of Indigenous and Black law students. And I'm one of the Indigenous lawyers who graduated from Dalhousie Law School in 1994 as a result of this initiative. So 27 years later, I stand before you as a result of one of those recommendations. Who can use the environmental scan? So this document is got a lot of purposes, because a public inquiry or commission such as this is a different process that most people are not very used to. So for the participants, those of you who are participants, we will be asking you to make final written and oral submissions, and we're hoping that this will assist you to narrow down or focus your recommendations. The institutions and groups, so people who are representing public institutions, advocacy groups, and community-based organizations who are not participants but have expertise or perspectives, we also want to encourage you to review and provide input on this. The public, the commission is also inviting members of the public to make suggestions for recommendations, and the scan is a resource that may help communities, policymakers, and others to understand the history of relevant findings and recommendations. And then finally, the commissioners. So the commissioners are going to want to know what has been recommended in the past, why it was recommended, the facts that supported those recommendations, and they'll want to take that into consideration. I think it's important for people to really understand that Because this is a unique process, and because this is a process that I've now been involved in, this is my third public inquiry, I do know that it's a little bit different for people, including lawyers. So an environmental scan or a document like this will give you a real heads up in terms of how to make recommendations and how to make those submissions. So people assume that we as lawyers know everything about the law, but the reality is if you've not done a public inquiry before, you're really not that familiar, or a coroner's inquest, you're really not familiar with what recommendations look like or what past processes have happened, unless you're usually right involved in it. So the structure of the environmental scan categorizes the recommendations into 5 main areas based on the Commission's mandate. And the Commission's mandate, of course, is the order in council that sets out what we are to look at as part of the Commission's marching orders. Police oversight and training. So there's 5 different areas: police oversight and training, preparation and culture, communications among and within law enforcement agencies, communications with community, contemporary response to victims, and community engagement and emergency alerts, mass casualty events, and gender-based and intimate partner violence. So when you look through the scan, you see a brief summary of the background and the mandate of each one of the reports, the 71 reports that are mentioned, and then it goes into the recommendations that are relevant to the Commission's mandate. There are some edits in the report with respect to the text of the recommendations, just to make it a little bit more concise or clear. And in some cases, there is conversations in the report about whether the recommendations were implemented. In some instances, and I can remember some of the comments with respect to the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry in Manitoba, a lot of the recommendations made from that commission were not implemented, much to the dismay of the former commissioner, the Honorable Marie Sinclair. One of the things too, and again, as Commissioner Fitch has mentioned, we have a discussion guide that is now going to be up on the website. This is to assist you to work through this phase. It summarizes the key issues that we are exploring, what the Commission has learned, and it includes some questions to help you get started again, because if you ask yourself some questions in the right areas, you might very well, as you ask the question, come up with a recommendation. And the environmental scan, which sets out the prior recommendations, and the discussion guide should help you come together with some questions that would be some sort of form of a recommendation. So as I work through this particular presentation, and bear with me because it is a long document, it's not realistic for me to go through each report and each set of recommendations on the time frame, and quite frankly, I'll spare you and me the pain of such. However, it's important for you to sort of understand the flavor of what is here, so that you have a sense of what it is you need to look for in the document. Each of the topics it covers and how the mandate is part of what I will talk about. So those 5 topics that I just indicated, the kinds of questions these prior recommendations can help us think about. So I will talk a little bit about the types of questions we might want to ask ourselves in those particular areas, themes and patterns that emerge across the recommendations from the different reports, and what this might mean for future recommendations, and which recommendations address the culture and structure of law enforcement and public institutions versus those that address day-to-day function of these bodies. So the culture and structure of law enforcement, another word for that you'll often hear is governance. So sometimes there are buzzwords or words that we use regularly in these areas, but they might not mean something to the average person. And one of the things that I often find people don't know is what governance is. Governance is what are the rules and the structure in place to affect the organization. So the first area is police oversight, training, preparation, and culture. And again, the reason that this is part of the environmental scan is because of the order in council and the marching orders or the rules that the commissioners are, the issues that the commissioners are supposed to be considering. So that is the responses of police, including the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and municipal police forces, and police operations, including operational tactics, response decision-making, and supervision. Policies with respect to gender-based and intimate partner violence, active shooter incidents, police vehicles and equipment, and reports of prohibited firearms. These are some of the themes that are addressed in this section. And again, you know, these are the rules with respect to the orders in council, which is the document that said, here's the rules for the commission. In the police oversight, training, and preparation and culture, there are a number of reports, and I'm not going to read or discuss all of them. The next 3 slides outlines those 22 reports and those that have recommended improvements, particularly in the area of police oversight, although a lot of these reports overlap in different areas. There are a broad range of reports, and I think that's really helpful for people to see that not only are there many reports with respect to Nova Scotia, but there's reports from Canada, the federal government level, and then other parts of Canada. Some of these reports, such as the Royal Commission and the Donald Marshall Jr. prosecution from 1989, that's now 33 years old. So we have had reports that talk about police oversight and some of the training needs of the police for some time. We also have different processes. So in this list, it shows you that some of these are commissions of inquiry, some of them are coroner's investigations, and some of them are just federal commissions that have been put together either with parliamentary committees or other. So I think what's interesting too when you look at these reports is the different types of processes. And you know, we're now in a commission of inquiry. We have had fatality inquiries, but one of the other things that struck me when I reviewed this report was the report from the Missing and Missed Independent Civilian Review into Missing Person Investigations, the Toronto Police Services Board. So that was a process where the Toronto Police Services Board hired retired Justice Gloria Epstein to review the deaths of the 8 men who were the victims of Mr. MacArthur in the Toronto Gay Village area. And Justice Epstein reviewed all of the files and indicated where the missteps perhaps were, among other things. And that just gives you an idea that there are so many different processes that can exist across Canada, and there are different ways that these recommendations come to light. But there are also a lot of similarities when you review these documents. The environmental scan has done a really nice job of summarizing the report, so it's actually a fairly easy read in terms of understanding the material. The other thing is, you know, we look at things like from the Braidwood Commission, so most of us are familiar with the death of Robert Dukansky at the Vancouver International Airport back in 2010. We also look at things like the review of the Yukon's police force in 2012, and then here in Nova Scotia, we recently had the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission streets checks. So that's where the individuals, the police behavior with respect to African Nova Scotian in particular, and Indigenous or underrepresented people, were the subject of the Human Rights Commission oversight, which is a different process, but has done a lot of work in terms of trying to breathe life into the event, to the issue of individuals being improperly detained or questioned by the police in the Halifax regional area. So police oversight is a term that you hear often, but it also, again, is probably something that most people wouldn't necessarily understand. I think about it as sort of Big Brother, who is looking at what the police are doing and making sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Either they're following their own rules or they're actually looking at implementing recommendations. So the definition here in this particular document, which is taken from the Toronto Police Services Board in 2012 relating to the G20 summit, involves police oversight involves governance, which includes responsibility for developing the framework, so the rules, within which police decisions and actions will take place and which will ensure that the police fulfill its function under the law while respecting community norms, accountability, where the conduct of police is reviewed and evaluated against those frameworks and those norms. And police culture is the officers' values and behaviors. And you'll note in the corner, there's a quote from the Toronto Police Service encounter with people in crisis. Culture eats training, and that while formal training of officers is relatively short, the culture of policing surrounds officers at all times. And I think that's a really important quote because it gives you a sense of how difficult it is to just simply implement training policies and procedures unless the culture, so all of those folks that are involved in the day-to-day operations of a police force, embrace the changes that are being suggested. Most of the literature shows that values and behaviors exhibited by police in practice do not reflect or even challenge official police organization values or narratives. There's a difference basically between the practical reality of what happens on the street and what's on paper. So again, looking at the culture, how can we change the culture if there are difficulties? We have several reports that are in this material that explain police culture or the commission's reports that have been already tendered in before the roundtables, including Campo, Gold Loftus, and Suhami, all posted on our website. And we will have more of these, but police culture, I think, is something that is really important and something that people are going to need to pay attention to. So some of the potential questions we might look at in this particular area, if you're considering such suggestions for recommendations related to police oversight, training, preparation, and culture, is change required to our current structure and approach to policing? If so, what changes could work? So we remember that here in Nova Scotia, we do have more than one type of policing. We have the RCMP and we do have municipal police forces across the province. So are there changes required to that structure? What are the tasks that police services are well equipped to do? Are they well equipped to respond to crisis calls, or are there other people that are better equipped to do that? Are there some tasks they are presently doing that could be better done by others? What are the steps that should be taken to improve how police services work with other agencies? So are they talking with each other? Are they speaking to the other agencies? Are they coordinating their activities, whether it's with other police forces, whether it's with the hospital? And as you look at some of these reports, particularly, I can think of the one that comes to mind immediately is that the Hyde report here from Nova Scotia. One of the difficulties that happened during Mr. Hyde's time in custody, where he passed away, was the communication between the hospitals, the police, and the detention or the corrections folks was not adequate, and the information was not being passed back and forth. And we'll see that time and time again. Another question would be, how can we consider the needs of vulnerable or marginalized individuals and communities in designing and implementing police reform? So we do need to be mindful that there is an impact potentially on marginalized individuals when we look at police reform, because they're not well represented within the force to start with. And when we look at things like the street checks, they have obviously had a fair bit of policing that's probably been inappropriate for some time. So we have to be mindful of how those policies and procedures, anything that's recommended, has an impact on those as well. With respect to police oversight, training, preparation, and culture, the more questions, what resources do the police need? What are the strategies that help keep rural communities safe, welcoming, and inclusive places for everyone? So thinking about where we live and what are the things that look like safety to us and what are the things that look unsafe to us. I think it's probably clear, to most of us that we live in a province that isn't necessarily as well off as perhaps other parts of Canada. So what are the strategies that we have learned? What's the resourcefulness that we have here in Nova Scotia, and particularly in rural Nova Scotia, that help us to keep safe? What do police services need to do or understand better to contribute to community safety in rural areas? So is there something missing from the dialogue with the police services where they are not understanding what the needs of the safety, the community safety is in the rural area? And finally, the good news stories. So are there initiatives that you are either involved in or aware of that are designed to improve community safety since the mass casualty? So has there been anything that you've seen or heard that suggests, hey, there's a good idea, or here's something that's working? So community policing is one of the recommendations. That is very consistent with a lot of the recommendations, the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry in Manitoba, as well as the Sharing Common Ground review of Yukon's police force in 2011. It's important, and I mean, this is something that came across loud and clear when I worked on the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Relationship building is very, very important. If we don't know one another, we're not going to be able to work together very well. So if police don't know the community and the community doesn't know them, it's very difficult for the police to understand what their priorities should be. And it's also important for the police to know who the informal networks or leaders might be. Who should they be speaking to find out more information? And the same goes for the community. If the police are not known to the community members, then it's very likely that there might be some trust problems or a lack of reaching out that should take place. So again, the communication that comes from that relationship building or that community policing strategy. Police communications within the agency itself. And I think one of the things that struck me when I reviewed this report was the Federal Task Force on Governance and Cultural Change in 2007, there were very significant recommendations with respect to the governance of the RCMP, and some really specific recommendations with respect to public affairs and communicating. So these things have been in place for some time, and although communication within the agency itself is a problem, there's also problems with companion agencies, so other police forces or other service providers. And if you look through the other reports, so the McNeil report from 2014 with respect to the Moncton shooting, very common that there were some difficulties communicating critical information that would have been helpful to people to properly understand what was happening around them or what was before them was not provided or not accessible, and it may very well have been helpful at the time. And again, as I mentioned with Mr. Hyde, one of the things that was noted in Justice Derrick's report was that his information with respect to his past mental health difficulties and some of the medical issues he presented with, there was misunderstandings all along the way. And Mr. Hyde passed away in custody as a result, primarily of the fact that that information wasn't necessarily going back and forth. And communication with the public is very much a part of the themes in these reports as well. So these are things that have already been spoken to, and it will be very important for us to take into consideration and for you to take into consideration as we look at this phase of 3. Education and preparedness. So it's pretty clear that police officers need training, but what is it that they need training in? So police training needs to be current, so up to date. Have we got the best techniques? And are we also following the legislative requirements? So in Nova Scotia, we have the Police Act. And in most parts of Canada, there is legislation with respect to the basic standards of policing. but is there a mechanism to review, to make sure the training is meeting those obligations? Is there opportunities to recruit people from different places? Is there training being provided in the policing environment? So we see the need for training because people don't understand the systems they're working within. For example, I think it's pretty clear to us that, during this commission, there were some difficulties utilizing some of the tools that perhaps were available because there was a lack of understanding of how to work those tools. So it could be education with respect to how do you respond to a crisis mental health wise. Could it be, using technology such as radios? There's a whole bunch of different pieces here, but making sure that people have the training and education that they need to do the work is important. If we look at the Ipperwash inquiry from 2007, one of the things that was suggested was that there be third-party evaluations of the framework for police preparedness and Aboriginal critical incidents and Aboriginal relations team. So that talks about how some of the policies and procedures that are in place need to be collaborative. So in other words, you can put policies and procedures in place, but if you don't know or have good relationships with those who are in receipt of those policies and procedures, it might not be a good idea or they may not work very well. The other thing that is interesting is that police studies and law enforcement related course, so people often take some sort of education before going into the policing career, whether they take it in university or in community college levels, they often take some sort of training. And the idea would be that there'd be more opportunities for training in those particular, like better opportunities to address the curriculum at that level. So before they even become police. And again, the Broken Dreams, Broken Lives report, so the Merlot Division Settlement Agreement in 220 talks a little bit about training experts being retained from the outside. Police officers being recruited. So this is a really important piece, and this also stems to the Royal Commission and the Donald Marshall Jr. prosecution from 1989 here in Nova Scotia. One of the recommendations of that report was to include more diverse members of the community. So in policing, there was sort of traditional places where you would draw people from, but looking at other educational programs such as social work or others that might be sort of an under recruited group, and that having a more collaborative team if you have people from those groups. And of course, this is in response to the public encounters with people in crisis in 2014. So creating members of the police force that have a different skill set. The selection criteria. So whether the selection criteria should be standardized. So when you become a lawyer in Nova Scotia or in other parts of Canada, you have to go through a process of meeting a certain standard criteria to have a license. So should there be something like that? And then some of the barriers. So there is a requirement of a level of 2 years of post-secondary education to apply to the RCMP, but is that a barrier to good applicants? Is there another way to overcome that criteria to meet that requirement? Is 2 years of post-secondary education the only way to get some previous experience that's relevant to the work of a police officer? Considering how police are recruited again, as I just mentioned, the applications from diverse groups, including women, LGBTQ2S people, and racialized communities, it's important that the police officers that are policing the community reflect the community they serve. We've seen this as far back as 1989 in the Donald Marshall Jr. Royal Commission. At the end of the day, if you don't know the community, you don't have those relationships, you have those biases, then you're not able to really communicate. It would be my view, how I would communicate that to you. So in-stream training is the next theme. So what type of training is needed for the police while they're in the policing role? Like updating the content and the curriculum. And I think most people know, but here in Canada, most people receive police training either at the police college. Well, so here in Nova Scotia, it's at the Holland College in Prince Edward Island for most of the municipal police forces. In Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick, or the RCMP depot. And most police officers, at one point anyway, also had a prior post-secondary or community college level education before entering. So again, improving the training before and during that process. Reassess the use of force might be one of the recommendations that we would look at in the areas. And use of force is a term that we're hearing more and more, and I think more people are understanding that, it's something that's how the police respond to a situation. It's becoming more of a routine word. But we understand use of force to be things like the taser, the firearms, or the physical restraint tactics that police might use, and how the police respond to a situation, and what policies and procedures that help them to know how to respond can mean the life and death of an individual they are responding to. We do have multiple examples here in Canada of where people have died while in custody. And some of the reasons for that was the type of force that was used to detain the individuals. If there was an improvement in the use of force, there would be both community safety and public confidence improvements in the system. Diversity policies, I talked a little bit about that already, but the policies also with respect to the data that's being collected during the processes. So race-based and other demographic data, so that there can be some understanding systemically of what is going on, and some of the policies and processes that are needing amendment to address underrepresented individuals. We think about the death of Victoria Rose Paul. That's a situation where Indigenous woman died in police custody of a stroke. And the individuals who were involved, either in the cells or the police that were involved, really failed to appreciate that she was in medical distress and just made assumptions based on race that she was intoxicated and just sleeping it off. So there's an example of a situation where there was a recommendation that there be more cultural sensitivity and awareness. Had they had a proper relationship with Ms. Paul or members of the Indigenous Mi'kmaq community in the Truro area, they probably would have had a better appreciation of the fact that she was in medical distress. And for example, the Broken Dreams and Broken Lives report from the Merlot Division Settlement, it talks about, again, the external folks being appointed to look at the modern police force and promoting positive police training that addresses the issues of harassment and discrimination. And that's from 2020. So this is a very recent example of some of these policies and procedures that are being still recommended in terms of inclusiveness of people of diverse backgrounds. There's a suggestion with respect to a national police college to provide preparation and training for police, modern professional and bias-free policing. So that, you know, there is a whole new type of training addressed. Then ensuring Indigenous communities have direct input into their police services and structure from the Rootley report, which is in 2022, again, a very recent report. But I think as you look at the reports or you look at the information, you can see that if there isn't good communication, there isn't a one-size-fits-all answer to how to develop a policing strategy for community X in Nova Scotia and community Y in British Columbia. And even Indigenous communities vary across the country. So it's really important that you have those relationships and you understand how to engage the community, find the helpers, and also identify priorities that make some sense. Police oversight training, preparation, and culture, establishing formal mechanisms for accountability, both within the police force and to the public. So are there tools in place to make sure that the police officers do the work they're supposed to do within the force? And also, are there, so are they taking the right reports? Are they doing the things they need to do? But are there also things that make them respond or coordinate their work with the public? And the quote on the side here is, in order for citizens to have confidence in their police, they must have confidence in those who ensure the accountability of the police to the public. Rebuilding the trust of the Federal Task Force on Governance and Cultural Change in 2007. And that's the one that I mentioned earlier. So 2007, they were talking about what it is that needs to happen in terms of the oversight and confidence that is necessary for the transparency that builds the confidence that is necessary for trust. So there's a suggestion in the 1991 Aboriginal Justice Inquiry of Manitoba. So, you know, that's a long time ago. That they implemented, the RCMP institute a process similar to the Ontario Office of the Public Complaints Commissioner. So that's an example of a recommendation where there was a process that was identified that seemed to be working well. So the commissioners recommended that the RCMP also adopt a process that seemed to be working well. The next one is the street checks. Establishing a committee consisting of community members, police officers, and government stakeholders to study the strength and integrity of the current police complaints process. So in that particular situation, it was the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission brought that report forward with respect to street checks, but there could have been complaints being made by the communities if they had understood the process and felt that the process was something they could trust. So the idea there is to build a process that people will actually trust and use, because that's the oversight available. One other one, the Government of Canada clarify and strengthen the mandate of the independence and efficacy of the Canadian Review and Complaints Commission for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And again, that's from 2021. That is the main board or place that you go when you have complaints with respect to the RCMP, the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission. And there are lots of conversations in this report about that particular review mechanism and how it may need some modifications. And the laws on civilian and police oversight bodies should be set out in statute and regulations. So what does that mean? Well, if there are rules that are in, like, for example, you can't drive a vehicle while you're impaired, that's in a statute. So there's something that can be enforced, so the police can, or others can be required to follow up on. But if it's not in a statute or some sort of rule, then it makes it more difficult to enforce. So that's one of the things that we have to think about as we look at this. What can be enforced? Some of the things that have been also recommended is the response and accountability mechanisms to be put in place at the senior officer level. So officers monitor continuously the progress of any sensitive and large-scale investigations to ensure the public transparency, effectiveness, and impartiality. Another one that's been recommended, and this comes from the 2017 Civilian Review and Complaints Commission, is section, and this is a very specific example, section 2.2.4 of the National Headquarters Operational Manual, chapter 2.4, enhance community enhance accountability by requiring members who do not obtain victim and witness statements to document the reasons they were not obtained. This is an important observation. If there was a complaint made, but there was no statement taken, there's no way of knowing why that happened. If we have people coming forward regularly and not giving statements or victim impact statements, then we need to know what the system's doing that's making that not happen. So if we don't record the reasons, we don't know why those things did not happen. Establish a clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities in policing. I think it's fairly clear from particularly this commission that interoperability and how things work in an active situation, who is responsible for what, is really important. And the more complex the police response is, the more clear the understanding of whose role is what is very important. And that is noted in 2007 Rebuilding the Trust Federal Task Force on Governance and Cultural Change in the RCMP. This suggestion in the 2015 RCMP Security Posture, Parliament Hill, October 22, 2014, that there be scenario-based training. So practicing, the work of the operations, not just talking about them, but actually actively practicing. And you probably remember one of the talks, one of the witnesses for the radio panel that I remember talked about muscle memory. So learning how to automatically do certain things, and you can only do that with practice. And then finally, the note here is the missing and missed independent civilian review from 2021, how police communicate with families. There's a clear point of contact and a clear idea for the expectations of that role, making sure that's a very, very fundamental role, as we see here in this commission. What information is needed by the individuals who are the family members of the missing or murdered folks, and how can we best get that information to them at the times that we can reasonably expect. I think because I've had the opportunity of speaking to many murdered and missing families, I really resonate with the importance of making sure that that is a role that is well defined and well supported. Addressing concerns related to police disclosure. Unfortunately, a pattern of late disclosure is something that you see in these reports. So if you look at the Braidwood Commission from the death of Robert Dukansky, 3 weeks after the public hearings ended in that commission and before oral submissions were to start, the Federal Department of Justice disclosed to the commission an email between senior RCMP members. It did not delay the commission's work, but it was, very inappropriate, and it was described as appalling. So that was in 2010. Then we look in the course of the independent civilian review, matters related to the G20 summit. Access to documents were given by the Toronto Police Service and the Toronto Police Service Board, but the RCMP did not agree to produce documents to the review until 9 months after the request. With respect to the Colton Boushie matter, so that was the complaint and public interest investigation into the RCMP investigation of Colton Boushie. The RCMP was slow to provide the requested material, and more significantly, the RCMP had destroyed recordings and transcripts of telephone calls and radio communications 2 years after their creation, after deciding they had no evidentiary value. And that's correlating a little bit with what we've experienced with this commission. The material that was provided to us in relation to the Ms. Butlin, the police officers' names were removed for being unilaterally decided as irrelevant to the work of the commission. So this is something that has been a process that has a consistent pattern and has an impact on things like this commission. So it's important, I think, that it's not lost that this issue get overcome, because in a 2-year mandate, so this commission has no choice but to provide reports and documents is based on the orders in council. If we don't have the material until the last minute or well after the process, it makes it very difficult for the commission to really be inquisitorial and really come up with recommendations that are meaningful. We consider how policing is structured and delivered. This goes back to the federal task force of 2007 and the Broken Dreams, Broken Lives report from 2020. The structure and governance of the policing has been an ongoing conversation. So how does the RCMP decide who does what, when, and how is it funded? These conversations have been going on for so long that it's really important that we really think about this particular piece, because at the end of the day, there are different pieces to it and it's quite complex. But as the 2007 report points out, the Treasury Board policies and funding are also part of the difficulties with respect to how the RCMP configures itself and some of the applicable policies. So human resources policies, for example, can really tie up the RCMP's ability to do their work in a timely manner, i.e. hire new staff, for example. So there's a lot of really sort of good things in that material. And again, it's been going on for some time. So it's important that we perhaps have a look at that. Communications among and within law enforcement agencies and communications with community, contemporary response to victims and community, and emergency alerts. So again, these are all things that come from the Order in Council, because the Mass Casualty Commission was to examine communications with the public during and after the event, including the appropriate use of the public alerting system established under the Alert Ready program, information and support provided to the families of victims, affected citizens, police personnel in the community, and whether the Alert Ready program was, why the Alert Ready program was not used during the events of the 18th and 19th. And again, what I said earlier is the Order in Council is the marching orders or the rules of what the Commission has to follow. A number of the reports that are here listed talk about this particular area. So again, there's a broad range, and you'll see the first date is 1999. The sexual assaults of the Toronto Police Service, the Ipperwash Inquiry from 2007, the Kaufman Commission, the inquest into the death of Jonathan Yu from 1992, Bernardo, 1996, the Maharar Inquiry, which is something that most of us are familiar with, the Missing Women's Commission from British Columbia in 2012, and there are other reports that speak to the communications among and within law enforcement agencies and some of the difficulties those pose. Interoperability is one of the terms that we've talked about a lot, but it's basically how different police services and other public agencies work together within the same adjacent jurisdictions. How do we best work together in the time of crisis and communicate the information we have to? What information needs to be shared? How do we share it? And what are the barriers to that information or being shared? So here are the potential questions. How can we ensure that the community members receive the information they need to stay safe during an emergency? What's the best way to communicate that information? It may be very different depending on the community that you're policing. What is the role of public aid education in ensuring emergency public communications produce the desired result of increased safety? How can we consider the needs of vulnerable and marginalized individuals and communities designing and implementing these systems? Again, if we're looking at vulnerable and marginalized individuals, they may have a different way of communicating important information, and it's important to ask them. Go out and ask them what works for you. What kinds of supports do individuals, families, first and secondary responders, and communities affected by mass casualty need? I think it's pretty clear to us that we know there's support needed, but what does that look like? What role should communities and governments play in designing and delivering these supports? what role can individuals play? Implement continued, so the recommendation is implement continued upgraded training based on external reviews. We've talked about this a little bit already, but ultimately making sure that police officers are given a wide range of skill sets, and that the people who are training them are also properly trained, that there's mandatory ongoing experiential and interactive training. So again, hands-on. And these things occur in many of the reports repeatedly. So when you read this document, the environmental scan, it will be pretty clear, I think, at times what some of these common recommendations are and how maybe we would think of this commission and some of the recommendations that would apply. Foster cooperative police investigations, so working with other police officers. The review of the investigation of sexual assaults, Toronto Police Services, the chief of police develop a written protocol. So what are the rules detailing the circumstances in which a general warning should be given to the public that a suspected serial sexual predator is active? Community consultations should take place in the preparation of this directive. How is it best to get the information out that there is potentially a serial sexual predator out in the community? It's important to figure out what the best way is to do that. But the chief of police, probably who is most familiar, or hopefully most familiar with the community, would be the person that perhaps would be able to articulate what the rules should be. One of the other things would be the director of police services consult with the BC Association of Police Chiefs and the RCMP to create a protocol or framework for multi-jurisdictional major case investigations to ensure timely and seamless implementation of multi-agency teams for the provision of an independent panel to resolve disputes regarding when the protocol should be triggered. So internally, there can be, as we see, sometimes disputes with respect to how and when to use certain things. And then when we look at Bernardo, it says the officers who conduct major searches should be selected based on their experience and expertise with an effort to combine officers and other persons selected to assist them with different perspectives. A second team of searchers should be sent in after the first group has exhausted all apparent possibilities. That second set of eyes, we all talk about that. We want to have that sober second thought or that second set of eyes. It's always a great idea to have people from different perspectives. How police investigations take place, the Kaufman investigation. Investigating officers should not attain an elevated standing in an investigation through acquiring or pursuing the best suspect or lead. This promotes competition between the investigative teams. Again, something that probably wasn't meant to cause that problem, but it eventually did through time, that there was the best suspect or lead. And that means that, potentially people can develop what they call tunnel vision or focus on the wrong person and forget or overlook other important evidence. And, with Mahar Arar, the cooperative operations and national security investigations, obviously very complex things going on at the national level, especially with international matters. So communication with all of those various agencies. And as we see with this commission, communicating with people like Canada Border Services Agency and all of the other police forces involved, it's important that that information is available to everybody at every point in time. Build community relationships. Police forces work with local communities to develop communication strategies. That's the Forsaken Missing Woman Commission of 2012. The ability of police officers to develop and maintain community relationships. So depending on who you're policing, it may take more and different skill sets to build those relationships, and you must put the time into it in order to be able to communicate with people of different backgrounds and different experiences, whatever those might be. The RCMP should continue to expand upon social context training, which is necessary to be able to conduct efficient investigations while ensuring fairness to individuals and communities. This is the Mahara, and commitment to changes required from the police and law enforcement communities in the Ontario government and from the community at large, and that's from the Bernardo investigation. I think I've made it pretty clear that sometimes communication is done in different ways, but from personal experience and working as a staff lawyer with Nova Scotia Legal Aid, sometimes the fact that I was from the Mi'kmaq community really helped us communicate with some of the individuals that were in the community, because I would know who to contact, and it might not be the traditional phone call. It might be me calling somebody else and then them Facebook messaging and then somebody else Snapchatting, and eventually I would find that person. But I had the tools and know how to build that. I had enough of a relationship with the community to be able to find the information I needed. So it's important, because if you don't develop that time and put that effort into that relationship, you aren't necessarily able to communicate effectively as much as you think you might be able to. The case management systems is an important piece here. So this is update and maintain the case management systems. This is basically the brains of the police operations in terms of where all of the information is stored and how it's stored. So it's really important that it serves the force that it's been developed for, but that it also has the ability to work with others. If we're going to have different systems in place, then they can't talk to each other. They're not very helpful. And as you look through the reports, there's lots and lots of situations where people in the same force did not know the information, or individuals in one force did not speak to another force. So it's really important that there is some real sort of change with respect to the way record keeping is done, and that there's a fail-safe essentially in the system to make sure that information is being communicated. And commissioners, I think this would probably be a good time to take a brief break, if that's okay.
Right. Thank you so much. We'll take 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 11:15.
So Jennifer Cox must be friends with Burl, in the wind Burl, because of legal aid. Burl heavily involved. Won some kind of an award. Interesting. Where is Mr. Burl anyway? Did he get tired of lying? I don't like to use that word, but I know that he was being deceitful. If I go through, when I was going back, it's really good to go back and look at those old episodes and stuff like that. There's not just MCC or mine, but the MCC's also, right? There's lots of stuff there, lots of stuff. The old MCC statements, I've been letting family members know, and some of you, I'm sure, may be aware, but I didn't realize that there was another. So there are 3 statements right now from Lisa that we haven't gotten. They are, where did I write that down? Oh, balls. October, I know, is 1. July is 1. See, this is why notes and I don't get along. People are always like, oh, take notes. And I'm like, I don't really do notes because, I mean, I do. They just end up everywhere. No, that's not it. I want to go through some of that, though, because I want to help people see how fucking conniving they are with hiding shit. DOJ. and how the MCC is actually helping that. Where? Oh, yes, I know where I can find it. Give me one moment. So the October one, I think, is fairly critical. So May 8th interview is missing for Lisa Banfield. July 28th interview is missing for Lisa Banfield, and October 23rd is missing. RCMP interviews. October 23rd is a very important interview. They all are, but October 23rd specifically, because that's when she's going to get charged. So there would be a lot. I need a notebook. I got notebooks everywhere. Honestly, you do not want to see my place, and equally my mind. Somebody was family members like, if we could just have your mind, it would be really good. And I'm like, no, you don't want that. July 28th got uploaded. Okay, then did they remove it because I was looking for it the other day and maybe I overlooked it? Did I? Okay, well then we're still missing, if that's true, then we're still missing May 8th and October 23rd. So May 8th, July 28th, October 23rd, Lisa Banfield interviews. And October 23rd, very important interview. Family members don't have it. So there you go. Uh, 14/20/2/16. Okay, thank you. Is the July 28th. So, okay, then May 8th and October 23rd, where are those? Why are families not getting those? Why are families not getting everything? Why are we not getting access to relativity? What I've got scrolling across the bottom. We should have absolutely everything. And it should be scanned for word searches, the whole lot, the webcams, all of it, the audio recordings, everything, the TMR2s, GPS, the GPS from personal phones, the GPS from work phones, everything. Don't try and shit a shitter. Full disclosure, paid for it. You paid for everything. All of this. The millions. I guarantee you, it's well over 100 million. Guarantee you. Now, I don't think I have time to go through that stuff. Burl. I could touch on Burl right now. Burl, I have a video that I think what I'll do is I don't know if I can do that. I'm sure there is some way that I'll play it and then it'll click into live chat when the video is done. And it's an officer testifying about, which I think is very relevant for a number of issues, not just Nova Scotia, but for every citizen of Canada, anybody who has a fucking cell phone. Celebrate. And it's an officer testifying in a murder case unrelated about Celebrate and how invasive Celebrate is and how much information you can glean, okay, from Celebrate. Celebrate is really, all these programs seem to, or many of them seem to originate out of the sixth eye, which is a discussion for future day. why you would need to know. Like, the stuff is just retarded. Why do you need to know what a person looks for incognito mode on their phone? So incognito mode does 0, right? Just in case you didn't know. Nothing you do is secret. Nothing you do is private. It's not, and you should be allowed to do that. So Burrell stated, I don't have time to go through it, I don't think, but Burrell stated that in respect to Lisa McCulley's phone. Now, if you go to the Mass Casualty website, you put in what is the term I'm looking for? I'm forgetting. It'll come to me. There are three cell phones, only 3 in the whole story, including all officers, victims, everybody, whose phones were either attempted, and the attempt, I'll tell you, is bullshit, on Emily's phone, Lisa McCulley's phone, and Corey's phone. Those are the only phones. You have all the phones, you're going to have a lot of data. You're going to have a lot of answers. For instance, Burrell says he doesn't know what time she died. Lisa McCulley died. That is untrue, categorically untrue. You know why? Because she had essentially, which it's a Garmin, I forget what tracker, I forget what it is, watch that she's wearing, which provides very precise GPS, provides speed at which you're going at. So you know how she was traveling. Was she running? Was she walking? Was she driving? Whatever, right? Obviously, she's not driving, but actually, I'm not going to go there right now. But and it is equally a Fitbit. So you know her heart rate. So you know when she is deceased. Burrell sits around and he's like, well, it's sometime between 10:13, it's sometime before 10:13:50, because that's the last GPS that we have. That is untrue. Because the GPS keeps pinging, and it doesn't keep pinging in the same location, which is really spooky. And it's not cops taking the phone and traveling off with somewhere else. I don't know, because they're not even there at that point. It goes off into the trees over towards Pugwash. Very odd how it keeps pinging. But if you have, this is the kind of stuff that you have. And the reports that they gave, again, I'll do this in a separate episode, but the reports that they gave are extremely filtered. First of all, they only start on the 17th, Corey and Lisa. So we only have 2 phones, right? 2. Most people have phones. Everybody has phones in this story. Because the reports that they have, the amount of shit that they can pull out of it, and that's why I want to play this video. And then you'll see, compare the reports that they issued versus the reports that are issued in court. It's a slightly newer version of Celebrate. So there is some new gadgets that they stuck in there. But if you only go up to the 17th and beyond, 17th till June, like 2021, who the fuck cares? At that point, it doesn't matter, right? What is important, funnily enough, is some of the stuff beforehand. because Lisa McCauley's relationship with Wortman is actually fairly important. I'm not saying that in a romantic sense or anything like that. I'm saying she had a lot of interactions with him. Father knows about it, sister knows about it, everybody knows about it. So those interactions, funnily enough, may provide motive and those kinds of things. But if you only go from the 17th onwards, then you don't have anything, really. Plus, the reports are very, very, very filtered. But she has the watch. And it's connected. So you know, because it's in the report. I don't know. They should have taken that part out, the connectivity section. But in the connectivity section, it talks about the watch. What kind of watch is it? A Garmin 35. I forget, life something or other, or some balls. This fucking shit, you know. Technology, just absolute horse shit. Oh, I did find it there. Something Garmin, something. It doesn't call it a Garmin, but it is Garmin. I researched it. So you would know when she died. Right? That's pretty important. It's pretty important in the story. You know, like pull the GPS, or sorry, pull the Celebrite on, say, Emily's boyfriend's phone. Or the friend who's, I don't find the statements quite line up, but again, you find out a lot of information. And they say that the problem with Emily's phone could be any number of things, including a bad charging port. Really? Give me the phone. I'll fix that for them. I've got a kit in the other room. Very easy to fix. It's about a $3 part, is one of the excuses. Equally, they talk about a Faraday cage for the phone, but if it hasn't been powered on in a long time, then you don't need the Faraday cage. I guess people don't understand how Celebrate works, but they don't want people to understand that kind of stuff anyway. But then they try to sell. This is the problem. They want people to believe that they use crayons, that they don't have any technology. They don't know how to do anything. Aaron Campbell's statement, internal email to Chris Leather, speaks about real-time GPS for all the cars. You know exactly, the OCC knows exactly where all the fucking cars are. Of course they do. Then they're like, oh, well, we don't know. Bullshit. Solarino, because the computer is logged in for the odd, what is that? The, where's that? I've got that somewhere here. Colford. Where's the affidavit from Peterson? Waiting for that. This one. I showed it the other day. Okay. This is the very interesting journey of 05B8, which was Colford's car in the evening. But at some point, it didn't become her car because Colford logged into Jameson's car. So I don't know whose car it became then. Then supposedly it became Solarino's car. Constable McDonald, Rodney McDonald, talked about, and they even ask him, because they're like, this isn't really adding up. They don't say it like that, but how is it that Solarino is logged into your car? Because he got it from who? O'Brien. So the car goes, supposedly, Colford, O'Brien to McDonald. That's what they want to say, McDonald Forest. Okay? But that's not the way it really went. I don't think. I have a lot of questions about it. He's like, well, it was people trying to log in. They kept logging in as Solarino, whatever else. But the problem is you just fucked yourself, because that car logs out doing 117 kilometers an hour, I believe is the last GPS, at 6:22 in the morning, and does not pick up until 11:26 the next morning. Or sorry, 11:26 in the morning. So whatever, what is that? 5 hours, right? And change. So then if it's not logged in, is that the way 05B8? Oh, my apologies. Sorry. Yes, 05B8. Not if it's not logged in, then how do you have this? That means the car's logged in. So you have all the GPS and you're shitting people, because these times are in between. Solarino, and then we bounce to McDonald, and then with Solarino and McDonald. Where's O'Brien? Is O'Brien on this one? Maybe I might, sorry, I might be, no. Oh, sorry, I might be confused. But the GPS isn't confused on this one. 05B8, it disappears. So how does it not, if it's logged in, how does it disappear? Until 11:26. The moment that Wortman is supposedly killed. Went back and I looked at the tapes. I look at tapes and things like that over and over. I don't think it's going to show up on the screen here. I don't think. You have to watch the times and shit on this stuff. So this tape has been thoroughly messed with. Let me back it up. Okay. Watch the time in the corner. Well, first of all, watch the time for it takes from the supposed getting gas nonsense. Oh, can you see it? Sorry. Oh, balls. I got stupid banners running all over it. Fuck. Turn off. Okay. There we go. My apologies. So we'll back it up. It's actually less than I thought. Straight out the door. Boom! 8 seconds. 8 seconds. I don't even think it's 8. From when he comes to a stop to when Wortman is shot. That is unbelievably fast. Now, watch the clock. 55, 57, 58. Have I missed it already? 1, 2, 3, 4. 30 seconds will suddenly just disappear. I might have already missed it. Let's go watch it again. Oh, fuck off. $25. All this stuff, they're fucking with everything. Everything. There we go. Boom, right there. Did you see it? Did you see it? Watch the clock again. Oh, it was right there. Watch the clock. 14, 15. Oh, 47. 14, 15, 47. Tink. It's shit like that. They're doing it all over the place. It's not just the clocks that are off and all that nonsense. It's the fine details. They're messing with absolutely everything. Everything. Including the notebooks, which I want to talk about. Not only do they not give people the notebooks, but then when they give the notebooks, they fuck them up. Right? Go to
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to turn your devices to silent.
obviously the example that everybody knows is Campbell's notebook, right? Campbell's notebook, and I'll just leave that one so that we can go touch on that later. Campbell's notebook was handed in. I don't believe I have it open at this point in time. There still is evidence of this because there are 2 issues on. I think we'll have time to look at that. Let's do that. But it's a lead in to some other stuff I want to talk about. Okay. I think I've got this up way too big. Just a second. Okay. So you got handwritten notes and then handwritten notes April 19 to June 26, June 16th, right? Okay, so I'm going to open this one. Whatever file number this is, I forget. All right. Now, what does it say here in the corner? 132 pages, right? Okay. Go to the next one. This is the one everybody knows about, but this is what they were doing. And this is what they're continuing to do. 136. Okay. And the way they've done it is that nobody can really tell unless you kind of are watching really closely. You have to keep looking really closely. Because what they did is just edit it out and then black it out. And it looks like it just went to the 29th. Skips over the 28th. Is it the 28th in this one? And so then there's letters from Cromwell, and he's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Not just about this notebook, but about other notebooks. And there's many notebooks from high-level people that we don't have.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you, Ms. Cox.
So thank you, Commissioners. The next thing that we're going to talk about is the active shooter incidents. Oh, and before I get to that, I have a couple of housekeeping things. Apparently, I made some mistakes with respect to numbers and the exhibits. So if you can just humor me for a minute. The report with respect to Ms. Butlin, that was exhibit 3649. It was COM number 0048906 for the purposes, it's now 8906 for the purposes of the record. And the scan So the environmental scan, apparently I gave you the wrong COM number as well. That is 0063226 and not 48906.
Thank you.
So I'll move on to the active shooter incidents. Again, this is something that comes from the Ordering Council. So this is part of what the commission has been mandated to do by their marching orders, to examine police policies, procedures, and training in respect of active shooter incidents, police policies with respect to police response to reports of possession of prohibited firearms and access to firearms. There are a number of reports that look at this. So the public fatality inquiry into the deaths of James Wilbert Galloway and Martin Charles Osowich, the Galloway inquiry, the Mayor Thorpe inquiry, which was the individual police officers who were shot by an individual who was hunkered down in a barn. The McNeil report, the Moncton shooting from 2014. And a lot of these are things that most of us would remember. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, New Brunswick Provincial Court, 2017. The Security Posture in Parliament Hill, 2014. And the External Engagement and Coordination, again, the after action report, which is a common term, by the way, for police. So after something takes place, there are often what we call after action reports. And that was from 2015. So these things, these reports have all looked at active shooters. Some of the potential questions we might look at is how should access to firearms be regulated in Canada? Do you think that current regulations are sufficient or should they be revisited? Another thing might be how can laws about possession, importation, and transfer of firearms be effectively enforced? So here's that word again, enforce. So we can have rules in place, but how do we actually make sure that they're followed? Offer increased and updated training is one of the themes with respect to active shooters. So making sure the training time is there for the ERT team, which is the Galloway inquiry that I just mentioned. And, you know, they're very specific about training time for ERT team members be increased initially to 3 days per month, and that policymakers be prepared after a review with the teams themselves of the impact of that change to increase the time. So it's a very specific recommendation with respect to the McNeil report or review, frontline supervisors to exercise command and control during critical incidences, how it's training those folks. Again, McNeil, the IR training. So these are all folks that we've spoken with and to before this commission, the IR team and the ERT team. So there are specific instances and recommendations with respect to active shooter instances. To improve internal communications and task delegation. So when we look at the Mayor Thorpe inquiry on the right-hand side, there's a quote, although it's not clear that having more information would have affected the outcome of this tragedy, more information is better, particularly because threats to police have increased significantly in recent years. So that is taken from the Mayor Thorpe inquiry. Incident commanders be required to participate in sufficient training sessions to enable them to work with and become familiar with team members. So again, there's that wonderful relationship thing going on where, you know, if you don't know who you're working with and know their skill level, it's very difficult to sort of give people directions in time of crisis. The suggestion in the Galloway was that the dog handlers be involved in the front line in most instances. So bringing a specific team forward. The 2015 Parliament Hill supervisor needs the ability to coordinate and direct resources. So having the specific skills being outlined. Improve internal communications and task delegation. Communications between members of the RCMP was beyond the capacity of one person in the McNeil review. So the individual that was receiving and delegating information was one person, and it was determined that that was just not possible. There was nobody there to support that. So determining how the delegations of tasks are and make sure that they're appropriate. Provide clear direction for equipment use, again, the McNeil report and McNeil review, and ineffective or inefficient operational communications from 2015 report on Parliament Hill. So the individuals are not able to communicate properly. They can't obviously give directions or coordinate their team and their response. Managing and using resources during critical incidents better. The McNeil review talks about the approval and procurement process, and for most people, they might not understand that there's quite a big process involved in how you purchase and obtain material when you're in government, particularly the federal government. So the process of getting that material and who is responsible for getting it, the time frames involved, because sometimes it can take a really long time to get the material, whatever it is you're looking for. That's why they would speak to that process and why it's important to look at things like that, because we can recommend that people have certain types of equipment, but if we don't think about how that's going to happen, then it's not really helpful to recommend it without thinking of the big picture. The McNeil report, the global positioning system devices and member vehicles from other jurisdictions couldn't be tracked. Again, that's the interoperability we looked at, where, you know, the systems that are installed in various vehicles should obviously be able to talk to each other. And if they're not, what are the ways we can work around that? The National Operations Center having standard operation procedures, but they're not being applied or activated. So that's from the McNeil review. So again, sometimes we have things that are already in place, but they're not being applied. Post-incident supports, we have 2 instances from the McNeil review and the RCMP security posture from Parliament Hill, where it's important to look at proper support and assistance being provided to individuals and families after the active shooter incidences. It's very clear that the post-incident supports are really important for not only the well-being, but also of the individuals, but the force and the unit itself. So the last area is the gender-based and intimate partner violence. So again, that comes from, this is the last of the 5 areas, that comes from the Order in Council that requires the Commission to look at the contributing and contextual factors, including the role of gender-based and intimate partner violence, and police procedures and training in respect of gender-based and intimate partner violence. There are a number of slides with respect to this particular area, and there are a number of reports in the next 5 slides. I'm not going to read all of them. And of course, like the others, there are a number of reports from across Canada, the time frame from 1991 through to 2002. These are mainly government reports. So it could be the government of Canada looking at some sort of a parliamentary committee, or it can be a coroner inquest, so after the death of individuals. There are 2 reports that are noted on this particular slide that I think are particularly relevant to those of us here in Nova Scotia. Both of them are from 1995. So one of them is the second one, the Nova Scotia Family Violence Tracking Project, and it talks about separation being the most dangerous point for women, yet this is the point when the response of the justice system is the weakest. And it also mentions that most women believe the criminal justice system is ineffective and does not treat violence against women seriously. So that's from 1995. The third entry on this particular slide is From Rhetoric to Reality, Ending Domestic Violence in Nova Scotia, from the Law Reform Commission of Nova Scotia in 1995. And it looks at one of the recommendations is there's recommendation 18 to reform the Matrimonial Property Act to include domestic violence as a factor for consideration when applications for exclusive possession are being considered by the court. So what is an application for exclusive possession? You're making an application to be the person that's allowed to live in the home without your spouse or your domestic partner present, and that common law relationships also be observed. So this is in 1995. We're now in 2022, so 27 years later. And common law relationships, believe it or not, are not recognized in Nova Scotia's matrimonial property legislation, which, as you can probably appreciate, contributes to people's inability to find independence after the breakdown of a common law relationship, because it makes it much more difficult for you to know what the rules are when the relationship ends. The next slide talks about the Domestic Violence Intervention Act, which is a Nova Scotia law that was introduced in 2003. So the Maxwell George murder-suicide in the 2011 Russell Review, which is listed as one of these reports, talks about it's called DIVA, Domestic Violence Intervention Act. And this is now the law that allows victims of violence to seek an emergency protector order. So it's somewhat like the exclusive possession that I just talked about. It gives them temporary sole occupation of the home. So it gives them some respite there, but it doesn't impose any of the, and it imposes no contact provisions, but it's also time limited, and it's a partial solution to the gap in the matrimonial property legislation, because ultimately not only is who's going to live in the home important or in the residence important, but also what are the rules about when we divide up our property. And that is also an equally important part of this package. A lot of the reports that are here also speak to violence against Indigenous women and girls. And it's important, I think, for the gender-based violence and racialized members of the Canadian society to have a particularly sort of unique spot in this conversation, because the amount of violence that's subject to these reports anyway is particularly acute, and it requires its own place. So for the Indigenous communities, and again, this is from the lived experience for me, that the impacts of colonialism, such as residential schools, have promoted violence. So Indigenous women are particularly vulnerable and often not listened to by authorities. And I thought one of the things that I learned in my time with MMIWG was important, and that's that the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association president sought a review of the Victoria Rose Paul death. So that's the individual who passed away in Truro police custody after the police believed that she was intoxicated, and in fact she had a stroke. So they sought a review of what had happened. And even though the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association president, so the leader of the organization, tried to have that reviewed, it was only when she brought a non-Indigenous professor with her that that actual review took place. And of course, most of these reports also speak to the need for stable funding for programs which support the family, including housing and cultural education for agencies responding to Indigenous women. And I think the other thing too that is I thought was quite remarkable was the Inuit women in the 220 report that's noted in this group of 5 slides, that violence has become normalized in their community. This particular slide, you'll note a lot of it is the inquests, so from Ontario. And I thought was remarkable that these occur after the death of a domestic partner or other members of the family. So some of these are not domestic partners that were killed. It would be their children or others. But the presence of violence in the relationship was clearly known in a lot of cases, and even reported to authorities. There was poor communication sometimes between the police or with other agencies. So whether it was child welfare or other people that had relationships with the family. And in the Gakal matter, which is one of them that is listed here, I think that's an example of where the perpetrator had applied for and was approved to purchase firearms despite being flagged by another RCMP detachment as a perpetrator of violence. So, there's a recommendation that policies and procedures relating to domestic violence cases were not being followed, and training for these policies and procedures was limited. So again, those things are in place sometimes, but they're actually not being applied. With respect to New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island, one of the things from one of those reports was the connection between firearms and coercion. So forcing individuals to do different things, as well as the prevalence of animal abuse as a risk factor in situation of domestic violence for rural residents. And I thought it was interesting with the Hennessy and Nash commission, or inquiry, was that high-risk families should have a safety circle. So it was well known in that particular instance where a mom took her own life and that of her young son after a custody dispute, that the family and mom in particular was struggling. And the recommendation from the inquest was that there be a safety circle in place. So people there to support the family. It sort of reminds you of the saying, it takes a village to raise a child. The gender-based violence terms and understanding what they are is, so gender-based violence, any act of violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering to people on the basis of their sex or gender, including threats of such acts, coercion, forcing people, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty, whether it occurring in public or private life. And intimate partner violence is any act or behavior by an intimate partner or ex-partner that causes physical, sexual, or psychological harm, including physical aggression, sexual coercion, physical abuse, or psychological abuse and controlling behaviors. So as we look at gender-based and intimate partner violence, some of the questions we might ask are, how can healthy domestic partnerships be cultivated to avoid using violence? So we often talk about the signs and symptoms, but let's talk about what we can do to prevent violent relationships from forming. What resources and supports do domestic partners and children need to be safe and protected from violence? What resources and supports and consequences do abusers need to break their cycle of violence? And what particularly is needed in rural areas? So, is there a distinction of what is needed in the rural areas? One of the themes that we look at is in the reports that have been cited is the social and economic factors that contribute to intimate partner violence. The report from 1995, the Nova Scotia government should recognize that there are stages to intervention in intimate partner violence. Those stages are prevention, crisis, and long-term support. Strategies must address all three stages. So if we look at the social and economic factors that contribute to gender-based or intimate partner violence, what are those in relation to the rural communities, for example? So the social and economic barriers, such as the matrimonial property legislation, might be an example. Developing and implementing policies for early detection. So what are the risk factors of domestic violence and intimate partner violence, and addressing barriers and creating opportunities and pathways for services for both individuals and the perpetrators. Because one of the things that happens when you work in the area of family law here in Nova Scotia is it's difficult to address domestic violence services. There's not a lot of services with respect to particularly male perpetrators of domestic violence. So if there's no services available, then it's very difficult to address the problem. Gender-based and intimate partner violence. Creating and enhancing a sustained services for identifying and addressing domestic violence in the early stages, making early identification and referral part of a continuum of services for both victims and abusers. Again, making sure that we're not just dealing with the victim, but we're also looking at people who are perpetrating the violence. And when you have coordination between service providers, it makes it a lot easier for the individual who's navigating all of these, because it can be quite overwhelming when you're in time of crisis to have to deal with lawyers and social services and housing and landlords and all these other things. So making sure that people communicate is really helpful. And sometimes people don't know about services and supports that can be out there if there's not good communication amongst the service providers. Improve training for police and responders to equip them to respond appropriately in instances of intimate partner violence. So ultimately, training can assist the police and other responders to both recognize, so they need to know that it's there in order to document it, signs of gender-based violence. And it also can improve the manner in which they respond. So we've talked a lot about the trauma-informed sort of approach, but making sure that you're actively and appropriately listening and listening without your biases, so that complaints are taken seriously when needed and they're not addressed inappropriately. And one of the reports that's noted in the 5 pages of reports that are connected to this theme is the FEKET deaths. It's an inquest from British Columbia. A witness to the violence was dismissed by the police. So there was somebody who had spoken to the police about some of the violence that was being witnessed, and she was dismissed as unreliable because she had met the victim in a women's shelter and was survivor of intimate partner violence. So again, there's a clear example of how biases can impact policing. Understanding sort of the links between firearms and family violence and animal abuse, which is one of the things that I talked about already with respect to the police, or one of the risk factors in Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick study. Improve how to report the reports of intimate or gender-based violence are recorded and processed. As you read through this report, and the environmental scan itself and the summaries, it looks like the tracking of behavior is incredibly important in identifying gender-based violence matters. Most of the inquests or inquiries into the deaths of domestic situations reveal a pattern of coercive behavior that was known to exist but not recorded or shared with those who may have been able to use this information to protect the victims. So it's not just the particular gender-based violence or intimate partner violence singular event. It's the pattern that has predisposed that pre-existed before that. Address firearms risks in connection to potential instances of gender-based violence or intimate partner violence. As you look again through those reports, many of the inquests have been as a result of deaths from firearms. It's also clear in some instances that authorities were actually aware that firearms were present, but steps were not taken to remove them or address their presence as a risk factor. So there were situations where the officers were not aware that they could take steps, or they didn't necessarily believe that they needed to take the steps to remove the firearms. Better understand the links between racism and gender-based and intimate partner violence. That is a very specific need of the individuals who are dealing with domestic violence, gender-based and intimate partner violence. There are very specific, unique cultural considerations, and racism has played a part in terms of people coming forward and sharing with people and authorities, and also obviously the judgment that they're being exposed to. The need for adequate community supports to assist women who need to leave abusive relationships. Obviously, one of the community supports that is very prominent and needed for those of us who've dealt with family law here in the province is the housing and the individual's ability to support themselves and their children, both financially and emotionally. So the services to deal with their well-being, but we also need to have some infrastructure in place, a place to go and some money to pay the bills. There is a consistent theme of not having enough supports and services in many of these reports over the past 30 years. And here in Nova Scotia, we've had transition houses that were established somewhere in around the 1980s. However, in to my knowledge, there haven't been many of these houses increased since this time. And other social services, such as things like social assistance, have not increased since the mid-1990s. So the amount of money that a family on social assistance might receive has really not remarkably increased since the mid-1990s, so 30 years. So as you can see, there's probably some room for some ways that we can better assist people to leave inappropriate relationships. At the very end of the presentation, I talk about some of the recommendations that are specific to implementation. These are embedded throughout the environmental scan, but there are recommendations that people have made to suggest ways that the recommendations of a report be actually implemented. So implementing committees or independent bodies to be established to oversee the implementation of recommendations. So that happened with the Kaufman Commission. The Aboriginal Justice Inquiry in 1991, the commissioner set out guidance for the implementation, and the recommendations also recommended the establishment of a implementation commission. Ultimately, a lot of those recommendations were never implemented, as Justice Sinclair has indicated. However, that was part of the list of the recommendations made. And with respect to the Human Rights Commission, there was a suggestion that a committee consisting of community members, police officers, and government officials be formed to monitor progress. So checking on the progress of the implementation of the street checks. Suggesting progress reports be prepared and made public by the responsible body. So some of the other ways that commissions or reports have been generated is that City Council, in this instance, the Toronto Police Service from 1999, the suggestion was that City Council forward this report to the Toronto Police Services Board and the Chief of Police be required to provide written response within 6 months. So they put a time frame there. Again, with the police investigating police from 2009, recommend that within 2 years of this report being public, the Provincial Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General publicly and in writing to the Legislative Assembly report on the extent to which the implementation of the recommendations has taken place. This sharing common ground, the Yukon Police Force, there was a 1-year time frame. The Minister of Justice tabled a report recommending the Royal Canadian Mounted Police report to Parliament annually from the 2021. So there's specific ideas as to the timeframes and the type of reports there. Recommended suggested implementation team with the relevant body to subject to recommendations being established. So this is within the existing organization. Police encounters with people in crisis review from the Toronto Police Service in 2014 recommend that the Toronto Police Service create an implementation team led by senior officers identified to compose those Toronto Police Services members charged with responsibility to implement the recommendations. So that's an interesting approach as well, so that the people be embedded within the organization to actually be tasked with implementing the recommendations. And then the final one is action planning to include implementation. So a lot of government planning is they have what they call work plans, and part of or performance management. Some of the things that we already use to track progress and to make sure projects are be completed, that the recommendations also be embedded in those processes. So in this instance, the systemic racism, the Government of Canada work with Indigenous peoples to prioritize action on all recommendations. So there's been a number of reports including the MMIWG, that, have spoken to either similar things or there's been recommendations that are, requiring attention. The idea is that there be more of this included in the actual day-to-day documents that set out the government's to-do list. So things to think about. How will the recommendations from the commission be different? How will they ensure implementation? One of the strong recommendations that we need to make that are clear, so we can say, yes, police officers or frontline workers or hospitals need more training, but what type of training, about what, and how often do they need that, for example? And the other thing would, how can the community help with the recommendations? What can they do, or how can the community help facilitate the change from anything that the work of the commission might do? So you can find the environmental scan at the masscasualtycommission.ca/documents/commissioned/reports/. The discussion guide is also, so the discussion guide that I mentioned earlier, that sort of helps you formulate some of the questions and some contact information as well. So the info@masscasualtycommission.ca or the toll-free numbers as well. And that concludes my presentation with respect to the environmental scan.
Ms. Cox, thank you. Thank you so much for combing through such an immense amount of material, providing us with much food for thought to help us as we set the stage and move forward to consider potential recommendations. So thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
And it's 11:56. We will now break for approximately an hour, and our next session involves participant consultations at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 1 p.m.
Let's see here. What is it here? See if this rings a bell.
Did you also speak to the media after the Mass Casualty Commission?
I don't know. It wasn't media. It was just the Mass Casualty Commission. I don't think I've spoken to anybody else because they came directly into my house, and downstairs we had it in the basement. No, I don't think so. No.
Maybe not directly in your house, but have you talked to reporters?
No.
Okay. I'm just asking you that because I've seen some media reports where you were interviewed by reporters. Do you have a recollection? I'm not talking about right after the mass casualty, but since the mass casualty, in the last couple of years, have you spoken to reporters about what happened?
No. I don't know who I would be talking to.
Okay. I'm thinking about reporters from, for example, CBC or Halifax newspapers that might have called you up and asked you questions.
CBC got a hold of me and they wanted to talk to me, but I didn't.
Okay.
I went,
Okay.
No, I want this all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not wanting to press you on this, Ms. Forbes, but I'm just asking you that because I think that I've just seen some media reports that I have quotes from you where people perhaps telephoned you or interviewed you either on the phone or by video. And I'm just trying to understand if you have a recollection of, in the last couple of years, being interviewed by people.
I can't remember.
Okay. Okay. And is it possible that that happened?
I don't know.
Oh, no. So if you don't remember that, honestly, they're in your living room. You've got all kinds of articles out there. I'm going to stick that clip together and put like all the newspapers. Like I did that with a video a long time ago when I was going into something. Yeah. Drop the bomb on somebody. It would have been ballistic in the media. And then, so you just overlay them all all the different authors, all the different articles. Oh, no. If you can't remember that, that would be all the interviews with Kuka and etc. The problems. Yeah, the Balin cover story here is just sad. But they're doing the Bootland because they're going to find the names. I'm pretty sure. I'll put $1 on it. I'm pretty sure that we're going to see some of the same names, unless they want to scrub them out. Might come up, that menace thing. That would be unfortunate. Let's see.
Okay.
Like, well, because of what I'm going through, everything just goes. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Commissioners, I wonder if we might take a short break at this time, if that would be all right with you.
Certainly. Ms. Forbes, Ms. Hill, the counsel for the lawyer for the commission, has asked for a brief break. If you don't mind, if you just could hang in a little bit longer, we'll, how much time do you think?
Just maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll say 10 minutes, Ms. Forbes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 10 minutes.
Let's watch that again.
Media reports that during the mass casualty media after the Mass Casualty Commission.
I don't know. It wasn't media. It was just the Mass Casualty Commission. I don't think I've spoken to anybody else because they came directly into my house, and downstairs we had it in the basement. No, I don't think so. No.
Maybe not directly in your
Quick,
house.
shut it
but have you
down.
talked
Shut
to
her
reporters?
No.
Emily's tried to recover.
I think I'm
Look at
asking
her.
that because I've seen some media reports where you were interviewed by reporters. And do you have a recollection? I'm not talking about right after the mass casualty, but since the mass casualty, in the last couple of years, have you spoken to reporters about what happened?
No.
No.
I don't know who I would be talking to.
I'm thinking about reporters from, for example, CBC or Halifax newspapers that might have called you up and asked you questions.
CBC got a hold of me and they wanted to talk to me, but I didn't.
Probably should have asked if it was
I like
Sarson, her
Okay.
friend Sarson.
I want this soul.
Linda and Jean,
Okay.
Sergeant Sarson.
Okay. And I'm not wanting to press you on this, Ms. Forbes, but I'm just asking you that because I think that I've just seen some media reports that have quotes from you where people perhaps telephoned you or interviewed you either on the phone or by video. And I'm just trying to understand if you have a recollection of in the last couple of years being interviewed by people.
I can't remember.
Okay. And is it possible that that happened?
She's trying so hard.
Okay.
Like, well, because of what I'm going through, everything just goes. So,
Okay.
Something's going.
Commissioners, I wonder if we might take a short break at this time, if that would be all right with you.
Certainly. Ms. Forbes, Ms. Hill, the counsel for the lawyer for the commission, has asked for a brief break. If you don't mind, if you just could hang in a little bit longer, we'll, how much time do you think?
Just maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll say 10 minutes, Ms. Forbes. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 10 minutes.
Let's see. When is the next one? Okay.
Have been diagnosed with severe PTSD. So,
Thanks for providing that information. Before the break, I was asking you
So I have to take the
a
break.
little bit about media. And earlier today, you told us that in the days and weeks that followed the mass casualty back
Howdy,
in
sir.
2020,
Yeah.
it was a difficult time for you.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm just going to bring up a document, and I'm just going to show it to you, and I just want to see if it helps refresh your memory about some things that may have happened during that time.
Okay.
So
Just ask her
Madam
about
Registrar,
Linda
I
and
think there's a
Jean.
document,
Ask her about
from
Sergeant Sarson. It's all good there.
011-643. Don't believe it's been marked as an exhibit.
So that'll be exhibit 3421.
So they're going to
Thanks.
try
If
and
you could bring
recover.
that up on the screen, please.
There was probably a talking to during the break.
I'll just show you what this is, Ms. Forbes. Can you see that document?
She witnessed, all I'm seeing right now, because I'll see if I can bring it up.
I think we have to do it on our end. So I'll just ask you,
Okay.
Madam Registrar, to scroll down. You'll see the date on this article.
Oh, Jane got a book deal. Jane Gerster.
2020. So it's the month following the mass casualty. And if you could just scroll down this article, it's just the way it prints out.
I'd love to see the video. Play the video for her. Watch herself
Maybe just
in the living room, in her own
scroll down
living
the
room.
next page. And I'll just let you read that. And if you want to read from the top, I can bring that down for you. But I think this is just
No, I got it.
Get her to read the part where the screen isn't there.
Verified the audio with Workman, who said he addressed his nephew.
And so maybe I'll just, Ms. Forbes, if it's helpful, what I'll say is this is a newspaper article from Global News dated May 22nd, 2020. And there's a paragraph there you'll see. It says Forbes, Brenda Forbes, who says she finally left the community in 2014 with her husband because of the gunman, called Wortman because she wanted proof. It felt necessary, she says, after the RCMP told Global News it had not found a record of Ms. Forbes reporting the gunman to them.
Should have asked her about the global part there, where why would Gerster need to go through you to talk to Glenn? Oops. Why wouldn't they just talk to Glenn?
In 2013 for domestic violence and a cache of weapons. Their response worried her. And then there's a quote. It says, "I don't want people not to believe me," she told Global News. "I tell the truth." So it looks to me like this article is saying that you did an interview with Global News in 2020. And I just want to check if that refreshes your memory about an interview you might have done with them.
I can't remember. I can't remember that at all. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they got it off of try that again. Maybe they got it off of what they were seeing, like on media and stuff. Because normally when I do the Zoom thing with anybody,
it was in your living room with a cameraman. Cameraman
I don't know.
was in your living room, ma'am.
I don't know. I'm just lost.
Okay. Well, I don't want to try to confuse you more. Is it possible that you did an art news media interview and have not remembered that? You've forgotten that?
I don't know.
Okay. Maybe I'll bring up another article just to show you, see if it helps. Madam Registrar, I think the next one is 11642.
That's exhibit 3422.
So just scroll down. This is an article, Ms. Forbes, from an article from the Halifax
Oh yeah, here's the Jean article.
It says the date on it is May 12th, 2020.
Talk to Jean. And then
Says it
Jean
was written by
phoned.
Joan Baxter. And I'll just scroll down. Sorry. Just want to scroll up, Madam Registrar. Sorry, just to the top of the article. Pass the picture.
September, we
So,
celebrate.
Says that son of a bitch is dead. There's a quote. That was the first thing Bo thought when she heard on April 19th that the RCMP had killed a man who was gone on a murderous rampage across Nova Scotia, leaving 22 dead. The murder spree started in the village of Portapique on the Minas Basin, where Bo had once lived. Bo now lives in Western Canada. She granted a telephone interview with the Halifax Examiner, but asked that we only identify her by her nickname.
No, they should have this one. This one. You know, that's what they should have helped her with. This one.
Scotia before police killed him, Brenda Forbes felt a different anguish than most.
I thought to myself, nobody listened to me. Everybody protected him.
Forbes says years earlier, she reported Gabriel Wortman's growing weapons collection and evidence he emotionally and physically abused his common law partner.
Must be that Zoom. It's not that there's an actual cameraman sitting in your living room with you. You know? You know what I'm saying?
I'm over crying, saying that Gabriel was beating her up and wouldn't let her leave.
Forbes says in 2013, 3 men saw the gunman choking that same partner. One of the witnesses, the gunman's uncle, Glenn Wortman, has confirmed that assault to Global News.
Okay, so then they just like I said back then. So wouldn't you just talk to Glenn? Why would you talk to her? She didn't see anything. When this article came out, that's what I said. I'm like, this is all hearsay. It's bullshit, man. This is what they hinge all of it on. But they're hinging it on to cover up the Bootland stuff. Because there were officers who told Susie Bootland she was a menace. And she got murdered. I don't think they liked when I read those articles either.
I called the RCMP and I told them what happened.
She says she went to the gunman's uncle Glenn to see if he'd give a statement to police.
He said, no way, because Gabriel's already told me that he's killed somebody in the United States. He'll kill me if I say anything.
The Mounties have said they're investigating.
But you see, then Brenda has to move. But Brenda's like, if he ever came over here, well, fuck, we'd take care of him. Insinuating that she had guns in the house. The RCMP's internal emails, quite interesting about Brenda. Right away. They're like, yeah, big problems over there. The sit rep reports? Ho. So they knew it was a problem. I think Balin was just trying to call in a favor or something. Please come in and help us out. And that's where the whole DV bunk.
Because she still fears for her safety. We've confirmed her identity and other details of her association with Portapique. We're identifying the gunman as GW, except in quotes, when Bo identifies him by name. So in that article, Ms. Forbes, it looks to me like they spoke to you and you spoke to them, but using a nickname. Does that also sound right?
Yeah, my nickname is Bo.
Okay. So is it fair to say that that was a media interview that you did in the months following the mass casualty?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that was my only question for you about this. I don't know whether
look at her, look at Emily,
or anything else that we.
Oh no, her face just says it all.
Commissioner Fitch, did you have any questions for
the break? Didn't help. The break didn't help much. I don't know. Yeah. So total BS. And they're still trying. They're still trying. But I'll just keep dismantling it and laughing at it, and it will disappear. They usually do. You just have to keep calling it, you know. And then suddenly they realize, well, I guess the gig's up. I might as well move on to something else quietly. Morning, Ken. We're having breakfast at the Marriott. Just dropped by in here for a few minutes. So, because we saw that we had gotten a notice. Thank you. It's a we, so there's multiple. Thank you. Having fun over there at Marriott? Having breakfast? What are you having for breakfast? Okay. So, all right. Well, Brenda, let's cycle through a few things here. Well, there's a couple more interesting things that she says. I found this one. What is it? Give me a moment. Oh, yeah, right. Didn't do it. Right, okay.
Quite a few people there that he was dangerous and it was getting worse. And a lot of them, because he gave them stuff. I won't go into.
He gave them stuff. See you later, Julia. So they left at 11:56. Said that they would return at 1. Okay, thank you. Somebody wants to pick up the timer. That would be greatly appreciated. We'll do a relay. How's that? Who wants to volunteer for doing the timing? You work at the Marriott? We is my beautiful wife with sourdough toast and sausage rounds. My, oh my, that sounds tasty.
Some names because it's pretty bad for them right now. But he used to do tea for people out there. But here's the thing. If he did something for somebody there, they'd do something for him.
Thank you, Nikki.
He was giving some of the guys booze, some of the guys drugs, and in return, they would give him little gifts. The only person that he was good with was I can't remember her name.
Yeah, okay. Sutherland. Okay, now. Okay, so teeth, gifts, right? Okay, still fitting the narrative. Let's look here.
Gifts. Was there anything else that we need to know about when you talked about little gifts?
I'm not quite sure, but I think maybe he said you have to go away because you'll just make it worse.
So in terms of the actual picture itself, if you were looking at that picture today, what would you be seeing?
Her lying, she was on the ground with Gabriel right on top of her, choking her.
But you didn't see that.
It was horrible.
So why is she saying that she saw it? Because she didn't see it. She didn't see it. She heard about it. It was 3, sometimes 4, sometimes it's Elson. And those guys don't seem to support the story because one of them is like, well, the other guy saw it and the other guy doesn't even mention it. Elson, who's dead. Okay, moving along.
You remember what time of the day or evening that may have been?
It would have been, it wasn't dark out, but I'm going to say in the afternoon.
But you didn't see it.
Thank you. At one point during your sharing with us today, you were talking about the number of people that would receive booze or drugs for in exchange for teeth.
They would receive booze and drugs in exchange for teeth. How does that work? If he's selling booze, smuggling booze, and has drugs, why is he trading his teeth for them? Does that really follow? You don't need that, because apparently you're the marketer. I guess he's wanting somebody else's stuff, booze, and give them. What?
And so forth. But you also use the expression little gifts. Was there anything else that we need to know about when you talked about little gifts?
I'm not quite sure, but I think maybe a couple of those people were giving him ammunition.
Well, you don't know that for certain.
No.
Again, this narrative has a bit of a problem because he smuggles weapons. Why does he need ammunition? Couldn't he just smuggle it? He smuggles booze, cigarettes. Oh, but he can't smuggle ammunition because they're like little tiny boxes, not big, huge weapons. Even if you take them apart, they're still, take up a fair amount of space. But again, why would he need to trade teeth for booze and cigarettes, booze and gifts and drugs? That's odd. Sounds like he actually is buying stuff from somebody else. Don't know. The logic's just not working on this stuff, It's very flawed. Let's have a look at Wayne. Wayne's got all kinds of interesting things. Let's see here. Still trying to throw Tara under the bus. Fail.
For quite some time. A number of days and weeks actually where the families couldn't return or couldn't access those homes without going through you, if I got that right?
Correct.
You were involved in arranging some cleaning for some of the homes?
No, Tara Long arranged for the cleaning initially. I kind of just jumped on her bandwagon for it. She had contacted me and mentioned that she had made contact with a local company about doing this. And so I contacted the company, spoke to them about this.
Guy?
And
your friend Guy?
Yes, it was true.
You mean your friend Guy over at Service Master? Is that what you're talking about, Wayne? It's not Tara. You didn't even speak to Tara. You stopped speaking to her. Remember? Have a look back at your notes, buddy. Fail. I know you're MCU. I know that you're an investigator. I know that you were investigating families, you know, under the guise of your siloed, what was it that you called yourself? Oh, right, a liaison officer. So you're going to still try and throw Tara under the bus. Is it that Cobequid thing got you under? Has that got you under the skin? Cobequid, you know, you guys don't want to, you know, the more you keep digging at this one, more people are going to keep looking at Cobequid and Cobequid. Oh, stay away from the Cobequid.
Was something that she'd spoken to and that they were going to do it for free of charge. The company, I talked with Guy from the company, and he had mentioned, you know, just let me know when we can get in there. And so on the day when we were able to do the cleaning, I escorted them to the scene because again, it's still somebody's house and there's still personal belongings and stuff and potentially valuables inside a house. So,
what day was that? That May 4th. Interesting. Because the place in where you supposedly said that Emily died, May 4th. So first of all, it's rather rank that you left that all cleanup till May 4th. But May 4th, you do the cleanup. But then right away, you're taking family in. Problem is, the carpet isn't wet where Emily died, supposedly. You think that would take a little bit of steam cleaning. I got a steam cleaner here if you want it. The carpet would be wet. Not Tara, by the way. Not Tara. You didn't speak to her again. Remember? I do. Oh, yeah. Keep it in-house. Keep it in-house. All under one roof. You know. Kind of like Janice Gray and Robin. I could keep going with some more stuff. I'll come back to that because we got a little bit of time. Now, let's have a look at some of those notes because that stuff's all really good too. So, tomorrow's got canceled. Great eyes, Nikki. Thank you. And then we're gonna, but they didn't cancel the dumpster fire, domestic violence on Wednesday. They're gonna keep going. Now, don't worry, we'll keep the counter. That's why my counter is like a little off. I think some people may have noticed that because I count every day that they cancel too. Now, howdy, Robert. There's something funny going on there. Doesn't feel right to me. You don't leave cleanup until the last minute. I like how he talks about the toothpick and the jewelry that some of it went missing, you know, but he was cleaning it with a toothpick. Returning cars with people in it. Very messy. Very messy. He was busy with this do think. It's called a liar. Not good. Now, this has some of it. The one document, I am forgetting how to find it. I've shown it before, and it's pages where the Mass Casualty Commission is looking for certain items, and it's the Attorney General's response. Department of Justice's response back about a whole bunch of items that they weren't disclosing. I will find that one too. That one's really good. So if you put disclosure in, you'll get a bunch of interesting things. So we touched on Campbell's notes. So what they did here with Campbell's notes, DOJ. Okay. Thomas Cromwell, Supreme Court Justice. Man in the back. Writing Laurie Ward, June 22nd. Disclosure of Superintendent Campbell's notes. I am writing to follow up on discussion of the disclosure of Superintendent Campbell's notes. I am concerned that the 4 pages of those notes were not initially disclosed and no indication, this is the key part, no indication was given of them had been deleted from the disclosed version. Later, the notes, the 4 were added back to them, were disclosed, but without indication that they had been added. Do you follow? They tried to sneak it out and then put it back in, sneak it back in. Is that the only instance of that? Do you think? The media tells you, well, they withheld the 4 notes. They didn't even bother telling them that there was 4 pages. You have to look closely to see that the 4 pages are missing. Let's have a look. Okay. I'm spoiling my video. Here I was making this video, and now it's, oh well. They never get done anyway. So, there's a further follow-up letter from Lori. To Supreme Court Justice Judge Cromwell. Has a little bit more clout than McDonald. He actually has a CC, which is Canada's highest honor, the highest of the high. Champion of Canada, of the Order of Canada. Now, he has a lot of issues with what's going on, as much as I've been reading, or in my reading. Disclosure issues, letters June 24th, June 30th. Further to your letter June 30th, here is a list of documents referenced in my June 24th, 2022 letter, in additional pages that were initially withheld for review. Okay, so I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna say that they were equally trying to sneak pages out and got busted in all of these ones. Okay, give me one moment, please. I have to grab a drink. Okay, so we know about the 4 pages from Darren Campbell's book, right? What about the other ones here? Well, I'd say that there's something there, for sure. So, give me 1 second here. I did take notes. Ha 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 ha. So what they do is they give Government of Canada numbers. This is their registration number, rather than the COM numbers that we get, right? So I went through and I looked at these COMs, looked for the Government of Canada number and found the COMs. The pages appear to be there for all of them, but I'm going to look very closely at the notebooks, very closely, because there does seem to be some interesting things. Let's show you, well, let's start with Janice Gray, okay? Janice Gray's notes. To be determined. Now, this is important because it doesn't have a Government of Canada number. All right, they say that the notebook is 29 pages long, and pages 23 through 25 have been withheld. 23, 24, 25, right? 3 pages. Okay, so now if we go to Janice Gray's notes, notes. Okay, Janice Gray's notes. To be determined. No Government of Canada evidence number, which is very interesting. 29 pages. What's that? 27. So 2 pages are still missing. If this is the notebook, the same notebook that they're talking about. They say that 23 through 25 is withheld. See, it's got the Government of Canada number here. So it could still be the right notebook, but definitely 2 pages are missing. But determining what 2 pages are still missing, that's a bit of a shaky one. They're harder to follow. In her notebook, it is a bit easier because you can tell the days. So if we go to 23 through 25, what are we talking about? The 24th, okay, it appears, if that is the three, if this is A, the right notebook, because we don't know, doesn't have a number. So it should follow 650, 730, 750. It does. Then where are the 2 pages? Alt. Aha. Do you notice something? What date do we have here? April 24, which is what day? Oh, sorry. I have to keep going back because, you know, they're getting a million change right now. The 24th. So that's Friday. Saturday is the 25th. All right. Should we see a 25 in here? Oh, no, 25. But we move right on to 26. Okay. Could be. All right. The other ones are here. But my suspicious mind does get me going. Leather's notebook. Plus, the dates are critical. What are they withholding? And I'm certainly going to dig into this. I would encourage others. And if you guys find things, please let me know. Please let us know, right? We're working on this one together. The dates. The dates are important on the pages that are being withheld because perhaps via other notes and things like that, you may be able to determine what's going on, right? You can backtrace Campbell's via emails and things like that, what's going on, that there's problems, right? So I suspect you may be able to find out what else is going on. Lucky call was the 24th. Yes. We still have the issue with another residence down on Cobequid in her notes. That doesn't add up to me. Not sure what's going on there. Don't know. And you have 3 regimental numbers in there. I don't know. I don't know if that's related. And frankly, that does spook me out a bit. Now, we've kind of been through that, and I don't want to, you know, make people uncomfortable nor dox them. But I did obviously prior to all this speak to that person. If they want to say anything, they can. If they don't, that's fine. Now, so 1, we know that Inspector Markachu's notes are missing. 2 pages. 17 pages total in his notebook, which frankly is a tiny notebook. Marie Markachew, who is officer in charge of major crimes and behavioral sciences for Nova Scotia. Pretty major player. And Markachew, was he, some of that was, he may have been involved with IMT. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe that was the 28th. So missing about 12, 17 is sorry, I'm just doing some math. A little less than that, 6 times 2 is 12. About 11% of Markachew's notebook that we don't have is missing. I believe that there were 9 senior officers that they were looking at for notebooks. So we have just gotten Bergerman, right? What was that? One moment.
Good morning. The proceedings.
Oh, this is not the right one. All right, here we go.
I will now ask retired Assistant Commissioner Bergerman to return for our questions. Just one moment. Go ahead, Ms. Young.
Ms. Young?
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch. Before the witness comes back, I just wanted to let you know that last night at about 9:30, the Attorney General of Canada produced to the Commission new notes of Lee Bergerman, the witness currently on the stand, that we haven't seen, therefore they haven't been disclosed. We don't know what they say. And so I just invite Ms. Ward to tell us what she knows about that.
Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Commissioners.
Quick about face. Watch the faces, the faces.
We had collected and disclosed Assistant Commissioner Bergerman's notes up to October of 2020. As you know, she retired. We were collecting her notes after that date and took some time to track them down. We recently received them and we're attempting to review them and disclose them before her evidence, and I regret that we were not able to do so. They are the notes from October 2020 to present.
They are from when to when? Sorry.
October 2020, I believe, to the present, or to up to her retirement.
Now, I've had some questions about when did she retire. According to Graves, she retired earlier this year, I believe. So she may have been running down her clock, but it never did really say that she left. So I don't know when she went. At some point she did go. But the notes that are missing, what are the notes that are missing from October 2020 till whenever? What notes have they given us on the website? We had the half page, right? Silly half page stuff. And then we got this bunk. Then we got this one. April 19th to when? 27 October 2020. So the notebook, of course, they'd have to run it through the cleaner some more, that they just got the other day, last minute, right at the last minute. And that's very critical. They drop these things last minute, either on us or on being that they give you the interviews or whatever afterwards. It doesn't matter anymore. Or on the MCC, last minute. Bergerman's last day of appearance, and oh, here's her notes from October 2020 till whenever. They are not on the website. These are not the notes that they're talking about. This is a different set that they dropped. It's the ones after this one. But if you look at these ones, aside from being black in a multitude of places, litigation privilege, meaning that this is all in court. And I haven't read through them, so I will confess. But I have noticed a few things. First of all, the red boxes are indicative of problems. So take note of that when you read them. Because they're breadcrumbs for things to find. The other thing I noticed was just very peripherally. Where is it here? Sorry, don't mean to make people sick. Let's see. Nope. Is this sort of stuff? Is it this one? Now, are these? There is one that appears to be excerpts, as in cropped pages. Cropped, as in not the full page. Not like this. They cut a little piece out. Then they give it to you. Some of this stuff is added, yes. But I believe some of this stuff is equally entries. Do you see the top of the page? But where's the rest of the page? They don't even give you that. These people are hiding a lot of stuff. Just look at the black here. August 6th. Irrelevant personal litigation. I'll tell you the irrelevant banner doesn't mean irrelevant. Because some of the stuff that I have personally seen that they have unredacted, that they have quote called irrelevant, is not in fact irrelevant. So that's just a ruse. And it's the other warnings that they also give. Solicitor-client privilege, again, hiding behind people's skirts. These people are cowards. It's what they do. Skirts, I've bantered that word around. And litigation. Okay, now, the other three sets of notes there are as follows, and I'll just save you the time. Oops, sorry. Leather's notes Government of Canada 73130 is COM number 59352. Okay. And the dates that this pertains to are November 20 to 23 and November 25th. Anybody who's taking notes or whatever, those are going to be important days. They're hiding stuff on those specific days. What I can't figure out quite yet is what, but there'll be clues around elsewhere. Campbell's notes. 7289. Okay, that's the one book with the cover his own ass notes that he was making. Still haven't figured out quite what the instigating event is. Leah does something. There's something that happens before Leah, I believe. And Leah, how she's still fucking walking around after what she did, I'm not understanding. Because that's just she gets a promotion to boot. Yeah, going against the commissioner, not a good idea. So somebody in the background is doing a lot of stuff. Campbell on 72791, the second set of notes here is COM number 58642. And the particular day that they have a issue with appears to be August 18. 5 pages of August 18. Those the liftoff of the inquiry, that would be June. And notice the notes that they're withholding from Bergerman on Bergerman's part. The only ones that pertain to it, funnily enough, other than I don't know about the Markachu, the gray ones don't, and the first set of Campbell's don't. The rest of them fall in the Bergerman missing notebook time. Excuse me. I don't know. I'll tell you, the commissioner's got skeletons on everybody. These people have shit on everyone. But she's being marionetted from the background. Okay, the third set of Campbell notes. 72793 is COM number 58644. And the dates that pertain to that are November 29, 30. I would say predominantly November 30. So these dates, we already have the Campbell ones. And as we go through this process, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. It has been, and it will. That's just guaranteed. So what they're withholding right now is worse than what we saw before with Campbell. So if we can do some homework on these dates, I would appreciate it, or ideas that you guys have. I kind of looked around. Nothing's popping out in my mind right away. Remember, Leah said her notes were not disclosed yet. So you have the notes, Leah's note to the commissioner, the commissioner's response, which they have fully blacked out under the guise of solicitor-client privilege, right? But no lawyer is listed in that email because we can't see who's involved on the email. So how they can hide behind solicitor-client privilege on this one, and I hope one of the lawyers, perhaps, because I think they do kind of pay attention, and definitely families do, will take that up. Why is it? How can we trust that this email if it doesn't include a lawyer, you can't use solicitor-client privilege. That's just a lie. Therefore, you would have to reveal Commissioner Lucky's response to Leah Scanlon. The next part in the timeline is Quintet, the wellness study. The wellness study, which obviously has nothing to do with wellness. That is a total ruse. Quintet deals with conflict. From my, I don't want to be wrong on this one. I don't like being wrong, but I would say, I feel fairly safe saying that there is major discontent in at that point in time in the upper echelons of Nova Scotia RCMP. Okay, and Quintet was brought in for two reasons. One, to mine information for Ottawa, but they've got Janice Gray, and she can feed a lot of stuff to them because she's just hanging on Leather's arm, doing nothing. With the solid line to Ottawa. Dotted line, picking up all the stuff from Robin, who's doing all of the investigations. He's liaising with all of the investigations. He's doing MCC. He's doing the labor investigation. He's doing the Hoyt investigation. He's got it all together. IMT, that's all tied together. IMT, which is just a cover operation, cover up everything. How can we, they're dreaming up. They're the ones that are dreaming up. That's like war room stuff. IMT. They're the ones that are dreaming up alerts for paintball guns and all kinds of retardedness. Let's go destroy some cars, get Pepper, Campbell's new wife, right? Well, not new, but get her to go and destroy some stuff and we'll, or maybe, or whatever, tell the media that they are. And then we can use that and see, we'll garner favor and everybody will begin to trust us and they'll just go away. That's all we need. That's IMT. Go away. H strong 2. Go away. That's what it is. So other serious people who have notes are Archie Thompson. Where's that? Ald, Bell, who was sitting up in the, people seldomly talk about Bell. He's in the command center. White shirt was there. Later, I believe later. But he was there. Mark, you've got a bunch of people's notes that are all missing. Department of Justice is sitting on this shit. Now, there was one set of notes that Rodier, I think, is a bit of a red herring. To me. She obviously has a role, right? But she is, I would say, a bit of a red herring. Keep you away from the really serious people. Like, just imagine it this way, okay? If you hyper-focus on, go back in time, and you're hyper-focusing on Rodier, but you kind of, and you wouldn't do that, but just think about it this way. And then you just, don't look at these people. The problem resides with Rodier. No. And this is just the next step. Then you're going to go to Ottawa. Brian Brennan. Big time. Where's his notes? Where's John Robbins' notes? Brian Brennan, very serious player. I believe we will see him appear. Contract Indigenous policing. Big time. You just got to keep working your way up the food chain, right? Stay, focused on, and I'm not saying avoid Rodier. No, not at all. I would never say that. But there's a lot bigger fish out there than Rodier. Rodier's got Pascal and all kinds of other shit going around. Gabe's. If you are planted there for a purpose, probably get a free pass the day-to-day learning curve. Okay, sorry, I'm missing the conversation here a little bit. Archie's notes. Archie's notes, very important. Archie is in charge over there, right? And that took me a long time to uncover those people. And I don't think it was, I needed the MCC shit. I had to dig through it to find Archie's name. Same with Scanlon. Scanlon's name wasn't out yet. You had to really dig around. None of her shit was out, I think, back then. You had to dig around because they buried these people really far. Specifically, anybody up involved with Colchester. The ex-head of Colchester, the ex-DPO of Colchester, who moved down to Halifax. His name is eluding me right now. Perhaps somebody in here can refresh me. Zeta. I don't think you're going to get Butcher. Yeah. I don't know as you can get Zeta's notes. You can certainly demand them. But Zeta's in a very protected class. Very protected. Scanlon, a very big disservice to Nova Scotia. Scanlon knew what she was doing from Moncton. She won all kinds of awards. She knew it. So, wasn't, she didn't know how to use Twitter and all that. That's just a whole bunch of hullabaloo. Whole bunch of hullabaloo. Anyone who we haven't shown their names or heard their name is who we want information on. Well, that's the cycle, right? That's the reactive cycle that they like. You can't. You need to be able to ask for the thing specifically. But how do you ask for the thing specifically if you don't know about it? The logic. That's logic. That's very important to stay focused on. These games and shit that they're playing. This thing, whatever they're doing over here, there isn't going to be anything particularly of note, other than they seem to be sticking their own foot in their mouth on a few things here. And I do think it's great. I'm probably going to get a phone call about that one, but I really do think it's great that they're bringing up things like things that I've talked about in the past, Spiritwood, Mayerthorpe, YVR. These things seriously need to be talked about, in addition to Moncton. The cycle continues. It's always the same.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to turn your devices to silent.
Okay, they're running a little late, looks like. I've got that it's about 1:08, so 1:10. They're running a little behind. All of these people, I have a lot of focus. There's particular smaller type events on the 18th and 19th that I stay with. Cobequid is a big one. Cobequid, obviously, for personal reasons to do with Tara, but also because I know that it's a very big bung up. There's a lot of things there they don't want people to find. Hunter Road, they don't want to discuss. It doesn't seem to even come into play until much later by and large, which I find very strange. There's a lot of people who are hanging out and doing the same things, and the same people interviewing them, Brown and Melanson. But Lillian is a huge one. Lillian is a huge one. Sorry, that triggered a thought in my head about Lillian. Why? Right. You say they should 911 operator should be subpoenaed. Reginald J. did an interview with Mass Casualty. Where is Marianne J? Hello? I'm going to run through the Lillian stuff because that was they were snowing people a bit on that one. And cherry picking things that they wanted and leaving other things out. But Marianne J. is a very important person. Where is her fucking statement? Are they sitting on that too? Of course they are. Yes, if you, I don't know. I haven't watched her video yet, but I've been. I've got it open here in my tray.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again
I'm looking at specific things, specific people.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome, Mr. Van Wart.
Mr. Van Wart. All right, let's get back to the fun. They're just playing their tactics. That's all it is. These are tactics. It's not supposed to be.
I will start off with some housekeeping before we move into this afternoon's session. So we have shared with participants and Madam Register an itemized list of some outstanding documents to be exhibited in relation to past roundtables. And so, Madam Register, I ask that you mark each of the 67 documents included in this list as exhibits.
So exhibited.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jamie Van Wart. I am Commission Counsel with the Mass Casualty Commission, and I'm facilitating this afternoon's session. So welcome to the participant consultation with victim advocacy organizations. Our session today is situated in Phase 3 of the Mass Casualty Commission hearings. In Phase 3, the Commission is continuing to build on what it has learned through Phases 1 and 2 and refine its understanding as the focus shifts to how best make a difference in the future. Phase 3 activities create opportunities for additional input about key issues and potential avenues for reform to assist the Commission to develop effective and meaningful recommendations related to its mandate. These sessions, by definition, are forward-looking. As an outline of today's activities, we have 2 presentations, followed by an opportunity for questions from commissioners and our invited guests. After these presentations, we will take a break and return for discussion. Our discussion will focus on what kind of supports individuals, families, first and secondary responders, and communities affected by a mass casualty need, and suggestions on how best to provide supports for those affected by a mass casualty, and what steps can be taken to incorporate a victim-centered approach. Before I introduce our first presenter, I'd like to ask that we take a moment for each of our participants today to introduce themselves to the commissioners and to those viewing these proceedings. This is probably as good a time as any for me to say that these proceedings this afternoon, they're being translated and transcribed. So if you're able to speak at a pace in which it allows people to do that, that would be very helpful. But why don't we start with those in the room, and I'll start on my left.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Bowden, and I am the Director of Provincial Victim Services with Department of Justice here in Nova Scotia.
And perhaps Ms. Rustad.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Rustad, and I am the Program Manager for RCMP Victim Services in Nova Scotia.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Seaman. I'm the lead of the Victims of Crime section for the RCMP at the National Headquarters in Ottawa.
And perhaps we could move virtually, and we could start at what's the bottom of the screen, which is a collection of people in a boardroom in Ottawa.
I'm Sue O'Sullivan. I am the chair of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, National Working Group supporting victims of terrorism, mass violence, and mass casualty.
And I am Sushil Gupta. I'm wearing several hats today. First, as a member of the CACP National Working Group to support victims of terrorism and mass casualty events. I'm also board chair of the Canadian Resource Center for Victims of Crime. I'm also here as an advisory member to the EU Center for Victims of Terrorism. And I'm also an employee of the RCMP. And then last and somewhat relevant is I'm a victim's family member, director of the Air India Victims, Air India Flight 182 Terrorism Involving Victims Families Association.
Good morning. My name is James Ford. I'm a lawyer. Sorry for that. And I'm here as counsel to the Canadian Resource Center for Victims of Crime. I'm here with Elaine Liciano.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elaine Liciano. I'm the Executive Director of the Canadian Resource Center for Victims of Crime.
Good afternoon, Maria McDonald. I'm here representing the CHP CTNS National Working Group with Sue Sullivan and Sushil Gupta. I also am the Victim Support Strategy Lead for the Ontario Provincial Police. Like Susha, I'm also an advisor on the EU Centre for Victims of Terrorism.
Thank you, and perhaps we could turn to Constable Bottineau.
Afternoon, folks. My name is Danielle Bottineau. I've been with the Toronto Police Service for 23 years, and I'm currently the coordinator for victim management response as it relates to an extreme event. And I also sit on as a representative for the service on our CACP National Working Group, as well as our design and development team within that space when it comes to victim specialists and or family liaison programming. Thank you.
And finally, the Peel Regional Police representatives.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tom Warfield. I'm the inspector in charge here at Peel Regional Police of a Criminal Investigation Bureau. We are also part of the National Working Group. Currently, I chair the mass casualty response here at Peel Regional Police should an event occur.
Good afternoon. I'm Helen Burton, also with Peel Police, also a member of the National Working Group and part of the mass casualty unit response in Peel Region.
Well, thank you everyone for your introductions. At this point, we'll turn to our first presentation by Constable Bottineau, who has been with the Police Toronto Service for 23 years and is currently the coordinator of the Toronto Police Service's Victim Management Response. Constable Bottineau has created and launched the first family liaison program in May of this year. She is also a member of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, National Working Group supporting victims of terrorism and mass violence, and is one of the designers and developers of the for the CACP NWG for their pilot victim specialist family liaison course. And so I will turn it over to you, Constable Bottineau, and you can proceed with your presentation.
Thank you so much. I'll just wait for the PowerPoint to pop up and then I'll guide you folks through a conversation. I will start by saying thank you on behalf of the Toronto Police Service and Chief Raymer for inviting us to this space and having this conversation. I will say our entire victim management response is still a work in progress, folks, and it is applicable for Toronto, the City of Toronto in our service. But like I said, and I will highlight once again that it is a work in progress and we are learning every day. So let me start by saying, historically, where our victim management response and the conversation comes from was back in 2015 when our service actually took a step back and looked at what was taking place around the world, in particular what was taking place in Paris, France, with the Bataclan concert hall. And that's when our service just kind of said, you know what, we need to put some recommendations, see what we have in place as a service and how we can get better. You can move the slide forward, please. So as a result of that, you can go on to the next slide, thanks. Needless to say, there's been various forms of threats throughout the entire world, and these were unfortunately things that we have learned from and we kind of build on in regards to our recommendations. So in 2017, next slide, please. Our service had put together our 2017 extreme event recommendations. And one of the, next slide, please. And one of the recommendations speaks specifically to the mandate of the Victim Witness Support Coordinator and introduction of the Victim Specialist role. It states right there that our thought process at the time was to embed a member as a part of the incident management team, and also and this individual helped to coordinate an immediate on-the-ground response to victims and their families. And that's where our Family Liaisons program comes into play. But let me just continue with our number 50 recommendation. Next slide, please. As I'm sure most of you are aware, an extreme event is an incident that may affect a significant portion of the population, may continue for a long period of time, and may require an extensive recovery period, i.e. mass casualties, emergency services being overwhelmed, and the response is complex and time sensitive. So as a result of that, next slide, please. We put together this victim management response, and I will say that to the credit of our service, we put a working committee together back in 2017 of various ranks of uniform and civilian members across the service who started the conversation to try to figure out how we were going to implement this into our IMS system, but more importantly, across the service. So I do give credit to that working group, because if it wasn't for them to build that foundation, I wouldn't have been able to come into this position close to 2 years ago and really kind of start the ball rolling a lot quicker if it hadn't been their foundation that they provided. So back then, part of the conversation, next slide, please. They put together what they felt and what we continue to go with. What is a victim management response? It's the general principles of an effective response to victims can be described as ensuring timely and accurate flow of information and prompt connection to services. That was like the foundation that they build off of. Next slide, please. And why are we doing this? Because as a service, we recognize that a coordinated approach in collaboration with our partnering external victim support agencies will assist the victims and their families to better manage and cope with impact that an extreme event has on them psychologically and physically. So again, as much as we're putting this response together, I think it's important to highlight, folks, we can't do the work that we're doing without our partnerships and relationships that we have with external stakeholders. So where does that put us now? Next slide, please. Back early on in the conversation, we actually, the first thing we did, we implemented a victim management chief right within our incident management system. There was a lot of conversation, do we wrap it up in the investigative chief? But as conversation evolved and time evolved, we came to realize, A, the importance of the various victims that are involved in these tragedies, and that there is so much communication and coordination that is involved. So the victim management chief is really the beginning and the end of the start of this program, whether it be within our major incident command center or whether it be boots on the ground. So part of the victim management chief portfolio, next slide, please. The victim management chief is there and responsible for the carriage, collection, management, and dissemination of documentation, as well as identifying all victims of an extreme event. They are the conduit for our investigative chief at the time of, but also more importantly for our relationships and our partners that we'll be reaching out to during the time of. You can move on to two more slides, please. So their initial functions are to activate the family liaisons and manage deployment and workflow of liaisons, assist with our Family and Friends Assistance Center in consultation with our Office of the Emergency Management, and to also, more importantly, liaise with our FIS, our Coroner's Office, and our Investigative Chief. These are just to name a few, but I'm highlighting that pillar that we now do have, which for the family liaisons, as that program develops, the Victim Management Chief will be the conduit moving forward for any tragedy that may happen. Next slide, please. So under the Victim Management Chief, you can click right through this. We have our family liaisons. We're going to have two kind of streams to this. We'll have uniform members and civilian members. Like was highlighted in the introduction, we launched our first family liaison program back in May. So we currently have 13 uniform members from across the service that can be activated within the next hour to 24 hours if there is a need for that. We also recognize that our civilian members bring a completely different skill set and important skill set to the table. So we will be activating them, and they'll be assisting with a 1-800 number data entry into these missing individuals and reunification, as well as the matching teams. Under the family liaisons, we'll be deploying them to boots on the ground wherever the incident has taken place. And then from there, we'll decide what hospitals go to the assistance with getting up the Family and Friends Assistance Center, as well as making sure our own member wellness and that piece has been activated. But also more importantly, we'll be reaching out to our stakeholders and external agencies to assist both in the Family and Friends Assistance Center, but more importantly to highlight and assist with the reunification identification within the hospitals once the victims get there, as well as their families. Next slide. So further to the victim management role, underneath that piece is where our family liaison officers come into play. And I say this part, this is what we currently have in place. We haven't activated the civilian piece, but we are currently in the process of putting that training piece together to see what that's going to look like. For in particular of our officers, we have the role of the family liaison to act as a liaison between emergency management, stakeholders engaged in support and management of victims, their families, and their friends. I will say that during our 8 days of training, it was a conversation that we continually had to go to within that space. And yes, these folks are police officers and they are an extension of the investigation, but their main focus within our program as a Toronto Police Service is reunification and identification of our victims and their families and friends. Not saying that they won't be bringing evidence to the table or assisting with the investigation, but their primary role is to assist victims, their families, in reunification. And that's something that we really kind of had to make them kind of think out of the box as we were going through that 8-day training. So their key roles within their space as a female liaison officer are identifying victims and their families, immediate needs assessment of each victim and their family, assist victims and their families and connect with appropriate services, whether it be physical, psychological, financial, etc. Folks, we're not the experts within that space. We can assist and reach out to our external stakeholders to help support these members and coordinate the identification and notification of next of kin. That's kind of just a quick overview of what our victim management response is currently looking like, and it is a work in progress. I will take questions after the next presentation, but thank you again for the time, just to kind of give you an overview of what we're doing here in Toronto. Thank you.
Well, I mean, while the presentation's still fresh in folks' minds, maybe if Constable Otno, if you are okay with taking questions now.
Absolutely.
Okay, and just perhaps, I'm not sure if anyone present here today physically has any questions. Ms. Seaman?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Very, very interesting to hear. I was wondering if you could just, I know I don't want to ask you a lot of details about the training, but could you just highlight what the main components of your 8-day training was? Specifically, is there a component around trauma-informed approaches, victim-centered approaches that you might be able to tell us about?
Right. For 3 days, thank you for the question. For 3 days of the training, we had a doctor of psychology, police psychology, that came in from the US. He's actually done our critical incident response team training here in Toronto for our service. And we brought him in for 3 days. And he helped to assist in identifying that trauma piece leading into an event, at the time of the event, and thereafter. Reality is, if we can't recognize it in ourselves and our own members, we're not going to do the justice that we need to do for the victims at the time of an incident. And part of that component leading into our training was to make sure that our members that applied were actually assessed by our psychologists within the service to make sure that they're well aware of what we're heading into, but that they were also the right fit. So Dr. Nicoletti was able to inform us of that piece and how we can plan and pre-plan and prepare our own members, but also how can we build those relationships with the external services and agencies within that piece. Further to that, we had some community members that had come in, and we had a victim lens to everything on every single day as we went through the training. I think reality is we can bring in all the specialists and all those individuals that work in that field, but unless you hear from the voice of a victim, whether it be a family member, whether it be our own colleagues, we had a plethora of everything from an incident commander that attended one of our mass shootings on Danforth, and he was the incident commander at the night, but he talked about his own trauma. We also had international pieces. I'm very fortunate to sit at the National Working Group Committee, and we had voices from the Manchester bombing, from Las Vegas, and they were able to actually bring that lens into it as well. I'm hoping I'm answering your question, but there was like a plethora of the trauma that we spoke to throughout the entire 8 days of our training.
Thank you so much. That's a great answer. Thank you.
Ms. Bowden?
Thank you for your presentation. I'd just like to hear more about the needs assessment.
Well, a huge part of that comes from what we're trained as police officers. I think at the end of the day, we deal with victims on a day-to-day basis, right? And we are trained in how that looks, whether it be domestic, sexual assaults, whatever it may be. And we are asking our uniform piece, and that's why they're going boots on the ground, to tap into what they already know to a certain degree, right? But what I will say is that part of our response and building on it is, do we need to have that checklist going into an incident, right? To further pre-plan for our members as to what to look for even further than what they've been told within our training space. So that's still a work in progress, but I'm also asking members to, we're trained police officers, and we've, I mean, within the space of those that will be activated, we have anywhere from 3 years on job to 20 plus years on the job. So we have a plethora of experience there. And more importantly, we have actually members that brought their own stories to the table, and they were a victim of some sort, whether it be on the job or whether it be outside of the job, that they were able to share their stories. So they have that lens already. And I mean, I would like to say that we have a set checklist. We don't have that right now, but as trained police officers in the training we do, that's all part of the conversation, if I'm making sense.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. I'm just curious, you talked about relationship building with your stakeholders. Are they involved in contributing to the needs assessment?
Yeah, so we brought a representation from one of our trauma hospitals here in Toronto into the training, and that was part of the conversation. And I'm currently doing the outreach to see how we can better support our members outside of Dr. Nicoletti, but what else can we support our members and bring in those tools and resources to that space? Again, we're asking them to be engaged in a very high impact, low frequency situation. So it's a part of that ongoing conversation and the pre-planning that we need to do on a day-to-day basis. But that is definitely having our community stakeholders, which in some regards, they're the experts on knowing what that should look like as we move forward. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Julia Rustad, did you have any questions?
No, not at this time.
Well, perhaps I'll move to one of our virtual links, and if Sushil Gupta and or Maria McDonald or Sue O'Sullivan or Aileen Vasilanu have any questions.
We thank you for the opportunity, but as identified earlier, Danielle and Helen and Tom are all members of the National Working Group, and part of what we do is we share the different processes and frameworks that are put in place. So we're familiar, and thank you for the opportunity.
And how about our other presenters? Did you have any questions?
No, thank you, Jamie. We appreciate that. As identified by Sue, we're all part of the same team.
I will turn now to the commissioners.
So one point, James Ford speaking momentarily here on behalf of the Canadian Resource Center for the Victims of Crime. Just to clarify that the Resource Center is not part of that group, that working group, just so we're clear, we come at this from a different perspective, as you'll see when we make our comments. Thank you.
Sorry, it's Commissioner Stanton speaking. We weren't anticipating council being on the panel, and I didn't catch your name. Could you please say what it is?
Yeah, James Ford.
Could you spell it, please?
Yes, F-O-O-R-D.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and ask a question since I'm already on the microphone. Thanks so much for the presentation. That's a really interesting initiative. I wondered if you could just elaborate a little bit about the committee that you said was formed within the service. You said it was formed with various ranks. I think you said in 2017 to assist with the rollout within the service. Could you just talk a little bit more about the committee and how it was composed and how that has worked out as far as assisting with the rollout, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So back in 2017, we put that working group together, and it comprised of various members for our emergency management unit, who has the incident management teams on call on a weekly basis. They respond to all planned and unplanned events. We also had our community partnerships and engagement unit at the table as well, recognizing that they had the further outreach when it came to external community partners. So we had various members from there. And then we had obviously members from the Chief's office. We had members from Intel. We had kind of a plethora of everything that people could contribute to see what this would look like. I did take over the reins from them, but in saying that, since I've come into this position, because they were working on the response from the side of their tables on top of their regular duties, however that may have looked. So I've taken the lead, but in saying that a lot of them are still part as our outreach when it comes to if I need a victim management chief for an event that takes place, whether it be planned or unplanned, and they will be part of that. But I also look to them for further guidance. There's some people within that space that have been highly involved and ingrained in the victim-centered approach for some time. So I always bounce things off of them to get further guidance. So they'll continue to be part of that working committee as we move forward, but more importantly, they'll be part of the response in the sense of being part of our victim management chief and assisting with the family liaison program.
Thank you. And I guess I'm just not quite clear on the timing of when all of this came together. I know the recommendations, I'm sorry, you said extreme event recommendations 2017. Who drafted or who framed those recommendations? Is that, could you just?
Right. So it was actually our current chief. He was deputy chief at the time, Jim Raymer, was the lead on these extreme event recommendations back in 2017. And then further to that, we did have our two instances that took place in 2018, which made us highlight even more the fact that we really need to get this response up and running, because we didn't do the best job that we could have during the van attack or the Danforth shooting here in the city of Toronto. And so that kind of really fast forwarded a little bit. And then I came into play in the end of 2020. but it was our current chief, Jim Raymer, that was the lead on these extreme event recommendations as a deputy chief back in 2017.
And are the recommendations a document that can be shared with the commission?
I will find out for you 100%. I'll get direction from above and I'll let you know.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could be in touch with Mr. Van Wert about that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And it's good to know that I gather at this stage it's ready to be rolled out should such an event occur going forward.
Yeah, there's different aspects of the recommendations, but in particular for the victim piece, yes, there is. For example, we didn't even have a 1-800 number back in 2018. We now have that in place, specific for extreme events or mass casualty situations. So like I said, it is a work in progress, but we do have certain parts of it that can be rolled out tomorrow.
And so that 1-800 number, I gather, is to take pressure off of the 911 call center. And so are there protocols around educating the public about that 1-800 number so that that's what they call if they're looking for family during one of those events as opposed to 911?
Right, that will be, yes, there is, and we are working very, very closely with our corporate communications office to see how that rollout looks. We have a operations center that is up and running 24/7. So a lot of these activation of these pieces goes through them, depending on where the resources have to be allocated and stuff. And the 1-800 number and the activation of that is part of that. In saying that, we did learn from the van attack and the Danforth 2 different times of days. Our 911 was inundated, and of our 81 emergency lines that we had, no other priority could get through because of the family and friends that were calling into the 911 number to try to figure out what has taken place and where their loved ones were. So there are protocols in place on how that's going to be activated and how that will be rolled out to the general public. Yes.
Great, thanks so much. I'll turn it over to my fellow commissioners if they have any questions.
Commissioner Fitch.
Thank you.
I thank you very much for joining us today. Appreciate your presentation. I thought at one point you'd mentioned the launch or rollout in May of 2022, perhaps?
Yeah, and that was specifically for the family liaisons.
Okay, so that was specifically for the family liaison portion of it. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Just want to clarify that. Now, do you have a separate family liaison for officers who are involved?
Yes, we have our critical incident response team members that are all part of this program, but we have a lead that works through our wellness unit that will take the lead for our members. But I think at the end of the day, them being part of this conversation and part of our family liaison, recognizing it in themselves, they're going to become part of that program as well at some point during these incidences. But yes, we do have a lead for our CERT program.
Thank you. And on slide 10, you have an organizational chart. And I'm interested in the titles of the various units on that chart. And I'm wondering if Toronto Police Service, do all of your incident commanders, critical incident commanders, go through the Canadian Police College for training, or do you have a tailor-made critical incident program within the Toronto Police Service?
Some of our members within our service are actually, I do believe, qualified to deliver that training because our service is so big, and our incident emergency management unit is kind of a standalone. So we need a bit of a higher turnover where it comes to that. But I can confirm that 100% with you as well.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is that during our proceedings, we've learned about some of the confusion between agencies when we're trying to have interoperability maximized when there's different language terminology and that nomenclature. So I'm just curious as to whether or not you follow a national training model or if it's kind of tailor-made for TPS. So thank you if you could get back to us.
Yeah, it's not, I don't believe it's tailor-made for Toronto. We're just able to we're qualified to be able to deliver it, but I will confirm that for you for sure.
Thank you very much.
You're
That's all
welcome.
my questions.
Yes, thank you so much for your helpful presentation. I'm fine for now, Mr. Van Wert.
Well, Constable Botno, that was a fantastic presentation, and you've have given such thoughtful answers to a number of questions that you did not know you would receive, and it speaks to your knowledge in this area. And I know you've joined us at a very inconvenient time, so I very much thank you for joining us today. And feel free to stay on in the proceedings or exit, as I know you may have some other obligations. So, but thank you again so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank everyone again for the opportunity.
So I will now turn to Inspector Thomas Warfield and Detective Constable Helen Burton from the Peel Regional Police, who will be doing our next presentation. These are two police officers from that service the cities of Mississauga and Brampton, with a population of approximately 1.5 million people. The Peel Regional Police is also the policing agency for the Pearson International Airport. We are lucky to have with us Inspector Warfield, who is brings with him 34 years of police experience, and Detective Constable Burton, who brings with her a total of 30 years policing experience. And I will turn it over for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. First of all, I wanted to start off by saying, on behalf of Helen and I, the members of the Peel Regional Police, our thoughts and prayers are with the family and friends and the province of Nova Scotia as they go through and develop and learn through this tragedy and listen to the information coming out as a part of this committee. We thank you for the opportunity to share what we've done here in Peel. As the first screen is up, as you read, it says Major Event Management. Essentially, that's a piece of software. We worked with a partner company, external company, professionals in this field, and asked them to come in to assist us in building our mass casualty response. The powered case system in Ontario is coupled with the system that we have built in-house called Major Event Management, which was done by a company called Exanalyst. Helen here, just to my left, she sat and worked with the team in Canada and in England to build out how we would respond and take the information in. We started to develop this back in 2017, again, using software experts in the field and building our process out. Our focus, and I want to share with you our mission statement, is to assist, support, and unify all those involved in this incident, being whatever we're going to be dealing with. This includes family, friends, and investigators, with matching those reported missing or unaccounted for, and bring closure to those involved. Our membership in relation to our major event comes from internal sources that are supported through special training that we've developed in-house. Next slide, please. As Danielle has already taken you through one of the components here, we look at three major components in relation to managing a mass disaster, a mass casualty event. First, the victim list. Where are we going to get these names? How this information is going to flood in? Helen will bring us into another piece of this, a 1-800 number, which Danielle has already explained. But the world will call, and it has been learned that our systems will be overwhelmed. We'll build on this victim list coming from police resources, documentation teams, including external resources looking to hospitals, families, friends that are going to be calling in to develop and self-report their own people missing or unaccounted for. Danielle has gone into a very in-depth process in relation to the family liaison, so I won't dive into that piece as well, but know for sure that within the Peel Regional Police, we have mechanisms in place, people who are trained, who have done the training through the Ontario Police College on dealing with families and being victim specialists in that realm. We are continuously building on that. The other component is disaster victim identification, as you see, DVI. In 2019, here at Peel Regional Police, we launched a course with Interpol. This is the national standard of dealing with a disaster. We brought in services including Toronto, York, OPP, Peel, the Police College, all visited our service for a course that lasted just about a week on how we would process such a scene. This is an international level. The documents that we have prepared within our mass casualty system, within our software system, mirror those of DVI. So we can take this platform and move it into a urban setting, rural setting, international platform, and we can share the information with the world, because we know that we are a very movable world now and a very closed space. You can go to the next slide, please. Why did we do this? Well, we looked at this from the perspective of a water cooler conversation between Helen and I on how we would build and better prepare. Under the leadership of the time of the chief and the chief's management group, included with the leadership that we currently have in place, we developed a single point of contact in relation to preparing for mass casualty. Again, as I've told you in our mission statement, which I can read again for you, it's simply one place to call. So all the information comes in, and then unify and bring closure. One of our main goals, and it's very simply put, when we start off any training sessions, which we've done in relation to a mass casualty, and we break it down very simply for them, is if we can unite a family member with someone who is in the hospital as quickly as possible, that would be our objective, to make sure that everybody gets a voice information coming in. Now, how we do that in the background, Helen will take you through very shortly, but this is the process that we are looking here. We are very specific on how we are trying to do this. We are not in charge of the scene. We are in charge of missing persons and those unaccounted for. We subsequently share that information with investigators so that they have the information in order to move on in their investigations. Next slide, please.
So with the software, we've also set up a calling center. So we obviously have to be able to receive that information coming into our 911 lines. And very similar to what Toronto Police are doing, we've set up a 1-800 number whereby members of the public can call in, where they can report either themselves as a survivor, if they're down at the Family Reunification Centre, or if they've even been involved in the incident and have since left the scene and gone home, they can call and report other people who are with them who are missing. We also have the opportunity, recognise that we'll receive calls from members of family who believe that their loved ones are being involved in the incident but can't get hold of them. So we'll receive those as missing people as well. Staff in the call centre are trained in high stress call taking, the same as what our communication staff are. So they already have that knowledge of how to deal with that high stress call coming in. We recognise very early in looking at this type of incident that we would need that training. We didn't want to take members of civilian staff who were used to taking very calm callers and putting them in a potential situation where they'll be dealing with something that's very high stress. So we recognise that they would need that training prior to coming in. They're also all part of our critical incident staffing, which means that they will receive yearly psychological assessment through our organisational wellness. So if there are any issues that come up throughout our training, then they'll receive that psychological piece too. We have done 2 test scenarios so far, and they were very realistic. The call centre staff were visibly moved by what they were receiving. So that was a good learning practice for them to be able to receive that. The call takers, they will gather information such as identifying pictures, marks, scars, tattoos, descriptions of the person that's missing, and they will enter that onto a pre-designated form which is already in our software. It also allows for us to be able to receive that same information for people who may be unconscious at the hospital. We can also receive pictures. So if we have an identifying tattoo, we can get the person who's calling to report the person missing to send that to our email address, and we can attach that to the profile. We can also receive information from officers who may be at the hospitals, and they can send identifying features again, such as tattoos. which may be able to be uploaded to the survivor reports. So if that person is unconscious and we realize that we can attach that picture or tattoo or identifying feature directly to their profile. Next slide, please. So the documentation team are police officers. They will be deployed out to the hospitals and family assistance centres, evacuation centres for people to be able to record information either directly into the software, or we do have forms that are offline in case there's no connectivity at the scenes. And their primary focus is going to be to gather that information, to feed that into the software as soon as possible. Without that information of people at the scene and at the survivor reception centres, we won't be able to match that with any of the missing people that have been reported through the 1-800 number or through our intranet page. Can you go to the next slide, please? So next we have the background people. So they're going to be the matching unit. So we have 2 computer labs which are set up for training at our training facility. And if any incident actually happens, those computer labs will be taken over. They are also right next to our emergency operations centre. So there will be that local availability for people to walk backwards and forwards between those 3 rooms. So the one side of the computer lab, that will be our information contact centre, where all the calls are coming in. And then the next side of the room will be our matching unit, where the officers will be looking at all the missing persons forms that are being reported. And they will be looking through the other forms that we've received, such as the evacuee, survivors, and the deceased persons, and trying to match those up with those missing people. You'll see on the screenshot, there's a color code of yellow on the top of that screenshot. We've tried to use the same as the Interpol forms, which is what Tom mentioned, in that the yellow denotes that it's a missing person, green is a survivor or evacuee, and then red will be a deceased person. That way the call takers and the matching unit staff know exactly what they're looking at just by the color coding. So the matching unit will look at all of the missing persons coming in, and they will start looking through those other lists. There is some AI built into the software, where as soon as we start looking at that missing person, it gives us options of who it may connect to. So depending on what information is in each of the forms, if I have a lion tattoo, it doesn't recognize the image, but it will recognize that a lion tattoo is in there, which our call takers will put in text form. And then we'll also put that in a survivor form. So it will show us a potential match, and then it's up to the matching unit to be able to decide what to do with that information. They have various options depending on what the scale of the incident is and what has been decided by the officer in charge of the mass casualty unit. They could potentially make a phone call back to the caller who reported the person missing and just say, yes, your family member is at the hospital or at the reunification centre, and this is how you can contact them. Or it may be that it requires an elevated response from a family liaison officer who is trained in other resources that may be needed, such as death notification, pre-death notification, or there might also be an instance where that person is not fully identified, so we would need to do a follow-up. There is a way that in the software we can task people. So our trained staff would either be a family liaison officer, or it would be part of the documentation team that would be going out and do a further task to identify.
Seriously, I want to ask this question. Do you see, if the power went out, do you see how retarded these people seriously would be? They're so gone. They can't use their mind anymore. It's just going back and forth between a screen and color coding and graphs and PowerPoints. They'd be stuck. Totally stuck. They are.
I know in relation to how we would educate the public on this, we are in the process of building what's called whiteboard animation, which is a platform which we would put up immediately or share during certain times of the year. For example, emergency preparedness, what the Peel Regional Police are doing locally. And we are looking at building whiteboard animation, which we have just purchased, to design a caricature to walk you through the process and educate, and posting it on YouTube. So that's one of the processes we're looking to do, an ongoing process of education just on that topic, which I know one of the commissions asked about. So subject to any questions, Helen and I are both open.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. I'll turn to the people physically here today. I don't know, Michelle Seaman, if you had any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Another very interesting and very important initiative, and we thank you for your leadership on that. Again, just a question, as I asked Danielle, about the training for your team, about the trauma-informed approach and victim-centered approach. Is there special training for this particular team related to this kind of response?
Yeah, so I'll let Helen answer that. She has taken her people through that.
Yes, so we do the high stress call taking as part of the initial training. All of our call centre staff have to have that prior to even applying for the position. They also have the access to our organisational wellness, and we're also, they're part of the psychological response as well. So once a year, they'll go through with our psychiatrist and do an assessment that way as well. We also have run 2 training scenarios where we had our auxiliary and cadet members act as the members of the public, and actually it was very, very realistic. We had organisational wellness on standby, and they were prepped, call takers were all prepped with the number to call should they require any assistance, and it was offered to them at the end of the days as well. And there was further outreach following our training as well.
Thank you. And just a follow-up to that. So it's mainly to the call takers. What about the responding officers in terms of, and perhaps it's just a broader sense of trauma-informed training that your officers get as part of their policing duties? Is there a course that your officers take?
So the officers here at Peel do have training that they get from the Ontario Police College, and then that is enhanced when they return back to their in-house training. We have a program here known as safeguarding. So that is a once-a-year program, officers in specific units, and it just branched out recently to our uniform personnel, where they will go through an assessment with a psychologist who is part of our management team. They will meet with them, and they take them through or learn over the last year, just not on a mass casualty event, but simply thinking of the focus of that traffic accident that they dealt with where they've had to deal with a death or a death notification. That being said, as we build on this more and more, we are learning that we do debriefs very quickly after the incident. As Helen mentioned, the training session that we had was very impactful to us when we hosted that because of the feelings that were coming out during the calls that were coming into the center. And from that, we learned to make sure that we incorporated our org wellness people immediately into our plans. So follow-ups, debriefs after are all part of moving forward with our initiative.
We also have one of us would be in the room with the call takers, and we did notice when we were doing the training, while we were walking around, we actually made sure that the call takers were okay. You could see that they were having a stressful call, and once the call was done, we made sure that they hung up the phone, put themselves on busy, and had a quick 2 minutes with them to make sure that they were okay if they needed any further assistance.
Thank you so much for your answers and for acknowledging the trauma of both the victim-centered approach and also for the members and the other staff that are involved in the incident. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was very interesting, a lot of information. I don't have any questions at this time.
About it?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do have a question around referral. So for survivors, the injured and family members who are looking for support and assistance, is there a referral process in place to other resources?
Of course, I mean, the same as Danielle has mentioned, we are not, that is not our world. We are a police response. And although we are 100% want to be involved in the reunification part of the family side, we also recognize there are other services that are better equipped than us to actually deal with that. So we would use our victim support services to be able to reach out.
Just to give you some insight, during an event that happened here in Brampton with a house fire, the loss of several young boys, family during that time, our service took an approach of our community safety well-being team, our divisional mobilization unit officers, the support that came from in-house to reach out to the region to get things in place happened very quickly. We are under the leadership and the direction where we're kind of building out platforms to other community partners. As mentioned very early in this, building out the platform of the design of our software, where we went out to external stakeholders, to the point where we're using those resources that are in our communities to make sure that we tap. They actually meet on a regular basis at a hub meeting, not just for if this was a mass casualty event, but other incidents that are happening in our communities.
Great, thank you.
I will turn to Aileen Vlasianu. Did you have any questions for these presenters?
No, thank you. I'm okay.
Okay, and Sue O'Sullivan?
No, again, we work with them regularly, so thank you.
Okay, and Sushil Gupte?
No questions.
Okay, well, and Maria McDonald?
No, similarly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll turn now to the commissioners.
Commissioner Fitch?
I don't have any further questions at this time. Thank you for your presentation.
Commissioner Stanton?
I might have missed this, and I apologize if I did, but what is the threshold that prompts this process to be initiated?
So we're looking at a mass casualty event being 3 or more people that can't be identified.
And
that
so,
would be
sorry.
what we'd be looking at activating our unit. Our objective is to stand our unit up within an hour and a half and to put our 1-800 number up to the public through social media, news, press releases, and on our internal website.
And it's the officer in charge who determines that the threshold is met and initiates it?
So we have what's called the duty inspector, who is our frontline officer, who is the highest rank of the day on the road, or the chief of police can activate the office of the mass casualty part-time bureau.
And are the members otherwise assigned, and then if this program is initiated, then they are reassigned to stand up the unit, or is this their main remit?
So how it works is if we were activated, the call would come in. We have a call out system where the folks that are listed on that call system will get a phone call to come in. They will come out of the units that they're working in. We're hoping some will be on duty at the time to expedite and getting our lines up and running. They will make their way in. Currently, there's myself and 7 other either inspectors or detective sergeants or staff sergeants who are being trained or learning how to use the software and to manage the room. So they would be activated as well to come in. And then we would set up a shift rotation, which we have planned to design, or we've already started actually, setting up the design of who would be filling in those shifts to make them either longer or shorter, depending on the amount of work that comes in and some of the lessons that we have learned from our partners over in England when we followed what they did.
And when you say they would come in, do you mean physically come in to a center, or is this something that can be stood up remotely?
I'll let Helen's working on that now.
No, we are doing it in-house. And the advantage of doing that is like I said, we are right next to where our emergency operations center would be. The matching unit would be right next door to where the call takers will be. So as information comes in to the officer in charge, they would need to relay information to the call takers and to the matching unit. So having them physically in the building is the best way that we have decided that it would work. Just to give you a bit of perspective and background, I actually worked on the 9/11 investigation prior to coming to Canada when I was in the UK. So just having that experience and knowing how busy that call center can be, we would want it the same here. We would want to be able to have that one-on-one perspective and be able to talk to people in real time.
Thank you. And is there someone in an analyst role that is also part of this team that is assessing information as it's coming into the call center?
Assessing the amount of calls that we're getting in, or assessing
the information that comes in?
Well, the calls would be coming in and somebody would be, like myself, would be overseeing what's actually happening and how many calls we are getting. And we'll be able to do very quickly, we can do a list to say who is still outstanding as missing, who has been reported as survivors, how many people we have taken off that missing list, and how many people we still have outstanding. We can export that into an Excel spreadsheet and a PDF. So if we did have an analyst that is working with us, we can provide that information to the analysts. We can provide it to the investigators who are at the scene, or the incident commander, the emergency operations center, or even the coroner if they need that as well.
And is there a liaison as well with the, I don't know if Peel has one, a strategic communications unit, so that if the public is being updated, that the information is accurate from your team?
Yes. So with myself in the room, that is my role, to continue to liaise with our media people, our corporate people, to move that message out. What Helen was alluding to a little bit earlier, in relation to what you're seeing, the analytics and the data that's coming in. If you were in charge of us or wanted to know how many people were at a unification system, we can simply go into the software, print it out, and tell you that there's X number of people at a hospital, at a family center, and their names to make that connection really quickly. Those types of things that we can also move out to the public, saying that this is where casualties are, or where family centers are being designed or coming up, because we're learning, and we've learned that multiple people will want to help, but it's how we get that information to the proper authorities.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yes, thank you so much for your proactive leadership and this very inspirational initiative, actually. I've got a few questions. First of all is the software. You mentioned, I think, partners in England. Was it something that was on the shelf that you adapted for your experience, or did you build it from scratch?
I'll answer the first part, and then I'll let Helen take into the next piece. In Ontario, we're governed by major case management during serious events that happen in this province. And we have a piece of software that we use during those investigations. It helps us in linkage analysis. So an investigator in Toronto would have something in there, and it would link to an investigation in Toronto. We can have the conversation. The platform that was designed and built here is similar to that. And we can take that information and move it into, should it become a criminal activity, notwithstanding we have other events that are happening around the world or in Canada, mass disasters, we can easily take that information, if it turned into criminal, and move it into the next one. So I'll let Helen tell you about the design.
Yes, so because we wanted that interoperability between a major case management system, which is called PowerCase, and any mass casualty type software, we approached the company that made PowerCase, which is an ex-analyst, and they're actually a UK company. They've been a major case management software since the implementation back in 2005. So we had a fairly good relationship with them already, and knowing them through doing the PowerCase software, I was involved in homicide prior to doing this. So I knew how their platform worked. I knew how the UK platform worked, and we were able to use one of their already existing systems and be able to just manipulate it a little bit to what we actually needed. And like I said, the interoperability between the two, in case it does become a criminal investigation, we can seamlessly move that over. Such as in 2005, we had Air France crash at Pearson Airport. Thankfully, there were no casualties, and that became a Transport Canada issue. However, as we all know, 911 gets bombarded with calls, and 911 actually crashed that day because of the amount of phone calls that we were receiving. So all of those things combined, we knew we had to set up the 1-800 number. We knew we needed to divert some of those phone calls from 911, as well as that interoperability. And it should be a standalone system in the event it was something outside of a criminal investigation.
Thank you so much. Just a couple more questions. The first is dealing with slide number 5. And you refer to the documentation team are members of the police service who will be deployed to hospitals, family assistance centers, and evacuation centers. So can you distinguish for me, please, the difference between the family assistance centers and the evacuation centers, and would there not be overlap there? And if there is, how that is dealt with?
Yeah, so this is some of our lessons learned. As I mentioned, when we started looking at this, we see NGOs, non-government agencies getting involved in opening up certain things, churches, community centers. Within our region, we have partnerships with those NGOs. We have to be prepared because people will also self-congregate. They will muster at a location where we are not there, and we're going to have to send our documentation team to those areas or ask them to come to a specific area. We can appreciate, and Toronto would reiterate during the van attack, how many people might show up at a hospital looking for family members. And as a police agency or government agency, we have set up another center where we want people to come. So preparing those documentation teams to be deployed so they can get that information back is essential and key, because we do not want to miss the opportunity to unify somebody and have an understanding. Because if we were in certain communities, a fire home may become the point where everybody meets up, or a community center or a hockey rink where we can deploy people to because they have done their own. So our objective here is to build the documentation team, and then the locations that they will be going to are what we would have to deploy them to. Currently, we have 16 people here in Peel that are being trained on our documentation team. I hope that gives you some insight of what we're looking at here.
Yes, thank you so much. And just one more question dealing with the next slide. And you indicate if a match is identified, this is slide number 6, if a match is identified, depending of course on evacuees, survivors, etc., a predetermined structure will decide the next course of action. So I presume that's a predetermined structure that aligns with the software. But can you elaborate a little bit more on the various structures that are predetermined?
Well, the structure would actually be based on what the officer in charge has decided at the beginning of the event. So in the event that it may be a rail disaster or something that requires a family liaison officer to be able to go to the seat, to go back to the person's family and collect DNA, that's a very different response to somebody who's at the evacuation center and can just have that phone call to let them know that they're at the evacuation center. We've been very mindful of who does that pre-death notification and death notifications, and it should be a trained officer and not the person that's just receiving a cold call from somebody in an office saying, yes, your loved one is now deceased. So we need to be mindful of that, and it has to be done in person and by a trained officer with support mechanisms in place to be able to offer that support to that family member.
Sorry, were you going to add to that?
I was just going to double down on what Helen was giving you some oversight to. Again, going back to our mission statement, we try and stay very clear to that mission statement is that unification. And what we've learned is you may be my friend and you call in because you know my first name is Tom. My family may know me by my second name, Wayne. They call in as Wayne, and we have to unify all those. So when we start to go back and reach out to those people who have called in to tell them how we're dealing with this or who we're going to be sending to deal with them, we want to be mindful that we've captured everything in one basket and we've unified or matched everybody together. And the other piece that we look down a little further is, as Helen mentioned, we have what's called general instructions. The general instructions, we're probably now into 20-something pages of general instructions that we have built in relation to any type of event that we continue to build on. For example, Helen related to a train around, a building collapse or fire, an active shooter event, a horrific car accident, a plane crash, a boat sinking. We have got general instructions or questions that we are prepared to give to our people so they can ask those questions so we can get the proper place and get the information back so we can make those unifications as soon as possible.
Thank you so much. Very helpful.
I will take your cues and refer to you by your first name. So thank you so much, Tom and Helen, for your very thoughtful and informative presentation and your fulsome answers to all the questions. I might suggest, Commissioners, this would be an opportune moment to take an afternoon break.
Thank you so much. We'll break for 15 minutes.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 2:35.
Oh, sorry. Missed out on some masks. Folsom, yeah. There we go with the Folsom. I think it's actually spelled, how is it spelled? F-U-L-S-O-M or F-U-L-S-O-M. See, they don't know the definition of words. This is how stupid people are. Seriously. I'm not fucking kidding with you. They are like really dumb. And this is why I'm not into the tech so much. I mean, I will use the tech. And there are certain things, obviously, I guess tech is kind of good for. But honestly, it has made people retarded. I mean that quite literally. And I know in my case, my memory has gone down somewhat. And I would say probably my intelligence even has. But you can actually look it up. It's statistically, markedly, the general intelligence has like gone in the toilet. And listening to these clowns, you can totally hear it. They can't function. If a power outage happened tomorrow, what do you think that they can do? They can't do nothing. They're like, well, but I need the software. I need the PowerPoint. And then they just sit around and they talk about it. And it's there's something wrong. They're touched. Folsom, offensive to good taste, especially as being excessive, overdone, or gross. Fulsome praise that embarrassed her deeply. Fulsome decor, disgusting, sickening, repulsive. A table heaped with mounds of greasy food. Excessively or insincerely lavish. Fulsome admiration. That's what fulsome means. Simple. They don't understand English. You could just substitute in gross. Sickening. Whenever they say that word, they put it in the sentence. See how it fits. It's like that Chinese, you remember the fortune cookie game? In bed with animals. I mean, it's kind of a bit uncouth, but fair enough. You just substituted it. So, no. One person said fulsome in place of complete. All these robots repeat it. Yes, they come up with new defined, new speak, but the new speak isn't English. So what are they speaking? Gibberish. Because they don't understand. I used to read a dictionary when I was a kid, so that I knew words. These people can't function without a laptop. But even then, they have difficulty. "40 years ago, you go back in time, you know what? There were things happening periodically, far less, but kind of a net result of it all. But people could function. Police officers could function. Everybody could function. Think about it this way. The question that I asked a little bit earlier. Did people have conversations at length, ad nauseum, about pens and paper? No. No. And if you probably sat around, you went back in time, and you sat around and talked about pens and paper, they'd probably commit you. They'd be like, you got a problem. Now, people, all they can do is talk about the computers and how the computer's going to do everything for them. But they can't function without it. Odd, given the fact that we've been in existence for so long. Makes you wonder. Oops. What is that? Like, really a lot. I think we're down over 20 points. But that's statistically in a period of, I can't remember how long. This one is 3 percentage points. 3 percentage points. But I believe the actual study is almost 20 points in 40 years, if I'm remembering correctly. That is bad. We're approaching what in the old days, the system that was used for intelligence, we're approaching actual mental retardation. That doesn't seem like very advanced. Oh, you can thank people bigger than him. But he's bringing it to you. English is offensive. And so the 90s, everyone should learn Mandarin and get on with the shit show and get over with. Maybe I'm just old school, but I don't consider myself that old. But I like to be able to think that I can be somewhat reliant upon myself to take care of myself. I don't need, you know, it's best to find the over. I dug it up the other day. Years and years ago, I was talking about this article when it came out. Years ago. Still have the videos, I'm sure. I should bring them out. Like, what is this? Get off my screen. Whatever. Fuck off. This article is fucking spooky. Spooky. And it's not a shit show. It's not like a joke. This is true. That's why when it came out, way back when, of course, they scrubbed it off, I think, probably a couple of years later. But welcome to 2030. I own nothing, have no privacy, and life has never been better. Okay, then. Just read it. Listen to it, though. Hopefully we'll have time. Welcome to the year 2030. Welcome to my city, or should I say, quote, our city. I don't own anything. I don't own a car. I don't own a house. I don't own any appliances or any clothes. I should know this off by heart now. I just literally asked my girlfriend for this as a present. On a plaque. It might seem odd to you, but it makes perfect sense for us in this city. Everything you considered a product has now become a service. We have access to transportation, accommodation, food, and all the things that we need in our daily lives. One by one, all of these things became free. So it ended up not making sense for us to own much. First, communication became digitalized and free for everyone, or to everyone. Then, when clean energy became free, things started to move quickly. Transportation dropped dramatically in price. It made no sense for us to own cars anymore because we could call a driverless vehicle or a flying car for longer journeys within minutes. We started transporting ourselves in a much more organized and coordinated way when public transport became easier, public transport, quicker and more convenient than the car. Now, I can hardly believe that we accepted congestion and traffic jams. Well, fair enough. Not to mention the air pollution from combustion engines. What were we thinking? Sometimes I use my bike when I go to see my friends. I enjoy the exercise and the ride. It kind of gets the soul to come along on the journey. Funny how some things never seem to lose their excitement. Walking, biking, cooking, you need stuff, but it's not yours. Drawing and growing plants. It makes perfect sense and reminds us of how our culture emerged out of a close relationship with nature. In our city, we don't pay rent because someone else is using our free space whenever we don't need it. My living room is used for business meetings when I'm not there. Once in a while, I choose to cook for myself. It is easier. The necessary kitchen equipment is delivered to my door within minutes. Oh, I don't see any problems here at all. No, nothing could go wrong with this system. Nothing at all. Since transport became free, we stopped having all those things stuffed into our home. Well, you couldn't because it's not your home to begin with. It's other people's homes because they're using it. Why keep a pasta maker and a crepe cooker crammed in our cupboards? We can just order them when we need them. This also made the breakthrough of the circular economy easier. When products are turned into services, no one has an interest in things with a short lifespan. Everything is designed for durability, repairability, and recyclability. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The materials are flowing more quickly in our economy and can be transformed to new products easily. Environmental problems seem far away since we only use clean energy and clean production methods. The air is clean, the water is clean, and nobody would dare to touch the protected, nobody would dare to touch the protected areas of nature. Ooh, look at your bills. They're already all there. Remember, you guys have one down there. A lot of people came out about that one because they constitute such value to our well-being. In our cities, we have plenty of green space and plants and trees all over. I still do not understand why in the past we filled all the free spaces in our city with concrete. I'm not disagreeing with some of the concepts here. Shopping? I can't really remember what that is. For most of us, it is being turned into choosing things to use. Sometimes I find this fun. Sometimes I just want an algorithm to do it for me. It knows my taste better than I do now. What? When AI robots took over so much of our work, we suddenly had time to eat well, sleep well, and spend time with other people. The concept of rush hour makes no sense anymore, since the work we had to do can all be done at any time. I don't really know if I would call it work anymore. It's more like thinking time, creation time, and development time. Okay, that sounds not just a slightly vague. For a while, everything was turned into entertainment, and people did not bother themselves with difficult issues. It was only at the last minute that we found out how to use all these new technologies for better purposes than just killing time. My biggest concern is all the people who do not live in our city. Those that we lost on the way. Those who decided it became too much, all this technology. Those who felt obsolete and useless when robots and AI took over big parts of our jobs. Those who got upset with the political system and turned against it. They live different kinds of lives outside of the city. Some have formed little self-supplying communities. Others have stayed in the empty and abandoned houses in small 19th century villages. Oh, now we're back in 1800s. I see. Once in a while, if you don't agree with the political system, you don't agree that with the technology doing everything for your brain, once in a while I get a little annoyed. A little annoyed that I have no privacy. nowhere I can go and not be registered. I know that somewhere, everything I do, think, and dream is recorded. I just hope nobody will use it against me. All in all, it's a good life, much better than the path that we were on. It became clear, so clear, we could not continue on the same model of growth. We had all these terrible things happen. Lifestyle diseases, climate change, the refugee crisis, environmental degradation, completely congested cities, water pollution, air pollution, social unrest, and unemployment. What the fuck are you? You don't have employment. You're 100% reliant on something else. You are somebody's puppet. And if they decide to cut you off, oh, you're fucked. We lost way too many people before we realized that we could do things differently. Oh, what? World Economic Forum. Years ago. 20, can't remember when I did videos on this. When it was, they just came out. And I was like, oh no. This is going down a very bad path, and you can see it. All they can talk about is theoreticals. They can't, and some computer might be able to tell them to do something if they can even figure out how to turn it on, but they can't figure out really how to turn it on half the time because it's upgrading, it's doing something else. It's listen to Mr. Peterson's stuff. That's Rodney Peterson may have some interesting things to say. That's not policing. This is not policing. Policing is exactly what we all think it is. Policing. Computers don't do it for you. No computer's going to do fuck all for you, man. I used to go out with a girl a long time ago. I remember I was talking to her, and I was like, "What are you doing today?" or whatever. She's like, "Oh, She was kind of different than I was, and I was like, "What are you doing today?" She's like, "Oh, I'm training some people in my company on an app." I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting." Huh. I said, "What do you do? What is that going to do?" Well, I'm training them basically on how to lose their jobs. Literally. She's like, they're all going to lose their jobs. The app will take over their job. And I'm like, yeah. And you feel good about that? That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. People need things to do. You have to keep stimulated and goals and things like that. Nobody likes work. Nobody likes school. Nobody likes any of this stuff, but it gives you purpose. In this world, you have no purpose other than being somebody's prey. Completely reliant upon somebody else for whatever it is that they want, whenever they want, because somebody controls it. It just ain't you. That's not a very good life to live, I don't think. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned. But even go back, see our generation, if you go back to like 2 generations back, right? Our grandparents, well, they all knew how to be self-sufficient pretty much. Many of them, most of them. They knew how to take care of themselves, feed themselves, do whatever. Now, if there's a fucking shortage in the store, oh my God, look at people. Oh, I don't have any toilet paper. Somebody decides to turn off the toilet paper and the media decides to pump it all out and tell people, oh my God, everybody's just literally shitting their pants. They can't function. The food shortage, whatever. They can't feed themselves. They can't change themselves. You're a baby. You've become a baby. We've become babies. I think all of that, funnily enough, was a skill that we developed over time. That was evolution. We're devolving mentally, physically. And look at that all they can talk about is theoreticals and models and computers, and something else is going to do it for me. And every time it fucks up, but once upon a time, there were people who were responsible. If they fucked up, they fucked up. And they learned. In this system, you don't learn. You don't have goals. You don't move forward. It's a sad existence. And the thing is, lots of kids and things like that nowadays, they don't even know any better. But you can see it. You can see it in how depressed that they are. They don't know how to do something. I remember another ex, her daughter, I was talking to her one day, and she was talking to me about how they do, of course, almost everything on the computer. So one day, and I'm like, don't know how that's going to work out. But of course, I just kind of keep to myself about some of it. So then the power went out one day at school. And I was like, what did you do today? Did you guys use chalkboards? What did you do? No. We sat in the gym. They can't function. True. Try taking the cell phone away from your kids. See how that works out. They don't pick up books. I don't even pick up books that much anymore. I used to read a book. No word of a lie. I used to read a book a day. I read a lot of articles. I read a lot. But I don't read a book. And what do I read? Trash. All of this. Negativity. Yeah. It's all negative. So having no TV is a problem. I got plenty of experience in shoveling it out of my granddad's barn. It's about 4 feet deep in the end of winter. True. Think about all this stuff. I mean, it's much bigger places. That's why I said, Nova Scotia is not really what I was doing YouTube about. It's a bit of a smaller step back for me, but it's important. God presents things. You just follow his path. I just do what he needs me to do, even if it's not necessarily what I want to be doing. rather share knowledge on other things, but it's okay because many people are waking to what's going on around us and not liking what they're seeing. They're not liking the life that they lead now. They're not liking the fact that they become so reliant on systems out of their control that they don't have control of their life.
The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. A reminder to please turn off your cell phones to silent or off.
Yeah. Many children don't even know what cursive is, or signature, or how to read a clock. True. Was there something wrong with those things? I didn't think they were broken. Yeah, true. Very true. This is a good exercise into the things. God bless the 23. Yay! Joanne's coming home. Good stuff. Great to have you here. Been thinking about you. Sending prayers. Must be happy to go home, eh? Speedy recovery. Yeah. Speedy recovery. Good things. Wish good things. Positive things. What happens when Rogers goes down? Cyber attack. I mean, this is just silly. It's absolutely silly, the places that we've gotten to. We've allowed ourselves to get to. And I don't think it's one of those things like, oh, you're just a fuddy-duddy. You're old. No, this is something else. This is transhumanism. This is not a... Then that's not conspiratorial. It's totally true. Wide Awake will text your next appointment to you. Turn yourself in for wrong thing. Keep thinking. Keep thinking.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wart.
Thank you, and good afternoon. As we continue with this session, I point out that we are fortunate to have a number of experienced and knowledgeable individuals that are with us this afternoon, and we will have an opportunity to hear from everyone. Our discussion this afternoon will focus on what kind of supports individuals, families, first and secondary responders, and communities affected by a mass casualty need, and suggestions on how best to provide support for those affected by a mass casualty, and what steps can be taken to incorporate a victim-centered approach. At the beginning, as you've heard, we have with us members of the Canadian Resource Centre for Victim of Crime and the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police National Working Group supporting victims of terrorism and mass violence. These organizations are part of a participant coalition in the Mass Casualty Commission. And we will now turn to them and hear from their members in attendance today. And I will first turn to Ms. Sue O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And I am the chair of the National Working Group, but like Sush, I wear several hats. And I'm going to mention just two other groups that I work with because I'll be speaking to them as I provide comments to you today. And so the first is I chair the international network supporting victims of terrorism and mass violence, and as well the Leadership in Counterterrorism Alumni Association. I'm a member of the executive board. And so I mentioned these as I say, these are two groups, just two of the many groups that help inform the work of the National Working Group. But I would like to begin by offering my condolences to the victims' families who suffered the loss of a loved one. I also want to acknowledge the survivors, first responders, and all those who have been impacted by this tragedy. Much of our work is informed by the voice of victims and survivors, and we rely on your guidance to help identify and support what support needed to help the community heal. We remember those you lost and are inspired by your courage and your strength during this difficult time. This commission inquiry marks an important opportunity to fully consider the work that has been done and needs to be done by governments, first responders, victim serving agencies, community stakeholders in Canada to prepare for and respond to these types of tragedies. You have already heard this afternoon from several members of the National Working Group, Helen and Tom and Danielle, and I will be co-presenting with two other members of the National Working Group this afternoon, and that is Ms. Maria McDonald and Mr. Sushil Gupta. I also want to note at this point that we will be providing the Commission with a comprehensive written submission on our work. And so today we are just going to be touching briefly on what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about who we are, the work that we're doing. I'd like to talk about the continuum, very briefly about the needs of victims, and also one key recommendation that we have for the committee. We have many recommendations, but one in particular that I'd like to focus on in my comments this afternoon. And so who are we? So the CACP National Working Group was established in January 2018 in recognition of the need for and the value of developing a victim-centered response to terrorism, mass violence, and mass casualty tragedies. It includes representatives from police services across Canada with a common aim to develop frameworks and programs to optimize a victim-centered response to mass violence before, during, and after they occur. A central focus of our work involves the identification and refinement of a trauma-informed models aimed at informing, supporting, and engaging victims, families, survivors, and first responders, and communities and all those impacted, while also upholding the rights and dignity of all persons. And so our National Working Group includes representatives from police services across Canada, but it's not only made up of senior officers, as you can see just from some of the people that have presented here today, but it is made up of an entire team of leaders. And so from across Canada, we've gotten together to work together to focus on certain areas in terms of research, planning, training, technology, and collaboration. Some of those key messages that you have already heard here today. But I think what's important is to start off by talking about the continuum, the criminal justice continuum. Because the work of this commission is looking at, it starts with prevention. And I know there's been significant presentations and work around what can be done to prevent these kinds of tragedies in the future. And then sadly, when we do have a tragedy or an incident that occurs, there's the immediate time that this occurs and the short term after that. And of course, there's the medium and long term. And if in fact, there is an arrest and there's a court process, but in this case, what we have is an inquiry or a legal process. And then what I'm going to point out is that for many of these families and people who have been impacted by this, it goes well beyond the criminal justice system and they will have lifelong needs in relation to what has happened to them as a result of this tragedy. So I really wanted to point out that because sometimes we focus on the immediate response when in fact it is an entire continuum, we do need to be looking at the prevention as well as the time of the incident in the short and the longer term. So I know that Sushil is going to speak further about the needs of victims, but I just want to touch on the fact that every victim is unique. However, there are common themes in relation to their needs that must be considered and provided for in the pre-planning and the response stages. And one of the lenses that our National Working Group puts on, and I know that you heard this from one of our, if I may say, the international network, the acronym is INVICTIM, that you heard from already, the Commission has heard from, is Lev Altan, the Executive Director of Victim Support Europe, and Mary Fetchett, the Executive Director of Voices Center for Resiliency. And we all put this lens on and we look at it in terms of circles of impact. And so obviously it's the family, it's people that were present during the attack. It was people who were survivors, sadly family members and loved ones who lost their loved ones. And then of course, first responders, witnesses, and then of course the community itself, the local community and the wider population. So they impact not just survivors and witnesses and their families and loved ones, but the first responders, obviously, and the broader community, all were faced with the challenges of coping in the aftermath. And I use one simple example. As you know, we work with colleagues, not just in Canada, but internationally. And we work closely with one of our members of the FBI, and they recognize that many people who were at a lot of these tragedies, who were not physically injured, but obviously had impact to them, both in psychosocial. And they put out a brochure that was called I Was There. And it's in recognizing that a lot of people didn't come forward and didn't access some of the help that was available because they didn't think that it was for them as well. And that there was more that people who lost love, of course, people who lost loved ones would need that support, but they didn't want to take away from that. So they put that simple, I was there. And I thought that was a very simple way of saying, yes, you've been impacted and there's help available to you. And so we take a victim-centered approach. You're going to hear a lot more about that from Maria when she speaks. But I wanted to talk about the 4 pillars of what we do as a national working group. So common sense, we bring together and we learn from each other. We share best practices. You've seen 2 examples again this afternoon. But we also look to our international partners, our NGOs, our different stakeholders. So InVictim has 27 members, and we purposely are a smaller group and we're a network, but what we are is we are doors in to extensive networks. And so the work of the National Working Group has been informed by InVictim, by the Leadership and Counterterrorism Association, which is basically a group of senior police and intelligence leaders from the Five Eyes that are very much committed to ensuring that all strategies take the victim-centered approach. You've heard Sush and Maria are members of the European Union's Center for Victims of Terrorism. We bring in victim advocates, and I think one of the most important, and I will reiterate this throughout my presentation, is the importance of listening to the voice of victims, families, survivors, and people that have been impacted in order to inform the work that we do. And so the other thing that the National Working Group has been able to establish, because we often talk about partnerships, but it's also really about relationships. And that's what we have. We are constantly sharing information, looking for opportunities that are available to us. And so research and development is a key piece of what we do, identifying the best practices and the lessons learned, again, from not just what's taking place in our own communities and nationally, but also, as I mentioned, internationally. So we have developed a resource compendium, and in that resource compendium, we have both, I'll say, public information as well as information that's been shared with us in confidence. Next is training of victim specialists, or you've heard the Family Liaison Officer Program. So when we looked internationally at some of the best models that were out there, and they're often referred to, one of course is, and you've heard it referred to, the UK's Family Liaison Officer Program. And the second is the FBI's Rapid Response Teams, where they have specially trained victim specialists that deploy to these kinds of tragedies with agents. And training is a key component, because if you're going to ask, as well as frameworks, protocols, which I'll speak to later, training is a key component to ensure that the people that you're asking to do this have the necessary knowledge, experience, and training to do that. And so as we develop these frameworks and protocols, equally important is testing them. And so one of the things that we had the opportunity to participate in last year was an international tabletop training scenario. What was unique about it is we were testing 2 things. We were testing the victim response, and we were testing the member support strategy. And we partnered with the UK's National Police Wellness Service on conducting the exercise. And I really want to publicly thank the Toronto Police Service and the Ontario Provincial Police, who came to the table to participate fully as the agencies that would be responding on the victim response side. And the other thing I want to mention is that when you look at communities that are preparing to respond to these kinds of tragedies, is recognition that each community has different organizational structures and capacities. So we know, and actually in our training, we started with an attack in a rural community, which then went to a large urban center. And it's recognizing, so for example, I mean, you can see from some of the models that are out there that involve a lot of technology, that involve big casualty bureaus, but it may be in a smaller community that you still need to be able to have these key pieces in place, but it may look like how you provide that will be different based on your capacities. The next thing we focus on is policies, protocols, and supports. So we shared the policies, the plans to ensure that at every stage that victims' needs are considered and planned for in our abilities to respond. And next is the use of technology. So that's such a broad subject, but I'm just going to touch on a couple of examples. So when we look at, for example, you've heard about the Casualty Bureau from Peel, but recently, for example, the UK has put up and has up the major incident portal, which they keep up 24/7, and it has different things that can do with that. Use of technology, the FBI partnered with Penn State University and developed an online training, virtual training program with different modules about death notification and how to do that. I'm just giving you a couple of simple examples. And after the large attack in Las Vegas, the FBI has created, well, they've had it in place, but used it quite to their advantage. They put up a Seeking Victims page. They had 20,000 people flee that concert. And also we looked at, for example, the website that was set up after MH17. And so there's different, our group is constantly looking at what's out there and what can be adaptable to the communities that they serve. But all of the foundation of the work of the National Working Group is, if I may quote Lev Altan, which is rights-based and needs-driven. And so, as I said, we're informed by not just our colleagues, but we also take every advantage to leverage the knowledge that's out there. And two quick, simple examples. We just ran a special session with CIPSRT, which is the Canadian Institute for Public Safety Research and Treatment, with Nick Carlton, and we partnered with NATAL, which is the National Trauma Resiliency Agency out of Israel. And we looked at lessons learned in terms of supporting first responders. So that's just one example of the, and actually we have a seminar coming up that we've been allowed to participate in, our members from the EUC, from their center on managing personal effects. So while it is important to acknowledge the good work that has been done and is currently being undertaken by government's first responders, victim serving agencies, community stakeholders to prepare and respond to, we have, through our work, a common theme has emerged from the available and collective lessons learned both internationally and at home. And we must build on the current response strategies to ensure that the protocols needed in an event of a mass victimization incident are pre-planned for. And I'm going to use that word again, are pre-planned for. And so I'm not going to list there's about 20 or 25 different protocols. When people say to me, we have good response strategy, our frontline goes, and yes, they do. And you do have, good victim services people. What's different about a mass casualty incident or a mass violence incident is the extra capacities and protocols that are going to be required that you have to have in place ahead of time. And I'm just going to mention a few of them. You've heard them mentioned: the victim witness identification, the development of victims lists, death notifications, family survivor assistance centers, liaison between victims and the investigation team, contacts lists, volunteer and donation management. Again, there's many more, but I'm going to just use one example, and it was spoken to this morning. Because if you're truly going to have a response that puts victims, families, and survivors at the center of the response, then you need to have, I'll say, either a victim specialist manager or a victim's family liaison manager that is integrally working with the incident commander as well as the major case manager. Because the incident situation, when it's in crisis, will be led by an incident manager, but it's the case manager or the investigative side that will have that carriage through the longer portions of the continuum. So it's important that that is embedded within the incident command and the major case management. And so lastly, I want to finish up with a recommendation that we have. What I should mention is, training came up in several of the questions that were raised here by the commissioners. And what we've done, we got a little bit behind with COVID, but we waited till we're doing it in person. We are running in November a victim specialist, family liaison officer training, a pilot training workshop. And what we are bringing in, and in that workshop, we are going to be looking to bring in incident commanders and major case managers as well, because they all have to understand how it fits together and how they're linked together. And so the main recommendation we have, and we have a resolution that was put forward by the CACP in 2020, was to establish an office that functions as a center of expertise and a coordinating body that connects federal, provincial, territorial, regional, and local responses to victims of terrorism, mass violence, and mass casualty events. We clearly recognize that the three levels of government have different mandates, but if this center can operate where you respect the three levels of government, plan together strategically so that there is a comprehensive response with the appropriate supports and resources in place that respect those lines. So the establishment of this office, and you know, we're following the footsteps of other countries, such as the United States, who has the National Mass Violence Victimization Resource Center, the European Union, who has the Center of Expertise for Victims of Terrorism, and Belgium is currently in the process of standing up their Center of Expertise for Victims of Terrorism and Disasters. So this is very much what other countries have recognized, but more importantly, by having a center that can, and if I could just, you know, act as a hub, act as a knowledge center, and really everything that we've talked about and we've heard from other people throughout this commission brings together that expertise, the resources. Where do you go when you want information on some of those key protocols that we've talked about that can connect, that can coordinate and collaborate, bring those best practices and approaches into one, if you will, hub. And also that can, similar to what we've seen in other centers, where they can provide training, webinars, protocols, toolkits, identify expertise that's available, leverage other existing resources that are already available at your community, provincial, or national level. And of course, most importantly, it allows for communities to pre-plan, because when a crisis happens, you want to ensure that you already have that in place. And of course, the most important piece we would say for the center is to ensure that the victim's voice is front and center, not just in the development, but in the implementation and the monitoring of that should be stood up. And so I think that as far as that recommendation, I want to finish with this statement. The key to the development and the operationalization of a coordinated victim-centered response is pre-planning and relationships with key partners established ahead of time and continuously strengthened in order to collectively ensure that victims are identified, their rights are protected, and the necessary protocols are in place, and victims receive the information, consideration, and support that they need and deserve. A center of expertise committed to improving community preparedness, response strategies, and capacity to serve victims, their families, recovering from mass violence through research, planning, training, technology, and collaboration would help build on and complement the solid emergency response mechanisms that are already being developed and implemented in communities across this country. I want to thank you for the opportunity to say a few words, and it is my pleasure and honor to turn it over to Maria McDonald.
Thank you. To the victims, survivors, family members, and all of those who've been impacted. I know that there are no words which are appropriate. I acknowledge your presence here today and those that appear on your behalf. I appear before the commissioners in phase 3 today, speaking on behalf of the CACP CTNS National Working Group to offer some possible recommendations for your consideration, commissioners, as it relates to 2 aspects. First of all, best practices for integrating a victim-centered approach into the planning and preparation for a mass casualty incident. And secondly, for the provision of support to victims and survivors and family members from a policing and investigative. We're all aware that policing has faced significant challenges over the course of the last few years. The worst of times such as this can be an impetus, the ripple, a wave of change. For as Eleanor Roosevelt once said, you can often change your circumstances by changing your attitude. But attitudes which are institutionalized can often be stoic, making your recommendations, commissioners, an instigator for change, one which acknowledges a human rights approach, a victim-centered approach to policing based on humanity, respect, and dignity for all. A transition to a victim-centered approach is slow. It arguably requires a shift in how we all view policing from that warrior mentality to that of the guardian. But that transition is happening. We hear policing organizations, indeed this commission, speak to the trauma-informed approach, but do not be blinded by terminology. As essential as a trauma-informed approach is, it only forms one drop in the ocean, one aspect of a victim-centered approach. Just as the victim-centered approach forms one small part of a journey to a true human rights approach to policing, which meets the needs of our communities. The only means, in my personal view, to move out of that cycle of error, or indeed to use Einstein's terminology, to have a different result, is to ensure that society as a whole has a robust, flexible, victim-centered approach, which is not just utilized on the day of a mass casualty event, but is utilized every day for the benefit of victims, survivors, family members, and our communities. For we cannot build a house without a strong foundation, which must withhold the pressures of the everyday and not just when a hurricane comes to pass. We need to ask, do our plans to support victims, survivors, and family members actually stand up to the reasonable worst case scenario? Only then can we really consider that we truly have a victim-centered approach to policing. This brings me to the first proposed recommendation for your consideration, Commissioners. That is, that a framework for a victim-centered approach within policing should be robust, flexible, tiered, and scalable to a mass casualty event. And you may ask, what is a framework for a victim-centered approach? And what I can do is maybe read a few lines from the OPP, or the Ontario Provincial OPP's framework, which says, having due regard to our legal obligations to assist and understand the needs of victims, we need to refocus our understanding of investigative excellence to include a victim-centered approach at its core. The focus of this framework is to build a tiered, scalable, resilient victim-centered response, which empowers victim survivors, facilitates investigative excellence, and supports the well-being and health of our people and our communities. There are three overarching principles which I believe are key to a victim-centered approach. The first is effective communication. Secondly, setting clear expectations as to what we can do, but also what we expect of others. And thirdly, understanding the needs of victims, survivors, family members, and our communities. For if we do not provide effective communication in a timely manner to victims and survivors, we can and we do fail. If we do not outline what we expect of them, but also to clarify our expectations of us, we start to lose trust, if trust even existed in the first place. For a cultural shift to be embraced, the changes to be written, a framework, a strategy, call it what you may. It must be clear, concise, supported by leadership at all levels, and known to be a fundamental principle, a fundamental value at the core, at the heart of an organization's ethos. With that, and only then, can those ripples of momentum commence to prioritize the human aspect of policing, separate and distinct from that warrior mentality, to have effective communication, clear expectations, and an understanding of needs, which is built into the very framework of policing, a victim-centered approach. It has to be utilized every single day. It has to be part of everyday business and in relation to those we serve, so that in a chaotic environment, in that mass casualty, it's not hard, it's not impossible to achieve. Officers need to know who and where to reach to, what infrastructure they have to utilize to support them, what relationships they have both internally and externally, and potentially, and most importantly, the knowledge, training, skills, and the resources to achieve this. And when our job is done, we need to be objective and not subjective, accountable not only to ourselves, but all to the people and our communities in order to determine and ask, what can we do better? For we can always improve in what we do. However, such accountability requires humility, which is hard to teach and is often not rewarded. In other words, we need to debrief and reevaluate what we can do better. Commissioners, in the most simplistic terms, a victim-centered approach respectfully has four aspects. Number one, assisting in understanding the needs of victims and survivors and our communities. Two, community partnerships and integrated response models. Three, resources, expertise, knowledge and training. And fourthly, evaluation, accountability, and evidence-based decision-making. We have just heard Sue O'Sullivan, and indeed we will hear Shaquille Gumta in a moment, speak to the different aspects that fall under those different points. And now I seek to move to speak to how in practice we can integrate a victim-centered approach and create a cultural shift within policing to support victims and survivors every single day. And this draws me, Commissioners, to a consideration of a potential second recommendation, which is as follows. Police should consider the integration of dedicated, trained resources within their investigative response to support victims, survivors, and family members. For different communities have different needs. international best practice that Sue O'Sullivan spoke to a moment ago, spoke to the family liaison officer in the UK, the model out of the FBI. And indeed, we heard Danielle this morning from TPS speaking to the FLO program and the training which they are utilising there. Dedicated resources meet the needs and obligations under the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights, federal law. And indeed, we heard Tom Warfield earlier speak to the major case management model, that we have an obligation in that model to have dedicated victim liaison officers to support victims and survivors in a major case. And so, although they're different models, and we heard the officer model, the OPP has created a different type of solution in keeping with the needs of the communities that they serve. Once again, highlighting that there needs to be flexibility and that one solution does not fit all, as different communities have different needs. That model chosen by the OPP is the hiring of dedicated civilian victim specialists that have the knowledge and skills to work with investigators within that investigative realm to support victims and survivors through that process. What began as a pilot in 2021 has had tremendous results with the hiring of those victim specialists and the current expansion of that program. And it has been found to reduce officers' workload. With their own words, they have indicated that. That is also supported the rollout and use of those civilians as victim liaison officers to support victims and survivors, and to do it for the duration of that case. So that as such isn't a revolving door. But probably most importantly, it supports a cultural shift within an organization, that the importance of a trauma-informed, victim-centered approach that forms part of the community, because these individuals have the knowledge and skills, and in fact, it creates accountability with how we engage and support victims and survivors. It also supports investigative excellence by understanding the individual needs and by building trust. And of course, essentially, it requires an increase and has supported an increase in referrals to victim services, because we have to have that holistic model that isn't just policing based. We all need to work as a team to support victims and survivors. The means by which that referral happens is through a victim needs assessment. The victim needs assessment provides an avenue for the victims and survivors to tell our OPP officers in their own words on first contact whether they require accommodations or additional supports. I heard Ms. Bowden ask questions of TPS earlier in relation to what those questions look like, or indeed how they form or how it's achieved. What the OPP has done in that instance is they engaged with domestic, federal, and international partners to develop 5 basic questions that our officers ask on first contact where the victim specialist program is. So it's not everywhere, it's just in relation to that aspect. And they are as follows. Do you need assistance to understand or to be understood? Is there anything we can do to help you or help make you feel safer? How would you like us to communicate with you? Do you have any cultural and or religious needs you would like to tell us about that we can best support you? And do you have an alternative point of contact you would like to tell us about? For by allowing victims to have their voice, and rather than thinking we know the answers, we empower them. One of those questions, and all of those questions are key in a major event, but more particularly, the one as it relates to cultural and religious needs. For it illustrates the need for us to call upon our community partners. For policing cannot offer all the supports which are needed. And rather, we need to call into our community and offer the supports that they need, whether it be religious or otherwise. We cannot do this alone. And so this transitions me to the third point of possible recommendations, that again, a holistic victim-centered response should incorporate relevant SMEs, including community supports and victim supports into plans and preparation for a critical incident and a mass casualty. We've already heard Sue O'Sullivan speak to the aspects and indeed the recommendation of the CTNS working group, which I do not intend to speak to in detail, but that resolution requires that the Centre of Excellence and a coordinated body that connects all of the different aspects together. And that is essential. And so while we may have an infrastructure in place, it's all very well if we don't share information. Information sharing is key for us to ensure that we identify victims and survivors, but also in addition that we can support family reunification in a timely manner, respecting privacy rights. And so this leads me to the relevance of our fourth topic for your consideration as a recommendation, which is engaging with federal and provincial privacy commissioners within existing structures to support the sharing of information with relevant SMEs to identify and support victims and survivors in the immediate aftermath. I don't profess to be an expert in privacy rights, quite the contrary. However, I have heard information from victims and survivors, both internationally and indeed domestically, in relation to the challenges of not sharing information and policing then to be able to support them at that opportune moment. And so I ask that that matter be considered, as with the other three that I put forward, possible considerations for your recommendations. And so as I conclude, as I began, change prevents us from making the mistakes of the past and creates a vision for the future. That vision must have a victim-centered, a human rights approach at its very heart. If one day we hope to prevent re-victimization, either indirectly or directly with those we serve, the waves of change must engulf us if history is to stop repeating itself. And so with that, it's my true pleasure to hand you over to Shaquille Gupta, who is probably one of the most important voices that we have at this table here today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at an opportune time. Thank you.
I'd like to begin by acknowledging the pain and the suffering of the families. I lost my own mother in a horrific murder. I guess all I can say is I'm truly sorry for all of your loss, for those who are watching, for those who aren't here, who's represented there. As mentioned, I am wearing several hats today, but I'm going to amplify testimony that you've heard from Sue today, from Maria, from Danielle, from Lev Alton, from others that you've heard in previous phases of this inquiry. But speak to the experience of my work personally that I've done and professionally with respect to the needs of victims in the short, medium, and long term. You know, there isn't a set schedule for everyone who grieves and how they grieve and so forth. And I think you'll learn that. You know, the Air India Flight 182 terrorism tragedy, 329 killed, 268 Canadians. It's the largest mass murder due to terrorism in this country. There's an example of a case that it took 15 years for charges to even be laid. The trial lasted 5 years. And then several years later, there's an inquiry that lasted 6 years, similar to the work that you were all doing with the commission on behalf of families in Nova Scotia. And it is still an ongoing open investigation. So you can imagine, and I'll get into a little more detail, those needs that come in ebbs and flows and peaks and valleys. The families there will need, and the Canadians, unfortunately, will likely need in the future due to tragedies that have not yet occurred. You know, in terms of the immediate impact on victims' families and victims, and I'm talking about the day of, the day after a tragedy. There's obviously the injury or loss of life, the loss of loved ones. These families, myself, other families that I've met with, I've worked with, be it from 9/11, the Boston Marathon, tragedies in Europe. You know, there's this state of shock, this disbelief, this incapacitation, hysteria, some would say, and ultimately a breakdown, scrambling for help and support. There's a state of confusion and stress, probably the least strongest word I can use that families go through. There is that grief, there's the fear, the loss of faith, the helplessness, a sense of emptiness, depression, anger, frustration, emotional instability. And then, of course, exposure to media publicity or a lack of privacy. These are all things that happen immediately, that I suspect happened to many of the victims' families in the tragedy in Nova Scotia, and certainly happened in the tragedy that I personally dealt with, and many that I've dealt with professionally as well. In terms of some of the short-term needs that I asked the commissioners to consider, you know, we've heard about this through TPS, Toronto Police, and through Maria, Sue, and others, as I say, who testified, Lev Alton and others. the experts who testified, for example, on behalf of the Norway attack, the Utøya attack. Reliable and timely information and updates is a critical need for victims' families in the short term. Rescue, recovery, medical aid. I would say emotional counseling and trauma therapy. Facilitating communication with family and friends. That's sensitivity and privacy protection. And also, more importantly, a coordinated one-stop help and direction, a navigator of some sort to guide these people as they're going through that immediate need, trauma, and that short-term need. On-site assistance from government officials, travel, transport assistance. And then, socio-cultural support. Canada is a very diverse country. And there will be different social and cultural needs for every victim. And then we need our institutions to step up with emergency financial assistance, immediate compensation for medical and mental health costs, lost wages, funeral expenses. No one should ever have to go through a GoFundMe campaign to fund a funeral. Legal assistance, I'm a lawyer by profession. For those who don't know, you can't imagine the number of legal procedures, legal steps, legal documents that come into play when a loved one goes through a tragedy, similar to what you're inquiring into. Whether it's tax returns, it's getting access to bank accounts, documents for employers, insurance claims, etc. That legal support is also very critical, in my experience, for victims in that short term and in other terms as well. I'll shift to the impact on victims and victims' families in the medium to long term. And as mentioned, there isn't a set timeline. I can't define for you what medium to long term is. There's what I've witnessed, what I've seen, both in the Ardean tragedy and other tragedies, is in that medium to long term, is just a breakdown of family in many instances, and it's functioning. I am not a statistician, but the divorce rate is high amongst families who go through similar tragedies. The financial loss, the insecurity, health problems that result as a result of the tragedy, physical and mental, the emotional scar. And then, of course, families are, in many instances, including in this inquiry, they're put in the position of having to fight for justice in the courts through that civilly, criminally, or through the seeking of a full inquiry. All of a sudden, these victims who are grieving have to try to become advocates as well for truth and justice. And that's another impact that occurs. And then for those victims' families who can, they will go on, or some will go on to advocate, to fight for improved legislation reforms to better support victims, better prevent these tragedies, better equip our government institutions and agencies in order to support Canadians who suffer. And then on my experience, based on the needs of victims and victim families in the long term, there will be long-term medical care and emotional rehabilitation that is required. Personal security issues, again, that socio-cultural support, help with networking with other families and victims. That legal assistance can go on for years, financial assistance, compensation, and then assistance for participation in criminal justice proceedings. These proceedings are very formal. I've been through a number of inquiries, and there's many lawyers involved with many years of education and training to deal with this. Imagine what a family member who is not legally trained would need in that long term. Another need is communication with government agencies in the long term for information, for support, be it the investigative agency, Justice Department, social services, and other branches of government. And long-term families need an investigation into any unresolved questions, which I know is what the inquiry commissioners and all those supporting the commission are tasked with doing. Another impact It's not a phase, but I'll call it the healing phase, if there can be such a thing, is medical and psychological therapy, rehabilitation, reconciliation. It's even things like resuming a life routine after a loved one is killed in such a large scale mass casualty event. Managing of the emotions and mood swings, rebuilding life, relationships, occupational, financial. No, I don't identify myself as, I don't wear something on my forehead that I'm a victim of terrorism. It's that I do wear many hats. That's an experience that shapes me. But I certainly have led to me, my father, other victims in their India tragedy, as well as many other tragedies that I've been able to work on and assist. We've all had to rebuild our lives. We've had to reorient our life pursuits with a new perspective. And for some have achieved closure. Some have not. I don't know how to define that. And then spiritual insights into life. These are long-term needs of the victims, and that comes with that healing phase, if those can reach that healing phase. You know, at the forefront, I will say, and this is my hat, wearing it on behalf of the RCMP. Now, I work very specifically in the national security and counterterrorism world. But I will say we've not always gotten it right when speaking of supporting victims. The Air India tragedy, and there are others too, I'm sure, demonstrate that. There was an inquiry there led by former Supreme Court of Canada Justice Major that quite clearly made findings on the failures that occurred by the Canadian government, by the RCMP and other institutions. So we haven't always gotten it right. But I would like to share with the Commission that this institution that I now work for, that we continue to learn from the early tragedy. We'll continue to learn from this tragedy in Nova Scotia. And that we've adapted many of our operations, at least with the work that I do from that national security lens. And we continue to develop our national response plan, guided by the work of the National Working Group and other partners, including the EU Centre, models that we've seen overseas, other institutions within Canada, the NGOs that we work with. But specifically as part of my work with the RCMP National Security Section in the last few years on a national security investigation with a number of Canadians killed, I was responsible for implementing our victims and trauma support plan to the families in collaboration with our divisions nationally and our local police jurisdiction. And during this matter, the RCMP assigned dedicated members to facilitate and assist the victims' families in obtaining trauma support, social support, and to meet the needs of victims that I previously described. For over 2 years, I and other colleagues have crisscrossed the country to meet with the victims, countless hours spent assisting with access to supports and facilitating access to services involving other government departments. As mentioned by several speakers today, we don't provision those services, but we can navigate victims to it. And that's what we've been doing in this national security investigation. I've seen the emotional toll on the victims' families. I've experienced that myself, as you know now. I've seen the emotional toll as well as on my colleagues within the RCMP who've stepped up to provide this assistance, to navigate the victims' families towards it. We absorb the pain, the suffering of those as well. Are we further ahead with supporting victims than when my mother was murdered, along with 328 other innocent individuals? I can say absolutely. At least in the job that I've done and the folks that I've been lucky to work with, who do care. At every step of the way, with every travel request, every hour consumed, my senior management never hesitated in approving this work and the expense to support victims. Quite the opposite. The guiding mantra from above was and continues to be, do whatever it takes to support these families. Whether it was to allocate time to fly to one city across the country, to meet with one single family member, or to be away from the office for weeks on end to meet with many. I've witnessed leadership from above with strong approval and support to carry out this work. I can't say every victim has this experience, but certainly in the cases I work with on the national security section. That's how it's been. I can candidly say that I would not be working with the RCMP today, especially with my experience on Air India, had it not been for the improvement, the dedication and motivation of the members who I work with or work within to improve how we support victims and continuously strive to do better. The work of the RCMP as part of the CACP National Working Group is one example of this striving to improve and do better. I'm proud of the work myself and the colleagues have done on the case, and I mentioned I consider an honor to my mom, but more importantly, to the victims, the current victims' families that we've been supporting. You know, I'll say this is yet another reason why I do believe as well, and I support that we need a national center of expertise to support victims of terrorism and mass casualty incidents in order to apply these best practices and tools to every case across the country. We can collect all the policies, protocols, procedures, and so forth, build all the partnerships. It's that operationalized piece that's so important, that putting it into action piece that is so important. And that's what we're working on. You know, I'm gonna end with, I want to read to you from a statement, actually testimony that was given by a private citizen, a sailor, 37 years ago, who was out in the middle of the Atlantic when the Air India plane, my mom's plane, went down. Because I think it'll demonstrate a few key points that I'll wrap up with. But let me read to you from this individual's testimony, which he gave at the inquiry before Justice Major. So, quote, I felt excited. This was an adventure, boys at play, heroes to the rescue. We would arrive in a blaze of glory, find the plane with people standing on the floating fuselage, waving, rescue them, and carry them home. All of those on board the Laurentian Forest, that was the ship the sailor was on, were hopeful of finding survivors. Whilst en route for the smoke marker dropped by the helicopter, the ship steamed through approximately 20 to 30 people who were in the water. Notice he calls them people, not bodies. I'll continue. They were floating with virtually no buoyancy, just at the surface, and were not visible until we were right on top of them. The surface of the sea was covered with the sheen of aircraft fuel, which caused unusual reflections and many false sightings throughout the day. It was at this moment for me that the enormity of what had happened became apparent and that the great adventure was over, and it started to turn into quite a different experience. Amongst the first to come aboard were two young boys. They were the only we received that day who were still fully dressed. They seemed uninjured. This was only 2 hours after the aircraft had come down, and it was difficult to accept they were not merely sleeping. I felt numb. I was working on automatic. It all seemed wrong. It couldn't be real, but if we just went with it, it would end, and it would not be as bad as it seemed. It never has ended, and it was as bad as it seemed. A winchman is lowered from the helicopter late morning. This is unusual. He's carrying something, and this has usually been wreckage. This time it's a baby. The winchman is crying as he passes me this bundle. He leans his head to mine and shouts above the noise of the helicopter, sorry, and then he is gone, winched back up. I look down into the towel, and he or she is perfect and beautiful. The boy in me died that day. I don't recognize this until years later, but I feel the passing. I felt it then, and I feel it now, and every day my mind is drawn there. My faith in goodness and God and sense and normality died then. I rested my cheek on the baby's head, and it was cold, so cold. I didn't know what to do next. I put the baby in a plastic garbage bag. It is 6 feet long, and a little soul lies at the bottom. And is insignificant, and I feel guilty. Sitting here now with all of you, I cannot begin to describe the utter wrongness of putting children into plastic garbage bags. These words taste foul in my mouth, and I can never escape how bad I feel then and how bad I feel now. As you can imagine, this individual, this merchant sailor, this private citizen on a ship picking up lumber in Canada on its way to Europe finds himself in this situation. As you can understand, that testimony was 20 plus years after the tragedy. He suffered from PTSD for many, many years. He is someone that we as direct families, victims' families, we classify him as a victim of this crime as well. His testimony speaks to the circles of impact as testified by Sue earlier today, and Lev Alton and others who appeared before the Mass Casualty Commission earlier in the proceedings. And he's someone that needs support, and I suspect there are a number of other families in Nova Scotia who fall into that boat as well. We need that support who are victims. His suffering also speaks to the unique needs and the longevity of the needs for support. And that's something I asked commissioners to consider when making their recommendations. And finally, I would say his words, his experience, his pain speaks to the need for a national center of excellence to support victims of terrorism and victims of mass casualty events. With that, I say thank you for hearing me. Thank you for listening to the recommendations. And thank you for inquiring into the needs of victims there in Nova Scotia, but writ large to our entire country. I will now turn it over to James Ford, representing the Family Resource Center for Victims of Crime. Just wondering, I'm prepared to proceed now. But I'm not sure if it would be an opportune time for a break.
Sure, we'll take 10 minutes.
Yep.
Well, that was only slightly inappropriate. Talking to the families. He's literally talking to the families. This is the guy who's, I'm going to have to go back, but I'm pretty sure he said he's the one who, and he's proud of it, and he's feels very good about the changes that he made to victim services. Oh my. First of all, he doesn't see that there's anything wrong. Well, I think any of the families should just feel free to give him a call. You know, let him know. Let him know how you think, how you feel about jewelry going missing and items being returned in horrific condition. I don't know if that's the only way he can muster tears, but that was just real wrong. But maybe it's a tactic on their part. They just want to traumatize. You know, they do. That's clear. They want to traumatize enough that you go away, but maybe they're just being really outward about it now. They're like, oh yeah, let's just go around. We'll do Clockwork Oranges. I'm sure one family in there must just be particularly ecstatic. Babies and such. Wow. But he sees that there's nothing wrong. Pretty sure I've seen him around in some chains. So he's a mover. He's a lawyer. Let's see here. Civilian member, lawyer. Oh, did I close that out? Strategic Operations Advisor, Counterterrorism, National Security. Previously on the, because he's sharing his goodwill with everybody. He was previously on the Human Rights Tribunal, vice chairperson, as an administrative judge performing mediation and adjudication on cases, human rights. And also the acting chairperson there and CEO. And also, of course, the DOJ. Crimes against humanity. My word. All they kept dropping was more and more, just negativity and mass this and mass that and every event, well, except for Uvalde. They don't want to pull that one out. Just keep making it seem like the world is ending without their constant digital overlording and more cyber classes that they've got to do. No. It becomes very ingrained. You're around it all the time. Oh, come on. 6 eyes. That wouldn't happen. You know that. I heard that come up too. I was like, so many people don't hear that or just think it's just innocuous. I'm like, no. Oh, no. No. Awful, inappropriate. I apologize to the families. I'm sorry you had to listen to that. You don't have to apologize. But you see, that's what good people with hearts do. They apologize on behalf of somebody else because they just feel awful, shameful. Who is this guy? Gupta. Shashil Gupta. What the hell? Traumatized. Well, I'm sorry you were traumatized. Maybe that's their next tactic. They're going to outwardly throw lots more blatant trauma at people. Just go away. $82. How about that 82? Is the right pedigree. Even civilian members cannot escape groupthink. Drink it up, ladies. No. Okay. Well, let's see. I got something else here. I did. Hold on. I don't remember it verbatim yet. So. One moment. Let's see if I can find it here. Honky horns. What's in here? Shoot. I'll have to get it lined up. Yeah. I wonder if there was any outburst back in the audience. Cops in their uniforms are too traumatizing for MCC, but victim services experts bring up that. It's totally fine. Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of tactics that they're using to tune people out, bore them, lull them, talk about anything and everything, but frustrate you. These are intentional tactics, right? So your mind immediately, it's cognitive dissonance. Why are they doing this? I don't understand. Because that's what they want to do. That's the whole purpose of the MCC. Keep people from looking. Yeah. We do have to build it better. Yeah. See, that's the way the world is going, right? Just tank it. And then they can, oh, we'll save the day. I'm a white knight. Uh-huh. Okay. Misery loves company. He got more airtime about his story. And that is true. That's literally true. He has gotten more airtime telling his story there at the beginning about his mom than all of the families put together have had time at the MCC. Because the only time that they've had is the 3, there's more than that, but 3 outbursts that have happened. And they're like quick because McDonald's like, bah, hustle people out of the room. We need decorum. Decorum. You stop that. Stop saying how you feel. You can't feel that way. What was it though? This is going to upset me. Because I can talk.
Proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. A reminder to please turn your cell phone off or to silent.
Hmm. No, I don't think it was this far down. Hmm. It's a really good quote. Brenda said. Oh. I'm not going to find it. I had it lined up yesterday. Shameful. Going into people's bank accounts. They're talking about that. Wow. That one lady, she had to read her sympathies. Who has to read sympathy? If you have to read it, it's certainly not genuine. And there's probably something wrong emotionally inside that you have to write it down to repeat it or have somebody else write it for you. It should just come from the heart. You just speak. Say how badly I feel for you. Relate, not from a notebook.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wert.
Thank you. Well, I think I'll just turn it back over and we'll continue where we left off.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to the Commission. James Ford speaking on behalf of the Canadian Resource Centre for the Victims of Crime. And I just want to start by saying that our thoughts as well are with everyone in Nova Scotia, the families, and all the people connected to the tragedy and the loss there. If one theme flows through the Commission and what you've heard today, it's the breadth and reach of trauma, which is indeterminate, fluid, and vast. I'd also like to thank the Commission for hearing from the Resource Centre. And I'm going to try to put before the Commission some concrete ideas that we think are important to be considered for recommendations going forward on the journey of improvement in the treatment of victims and the response to mass casualty incidents. One moment here. We will, of course, be providing comprehensive written submissions, but I want to focus on 3 areas that the Canadian Resource Centre thinks is important and will be valuable for the Commission to consider. 1, victim rights support, the acknowledgement and the support of victim rights as human rights. 2, the funding of victim support groups, grassroots non-governmental organizations, working in tandem and collaboration with other organizations, including the police. And 3, long-term coordinated outreach that doesn't begin on the heels of a mass casualty event, but is integrated throughout the country, provincially and locally, on an ongoing basis. And so it remains at the ready to be implemented and to be relied on when there's a mass casualty event. But most importantly, will be relied on every day in helping victims that already exist and already are struggling. So we've heard a lot from first responders and the police and the good efforts they're making on the journey to doing better. And this is one key perspective, first responders. We support the importance of a federal, central-based hub of excellence, as Mr. Gupta said, and as Mr. McDonald said as well. But we also strongly submit the importance of a local-based response, and that there's not one size fits all. So I'm going to start there with these three areas. And the first area is recognizing and supporting victims' rights, recognizing that they are human rights. And there's three key ways we'd ask the Commission to consider thinking about that. First way, financial assistance. Second way, proactive informing victims throughout the process. And finally, third, the right to services. So first, financial assistance. As it stands now, assistance to victims varies greatly across territories and provinces. The need for victim compensation, the need for it to be federally secured and standardized is important. We ask the Commission to consider that recommendation. Victimization, as we've heard, has a profound impact on the stability of people's lives. It disrupts their lives. And providing meaningful financial assistance can help provide the means for victims to rebuild their lives. Number two, proactive informing, knowledge. Prompt, clear, and comprehensive information. Information needs to be provided to victims right away, and it needs to be clear and it needs to be comprehensive. Presently, under the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, there's effectively an onus on victims to seek out the information regarding their rights. And I think it was Maria that mentioned the importance of implementing or the recommendation of questions, the 5 questions that could be asked to victims. But I think we'd like to put a different gloss on it, and that it's not just asking the questions, it's providing the information about what's available to people who may not be comfortable talking to first responders, who may come from a different cultural background, who may not trust the people, rightly or wrongly, that are responding at the first instance to mass casualty events. And so it's important that they be provided not just the information, but they be provided in a proactive way, that this is what's available, not do you need help? This is the type of help that is available to you. These are the types of resources that you might find useful. And that goes well beyond, would you like to speak to someone in your own language? Would it be helpful for us to talk about some resources we know in your own cultural milieu? Would it be helpful for you to speak to someone in your own language, at your own, if they're religious, at the mosque? It's not always churches, of course. And so it shouldn't be lost that optically, we're a lot of white people talking about a lot of problems that happen in urban centers when there are mass casualty events. And we're talking about urban centers, we're talking about people that do not reflect that demographic. So we have to be cognizant of that, aware of that. And that's why the importance of providing these rights to informing victims of their rights is so very important. The onus has to be upon the first responders and service providers at the first instance to inform them of those rights. And we adopt the recommendation of a victim's card, something that pre-exists, that is already thought about and creative and is comprehensive. It already exists before the mass casualty events happen. So we think that's a good idea. But it's very important that this information sharing, the informing of victims of mass casualty, be ongoing, comprehensive, and clear, and cater to a specific individual who may come from different cultural backgrounds. The third area under this first issue of victim rights is the right to services. Victims' rights to support services should be guaranteed by statute, by legislation, and enforceable thereby. There should be legal remedy. The United Nations Declaration of Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime recommends this. And we would suggest an amendment, the recommendation of an amendment to the Canadian Bill of Victim Rights to guarantee victims access to medical, psychological, legal, and social assistance. It can be subject to judicial review where it's denied or there's impediments encountered. The second major recommendation that we wish to discuss is the funding of victim support services. Funding, mobilizing, and coordinating grassroots organizations, NGOs, and victim support groups. It's obvious, as I said at the beginning, that the police form a very important first response and enduring response part of this issue, but it's only one part of it. They can't be expected to, nor would it be appropriate for them to be the be-all and end-all. So it's essential that there be grassroots organizations, both because of their expertise and because of the different perspective that they provide. They're not part of a system that may not be well received by individuals who are not necessarily the majority demographic. And so it's for those two reasons that it's critical that there be ongoing funded and mobilized grassroots organizations that everyone works with collaboratively, complementarily, sharing information, not controlling information, not encumbering information, but everybody working towards the same goal, which is what I hear from everybody today, including the first responders. But that's why it's so important, I think, that these grassroots organizations be funded locally, across the country, available, with the assistance, Mr. Gupta said, perhaps central hub of intelligence and best practices, but you need them all. They all have to work together as a team. So following mass casualty events, organizations with the knowledge to provide services in a trauma-informed, victim-centered manner need to be immediately mobilized and integrated into the emergency response. That can't happen if that's not pre-planned. That can't happen if they don't already exist and they're not well funded. These organizations, these grassroots NGO organizations, independent of police and first responders, serve two vital functions. Number one, they help survivors process trauma and loss and help them rebuild their lives, thereby avoiding or at least minimizing the risks of re-victimization. It also, number two, helps to keep present victims from becoming future offenders. Why is this important? Well, in our submission, there are some realities here that should be addressed and considered. First, number one, victims are more likely to become repeat victims. Victim support services help victims to rebuild their lives and break the cycle of victimization. Number two, victims do become offenders. Victims and offenders do not fit into a watertight compartment or neat silos separate from each other. The breadth and intersectionality of victims and offenders is not so simple. And so the cycle of victims and offenders is one that we all recognize, and we need to treat both sides of the body. Third, there needs to be secure funding for grassroots victims organization. It's critical to a coordinated response to mass casualty events. First, but even more so, it's critical to providing the day-to-day support to crime victims, which thereby reduces the likelihood of re-victimization and of those victims themselves becoming offenders. So this is well-supported, well-funded, ubiquitous organizations like this across the country help to avoid the negative.
Because all he's doing now is he's blaming. He's blaming. You're going to become crazy madman and you're going to do all kinds of bad stuff. Dude, you're way out of line. I don't know why these people can't grow a set. If I was sitting at that table, I'd just be like, okay, how about we try this? How about we listen to what the victims need? How about that? Because I don't know shit, because I'm not in it. I don't know it. Do you know it? I don't think you know it. Some of you do, because some of you are family members. How the fuck does this bozo know? How the fuck do any of these people know? They don't know shit. They haven't fucking opened their ears, their hearts. Lots of you have. I certainly have. Spent a lot of time on the phone with families, just listening. Because that's how you get it done. That's how you work with somebody to help them through something, and they tell you what they need. Not you tell them. Who would do that? You got some fucking nerve, man. Look at this fucking tool. He knows he's got pages and pages of notes, and he knows what the fuck is going on. He doesn't know shit. Is he in Nova Scotia? Did anybody in his family get killed? No. He doesn't know nothing. But he's going to tell them what they need. You got some nerve. If I was on the street with you, sir, I would certainly tell you, you got some nerve. Then you're going to blame them? Or you're going to become an offender? How about you remove your head from your ass?
We can get better. We can do better. Outreach needs to be long-term. Trauma manifests itself in different ways over time. See the expert evidence in the, I think it was the Batoy Island attack. Psychological counseling, employment support, long-term compensation. All or some of these will be necessary for some individuals. Some less so. The outreach must be proactive. It cannot be reactive. This is important, and it touches what I said earlier with respect to knowing who you're dealing with in an individualized way and making the effort to include them and make them understand the information, which may mean accessing things outside the box, accessing people outside the majority. And so it is that many individuals are reluctant to seek help for a number of reasons. One is they're traumatized, they're frozen, right? Another one is they might be marginalized. They don't have the skills, even if things were good, to be able to try to navigate these troubled waters. And then they might have good reason not to trust authorities. They might have had experiences that have saw them be alienated from those people who are actually trying to help them. So this requires an acknowledgement and an understanding and recognition of that reality so that we don't go applying a square peg to a round hole. So proactive outreach, key to connecting to needed services. Success at this helps to alleviate the long-term consequences of trauma. So I've tried to hit not everything, but 3 areas that we think are important. Put some flesh on those bones and ask the Commission to consider those 3 areas. 1, support for victim rights, acknowledging that it is a fundamental human right. 2, funding victim services groups on a consistent and long-term basis. And 3, long-term coordinated outreach. Victim-centered approach, trauma-informed approach through this lens can only make things better. I'll finish by saying this. The Commission, Mass Casualty Commission, had some time to put together and plan and implement the Commission. 3 phases that have been they're in the process of being done. But there's a lesson perhaps there too, to listen to the families, how they've interacted and what their response is, and how they feel about the process of something that was able to be planned without having to react immediately to a mass casualties event. And I think there may be some valuable insight with respect to the journey of improvement that even the MCC will experience and have experienced, and listen to the families. We know that we can do better, and we will do better. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Ford. And just wanted to turn to Michelle Seaman and draw upon your experience with the RCMP. And I understand you have a comment you wanted to share about a victim-centered approach to addressing some of these issues.
Thank you so much. And I would also like to acknowledge the victims, survivors, families, and everyone who has been impacted by this terrible tragedy and who are at the heart of this important work that we all are committed to. I won't take much of your time, commissioners, but thank you for the opportunity. We're very grateful to be here, to be part of this conversation. My role is to lead the RCMP Victims of Crime section, which is established at the national headquarters within crime prevention, Indigenous policing services within the contract and Indigenous policing branch. It began in 2019, building upon lessons learned through our work with the family information liaison units that were established to support family members during the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls national inquiry. What we learned through this work was that it was important to work in a trauma-informed and culturally responsive way with the families. And we did that in collaboration with the family information liaison units when they were supporting families who reached into the RCMP about their loved ones' cases. Those principles of trauma-informed and victim-centered approaches are what guide the Victims of Crime section at the RCMP. Our mandate is to support frontline members, provide effective, timely, and informed support to victims that reduces the harmful effects of victimization and re-victimization. Is intended to provide a victim's lens and considerations of intersectionality to the development and co-development of policies, procedures, training, awareness, and tools and other resources that need to be used when we're interacting with victims. We want to enhance law enforcement response to build trust and respectful interactions through considerations of this intersectionality. There is a lot of important work that is going on, as may have been already discussed. We understand that understanding trauma-informed approaches from a broad scope is important, and there is national training developed for that. But as we have heard, responses to victims are very personal. They need to be very specific and consider all the aspects that are the layers of the identity of those victims, whether it be in a mass casualty response, whether it be in a homicide or missing person situation, or hate crimes. We need to consider the victim's lens in all the work that we do, and that the RCMP recognized the importance of establishing a center for victims' issues in the RCMP. We at the national headquarters work in collaboration and cooperation with our partners in divisions. As I sit here with my colleague, Julia Rustad, who represents each division in Nova Scotia, we have a national working group of our RCMP colleagues responsible for victim services for the RCMP that now comes together to discuss issues that are going on, what are challenges we're all facing, and building upon the good work that's being done at various levels to create national consistent approaches, yet that allow the flexibility for divisions to respond to the needs of their communities and their specific geographical differences and other aspects. The Victims of Crime section also works in collaboration with the Federal Provincial Territorial Working Group for Victims of Crime. And that's an important collaboration because we're talking about other levels of government And so through that conduit, we're able to be linked to issues that are impacting across the country and bring that in and work on that together collaboratively. We also participate on the public safety portfolio for victims. And also I wanted to highlight that we are also participants on the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police Victims of Crime Committee that is currently working on a trauma-informed framework for police across Canada. So I thought it was important to mention that because there's some important information that's been shared by our participants today talking about the importance of having national frameworks that link all of the service providers together. So building upon the great work that's being done by another CACP committee on mass casualty events, we're now going to be focused also on a broad-based trauma-informed framework that will create a broad scope impact, but then we'll be able to be linked to specific responses for specific types of trauma and harms. The victims of crime section at the RCMP is also responsible for the victims assistance policy. The national policy outlines our obligations under the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights and also for referrals to victim services. It provides the guidance that is necessary for our frontline members to understand their obligations in these areas. That's an important policy that creates a national standard that divisions can then build upon should they have special needs or other impacts that they need to account for. The importance of having the national victims of crime sector is to help bring that collaboration, to help with the consistent sharing of information, of raising issues that may be being dealt with in certain jurisdictions to a national perspective and engaging those resources that could be lend themselves to either creating or co-developing or liaising with our partners on a national approach that then can be used by divisions to help support their specific needs that they can take and build upon. I bring this to you, commissioners, because I think it's important to recognize that we're working hard to link various partners and stakeholders, both within the RCMP and with our external partners within government and non-government agencies. We're very committed to continually looking at what we're learning from the important work that's being done and integrating that into the work as we move forward. We're very grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today, and thank you.
Thank you so much. As I see our time together this afternoon is coming to a close, I would be remiss not to turn to the commissioners and ask if there's any comments or questions that you have of any of our participants this afternoon. Commissioner McDonald?
No questions, just a comment to thank all of you for your powerful and poignant, very poignant presentations, and to thank you for your very practical recommendations. Greatly appreciated.
And Commissioner Fitch?
Just a point of clarification, because I'm not sure if I heard it correctly. Did I hear that one of the restraints of current victims legislation is that the onus is on the victim to seek information from service providers?
It's on request.
Pardon me?
On request. It's on request.
So basically, the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights says that a victim may have access to obviously information, protection, support, but information upon request. And so how is a victim supposed to know what their rights are unless somebody tells them what their rights are? So you don't have a right unless you know you have a right. So there are, I apologize, I should have mentioned I had the privilege and honor of being the federal ombudsman for victims of crime for over 7 years. So I'm very familiar with the recently Heidi Illingsworth's recommendations, the report she did on the review of the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights and the recommendations. And I would strongly encourage the Commission to look at those recommendations and where we are now, because there's significant recommendations that are in place in relation to that. And James raised one issue around remedy. We have a very weak remedy when your rights are abridged, but that doesn't stop the agencies that have to respond and ensuring that those victims are aware of doing everything they can to make sure they're aware of the rights. And I would argue ahead of time, not while they're in the midst of a crisis or trauma, because your ability to retain that information or even absorb that information, you're number one. And I think Sush very poignantly and talked about what somebody goes through when they're getting the worst news of their life, about what has happened and their ability to do that. So, I mean, I could go on, but I won't. But I would just say that there's many recommendations that are available. And I think one of the challenges for us today was the limited time. And that's why we're very much looking forward to providing a written submission, which will address in a much more comprehensive way all those stages. But the other is, I just want to, on the last comments from Ms. Seaman there, we're very familiar with PCBI and the Fed provincial groups. As a matter of fact, I consistently send to Ms. Bouchard, who heads that committee, information on what we're doing. But one of the messages I think has to come out of this is we're talking about how do you take research to action, not just look at best practices. Is the question that you pose, when I only read a couple of the protocols that need to be in place, but the question is, how do you operationalize that? How do you turn that into action? Tell me why this is important. It requires, as Maria, I think, quite eloquently talked about, it requires a cultural shift. And that cultural shift is not something that you can mandate to members. They need to understand the why, and then their next question is, tell me how. And so by giving the training, the knowledge, and the skills, and putting in place those expertise, no matter what model you follow, to meet those basic needs is going to be an important part of making sure that victims' rights are respected and that they are provided the supports that they need in the short, medium, and long term.
Thank you. That fully answered my question. And the reason I asked is I did hear you talk about the broad vision and the work that's being done with the RCMP on a national level and the adherence to the legislation on the Victims' Bill of Rights. And so to me, that is, it's one thing to adhere to what's currently there. It's another to really challenge that is a piece of legislation that needs to be, I think, as you said, basically turned on its head. So I just wanted to confirm I heard that correctly from both parties. Thank you very much.
I have a couple of questions for Ms. Rustad and Ms. Seaman. I'm not entirely clear, and this follows a bit from what Ms. Sullivan just said, how the work of your units relate to the family liaison role that we've heard a fair bit about in this inquiry that's been fulfilled by Constable Bent. So Ms. Seaman, do I understand that your unit is a research unit?
No, we're not a research unit. We're a direct support to operations in terms of developing policy procedures, tools such as a Canadian Victim Bill of Rights wallet card for members, which is something I didn't mention specifically, but that's just an example of a tool that's intended for frontline officers to assist in their work. Related, Commissioner, to your question about the family liaison role, that's an investigative position. That's not within our purview. That is something we will be working with the National Office of Investigational Standards and Practices to talk about a victim's lens that position can have in terms of its work. But that's my responsibility for the victims of crime is to deal with victim assistance in terms of the victim services aspect, our adherence to the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights, and tools related to trauma-informed, culturally responsive interactions with victims. So when we're trying to help support our officers who are sitting down with, let's say, an Indigenous family with respect to their missing loved one, it's around helping them understand what kind of protocols should be in place, who can they work with to best meet the needs of that particular family when they're sharing information, for example. But the family liaison role is an investigative position, and it's in the major case management sphere. That is not within our purview. However, we will provide support to the team that's responsible for that should they wish any input from a victim's lens or trauma-informed lens.
So Ms. Rustad, your unit is the HDIV component of the unit that Ms. Siemens describing? So can you tell me then how your unit has engaged with any of the families in the mass casualty that we're talking about?
So there's two parts: the victim service, RCMP victim service at the detachment level, where there's volunteers, and the responsibility falls on the detachment commander and the frontline members. And I also manage the high-risk IPV team coordinators. So in terms of the liaison officer, we would be assisting that officer, the investigative part of it. So if they had questions or they needed a link with Provincial Victim Services for criminal injuries counseling, we were that link.
Okay, so I had understood Constable Ben to be part of the MCU, and so that's clear, but I wasn't aware of the, and I'm aware of the Provincial Victim Services role, but I wasn't aware of an H Division Victim Services role. So has there been active engagement by your unit in the response here?
We have had requests from members. Our authority to support victims comes from police officers, comes from members. They reach out and ask. So we have had requests from members to reach out and support victims.
So it's activated by members of the RCMP as opposed to another, okay.
Yes, that's correct.
And so do the working groups and committees and units that are all represented here review recommendations in a systematic way from inquests or inquiries? Because there's been quite a number that have made recommendations with respect to how victims require support and the kinds of work that needs to be done to better respond in these circumstances. And I'm just wondering how or if there's a review that's done of recommendations when they are released. Ms. Seaman.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. Thank you. So, for example, the review that was mentioned by Sue O'Sullivan by the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime on the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights, that is certainly something that we are reviewing as we're reviewing and renewing our national victims assistance policy that I referred to earlier, that outlines the guidelines to our frontline members on their responsibilities under the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights and for victim service referrals. So that's one example. We're relatively new, I mean, established in 2019, but we respond to senior level direction as a result of reviews of certain inquiry documents. So, for example, the response from the Colton Bushi report, definitely we received direction as a result of that analysis to address and make changes and amendments to the victim assistance policy, for example.
And sorry, who did that analysis?
So I believe it was there's a coordination team with the national headquarters.
Within CNIP? The policy center within CNIP?
No, more broadly, like within the, I believe it's the strategic branch looked at that, and then when public complaint for that particular one, it came through the CRCC. That would come in through the professional responsibilities office and through the National Complaints Directorate, and they would track responses and our actions with respect to reports from the CRCC. So that direction came into Contract and Indigenous Policing Branch through the National Public Complaints Directorate, and then we respond to that. So that's one example, but there are many, as have been discussed at the Commission, many inquiries and so there are different, it depends on the source. So for example, the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, those report recommendations would also be looked at from a strategic level, and then they would be looked at by particular branches of the RCMP that would have to respond.
So I guess what I'm trying to identify is who is responsible for reviewing recommendations when they're made, and then how are those recommendations, if adopted internally, translated into policy, and then how is that policy disseminated to members?
Okay.
Because it seems to me, from everything we've heard, that there are layers and layers of units within the RCMP that may address pieces of our mandate, but I'm trying to figure out how best to reach the right place for, say, if we make recommendations with respect to this area, to whom should they go, and then how do we know who to check back with in terms of accountability for adoption and transmission to members?
I will have to get back to you. I'm not sure at the senior level what the decision. I would assume that the recommendations are directed to the commissioner, and then the commissioner.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean like the name of the person, but I'm looking at the structures of what we're hearing about, because this unit that you represent and the one that Ms. Rustad represents haven't featured prominently so far in the record that we have, and so I just want to make sure that I understand how things are structured so that we can make sure that we're engaging the right component of the organization and institution, and then from there we can ensure that the recommendations make sense to the people who have to implement them.
Well, as I said, it would go up to our commissioner, who would then direct it, I think, to their strategic advisor. And then it comes down to the specific branches. So for us specifically, if you're looking, it would come through the Contract and Indigenous Policing branch. So at the deputy level, then it would come down to us through that. So from the commissioner to the deputy of Contract and Indigenous Policing and through, I'm not sure if that answers your question or not, but
it does. And then from you, when you're developing the protocols that you're developing, and I assume because you were established in 2019 that you may in fact have been established because of some of the recommendations that were coming out of some of the previous inquiries that found the RCMP wanting in this area. So I'm just surmising, but from you then, you're developing policy. How are you tracking whether that policy gets transmitted to frontline members, implemented by the divisions, for example, that you correlate with?
So my section is responsible for only one national policy. However, we provide a victim's lens and review of other operational policies. So personally for the responsibility area that I have, we are in the process of renewing. So once we prepare the recommended changes to the policy, that goes through, we consult broadly internally with our various partners, including divisional representatives, depending on the area, plus our criminal operations. National Criminal Operations Officer would then help link us to the working level criminal operations. So they'll look at what the impacts of our policy would have. We track that. We track the recommendations, the feedback from those recommendations, and then we make once we've gotten that feedback from our external and internal consultations, we assess that, we make a final recommendation, and then that proceeds up from my team up to the Director General of National Crime Prevention and Indigenous Policing Services, to the deputy, to the ACOM of Contract and Indigenous Policing. So it would go up through that channel. So we consult, then we assess those recommendations, then we get approval from the deputy level, and then we would go to publication. Once it's published, then we would have to do timely reviews of how that work and if those changes have been implemented. So if we would need to do check, for example, on victim service referrals to see how that is doing. But we have not, in my time, because we're relatively new, we're in the process of doing that, reviewing the one national policy that I am currently responsible for.
And sorry, just to remind us of which policy.
It's the national, it's Operational Manual 37.6 Victims Assistance Policy.
Okay, great. Thank you. And so I guess I would just ask it when people are making submissions that they identify for us the pathways for implementation. So identify the bodies that would be accountable for the actioning of the policies that have been described. And so to Ms. Sullivan's point, it's important, of course, to develop the policies with the kind of input that you're talking about, and certainly with consultation, but then determining how those get operationalized, but importantly, by whom, and ensuring that we know to whom to direct our recommendations to ensure that that actually occurs. So it's, I just want to invite people making their lengthy submissions to please put with those submissions the pathways that we can include for ensuring the recommendations are pragmatic and implementable. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Commissioners. That does bring to an end our participant consultation with victim advocacy organizations this afternoon. And before we conclude, though, I would like to thank each of our guests for being with us this afternoon, including our presenters that are no longer with us in this session, but your level of engagement and your thoughtful comments, I think, will be proved to be very helpful to the commissioners. And I thank you all for your attendance and contribution today.
And thank you, Mr. Van Wert, for your facilitation of the session, and again, our thanks as commissioners to all of the representatives from, of course, from Toronto Police Service and Peel Regional Police Service for their helpful presentations, and to all of you who represent different aspects of institutions, but also victim advocacy organizations. It's a productive and helpful conversation for us in developing recommendations. We do look forward to more conversations like this one and the remainder of the week. Thanks also to Commission Counsel Jennifer Cox and the staff who worked on the presentation that helped orient us all to the environmental scan of prior recommendations. And And certainly our thanks to the Commission's Research and Policy team for their tremendous research and preparation of that comprehensive environmental scan. It'll be available on our website along with the discussion guide to help support anyone interested in making a suggestion for recommendations. On Wednesday, we'll have a participant consultation with representatives for gender-based organizations. Thanks again, everyone, and see you on Wednesday.
Proceedings are adjourned until August 31st at 9:30 a.m.
No mention of canceling. Fucking cowards again. Babies. If it ever comes to it, you know, need to know how to feed yourself or whatever. I wonder if the environmental mapping is ever going to help out. Probably not. Too bad about that one. Might have to ask for some help. Oh, anyway, well, even just changing your tire. So nothing on tomorrow. No, cancel the mental illness, but be sure to do the Brenda Bow Forbes dumpster fire. That'll be on Wednesday. I'll be sure to keep playing Brenda all day. Huh? What? I was in the paper? What do you mean I was on camera? You mean somebody was in my house? I don't remember that. Right. But you remember not seeing something. Right. Okay. Anyway, on that note, I will bid you all adieu. Be good to yourself. Be good to one another. God bless you. God bless the 23.